One will do. I'm not having two tracks, God's sake. How you doing, everybody? How's it all going? Oh, hopefully good. Oh, right, let's get myself in. Here we go. Right. Right. I will now place the link out there. If I can remember how you did it. Why can I never remember? Every time. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here it comes. Oh, good grief. This mouse is shite on a stick. Here we go. Here we go. Paste. Yeah. Boom. There you go. There goes the link in. We're coming in to talk about just about anything you want. As we know, you know the format. Well, format. Yeah. Oh, let's get all that out of the way. So, anything good been going on since, 10 minutes ago? When we were all over at Mr. Wiggly's. Yeah, I must have freaked everybody out on it when it's just like, show starts, blank screen. Go, what's going on? So, here we go. We got all the usual suspects all turning up. It's good stuff, good stuff. Yeah, so it's been an interesting day. Hang on, we've got Grace. Grace!
Hello!
Hello, sweet, how are you?
I'm in London.
Ooh, look at you.
I'm trying to show you the picture. Look at that, River Thames. How beautiful.
Wow.
Yeah.
The city I can smell it from here.
Hang on, get my geometry right. The city of London is just over there somewhere. It's weird doing this backwards, isn't it? But I won't stop for long. I've got a very early start in the morning.
Have you?
I think Spong Tube or U-Spong, actually U-Spong definitely has the ring, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think U-Spong works much better than it. No, I don't think it'd be a very long one tonight. I think we might have to knock it on near about midnight or something like that, because it's like, I've got so much to do this week coming up. Yeah. What you got on?
Illumination. Yes. Mm-hmm. How's life?
Yeah, knocking on. The whole Vangelis thing had a much bigger impact on me than I thought it was going to.
Sometimes it takes a little while to sink in, doesn't it?
Yeah. But it's it's just one of those things where you sort of like, but at least we still got the music, you know.
Absolutely, it's the wonderful thing about any creative, isn't it? They leave legacy, and which is in time immemorial as well. That'll stay as long as music can be played and reproduced.
Absolutely,
and archived. I mean, think of the Beethovens and the Bachs. They're still being adored and lapped up even hundreds of years later.
It makes you wonder, though, about all those people out there who were potentially brilliant but never pursued it for whatever reason.
Well, isn't that there was a bit of a touching on that in Ian's conversations just now, wasn't there? Isn't that one of the great indicators of the state we're in a sense, without getting old heavy and political, but we are going down a very weird postmodern route, aren't we? And a very dear friend of mine, and Andy Brooks's, who used to be the third Chillage person, is an academic in music, and he's had a great stellar career in music academia, popular music, I should add. And at the beginning of the pandemic, I was talking to him about, obviously my world collapsed at work and I couldn't tour, and gigs were verboten, weren't they? And we couldn't do anything. And we were having this chat, and he was speculating that this might be a return to making music for each other, which is what traditionally music has always been, a community activity, not a commercial activity. Yeah. And it's only a mid-20th century onwards thing where you made a lot of money from making music. And do you know what? Things like this little world of YouTube and hardware jams and all these little things that are going on, we're doing this for each other. And for ourselves, and I think that's really quite an important thing to hang on to a lot of the time. And then when you lose a legend like the Vangelis this week, or when Bowie died, for me, that was quite. It took a few weeks for me to really come to terms with that, because it was rather unexpected and stuff. And I think you have that period then when David Bowie died, there was a bunch of people went bam 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 over a couple of years, weren't there? And some seriously legendary musicians went, and I was reading for a while, Lemmy and Prince and Bowie and all these people in over a couple of years, and it's hard to get your head around sometimes. But like you said, they've all left a huge legacy that we can all access for a few pennies, and I think that's a wonderful part of commercial music. But,
it's sort of like the little comfort blanket that you can.
But folk music. I know we laugh at Hey Nonny No and Finger in the Ear and Woolly Jumpers and stuff, but folk music was passed down, and passed down and passed down and passed down from families and friends to each other, and has a longer cultural tail than anything in pop music. But the weird thing is that what you do and what I do wouldn't exist if it weren't for commercial music.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's I know I'm sorry.
Well, you're partner in crimes here. Hang on a sec.
Yeah.
Hey.
Hello.
I think I got my nothing. Oh, now what you done? I think his scream name is something I used to type into my Dominus choir.
Veni Vidi Domici, does it say? I can't read it from here.
It looks like Domivi.
Domivi. Are you sleepy? Are you tired, Andrew?
Nothing coming in either.
He can't hear us and he can't talk to us.
Oh.
Has he done the vonal freeze? No.
It needs to get the A4 and the crayon out, I think.
I think if we ever do a live gig, Andy's going to have to freeze in the middle of the show. Just like mid riff.
Yeah, right.
Can I ask, can you hear me speaking when I do this now?
Yes, but quietly.
I hear nothing.
Oh, wow. SteamYard settings?
Can't unmute me.
Yeah, quite quiet to me, but I don't know what's going on because I'm on my telephone. It's all a bit only on the phone.
If you go to your SteamYard settings, just check your audio tab, just to make sure that the microphone thing isn't.
Yeah, I can see there's levels coming through here, but I can't hear anything in here at all.
Yeah, that's why you need to go to your SteamYard settings. It might not be hardware at all. It never ceases to amaze me how I can have this set up, do a sesh, and at the end, close everything down, go to bed, whatever. Come back the next night, turn everything on, and something is doing something completely different that it did the night before, and I haven't been near it.
Do you do a paid subscription for StreamYard?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because then it should be a pro product and it should just happen, shouldn't it? Really.
Yeah. But 9 times out of 10, it doesn't always seem. It's not always anything to do with SteamYard. Sometimes it's, for some reason, the Focusrite is doing something weird, or the computer's doing something weird, or, there's cables.
That is strange, isn't it? Because
at
a professional level, you'd expect equipment to deliver, wouldn't you?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I do, certainly. And I'm sure you're used to it as well with
we have to rely on
synths and repairing and stuff. And, but there is something about computers in general which can start to trip you up, isn't there? So quite how that works, I don't know.
They're almost as evil as ducks. Ducks are just evil, man.
Don't like ducks.
They're evil. They're planning something, I'm telling you. They're going to dominate the planet.
They're going to kill all the swans. That's what they're going to do.
And then us. Wars. They move on to us. That's the thing.
I love that. That's brilliant.
Right, where are we at now? Anything? Nothing.
I have no idea what's happened because I can't.
Have you plugged your headphones in, boy? We could say whatever we want now, can't we?
pretty much, except when he watches it back. And then there'll be a very stern email.
Or someone in the chat's going to transcribe our conversation.
Yeah. They're saying this.
I love him. He's brilliant.
Mind you, they could be doing that anyway. He could be saying anything.
Maybe they're saying whatever they feel like, and we're just talking to ourselves.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah. It's a good fit. It's a good sort of fixed grin that's going on.
Mm.
So, Andy, I think I can't say this now because you can't hear me. There's no point.
Nah. Interesting.
Yeah, no, I mean, making music for each other is what that and the sort of mutually friendly thing that's going on amongst all these bunch of people it's endearing to me. I'm really enjoying all of that, and I think it's it's all gone to a new place since the pandemic. All this, hasn't it? I think. And
yes,
yeah.
I think memory's hazy on it, but I think it's got something to do with when we had this lockdown, and I was suddenly spending more time. Well, I had more time, so I was spending more time sort of like going on YouTube and just fucking around basically and stuff like that, and then got I posted something, or I was posting something every day or whatever because it was something to do. I think Robbie picked up on it and he says, "Oh, why don't you come on the show?" And I go, "Really? And do what?" He says, "We'll talk about what you do." I went, "Really? Who wants to hear about that?" And he said, "No, come on the show, come on the show." So I go on the show, and apparently it did very well and all the rest of it. And I'm sort of like, "Oh, there's this community." And I'm going, "Oh, yeah, I can see it now." And I came out into it more. I used to dabble in it a little bit. Just crack a joke and piss off again or something like that. And there's Sass, whose mic works.
Yes, good evening.
It's my mic. Hello, Sass.
How are you, Grace, Andy, Kent?
Andy's deaf but not dumb.
Is it working?
Yeah.
Got bongo drums, yes.
I can hear you now. Sorry
That's
about that,
working, but
So
not
you-
very
you-
loud.
I can hear you now. Plugged it in, did you?
I'm now into the something weird has happened with this. All I did yesterday with the, I couldn't get it. All I'd done was I'd unplugged these cables to take to Grace's because I wanted some proper, decent quality to plug it in the back of the MPC. And I hadn't plugged them back in when I came home because that was an oversight. So it was nothing technical. But now, because I've titted about because I thought there was something technical, now nothing. Push up the volume. You've got to be joking. Everything's on.
Pump up the volume, yes.
Yeah, but what about the software level?
Pump up the volume, and the drum beat goes like this. What a tune. That was an interesting conversation about underground spaces going on earlier, Sasquatch.
It was.
Yes.
Buildings and all that.
I'm intrigued about Corsham Underground.
It's
town.
it's almost a city, really. It's a
city.
Fantastic facility developed really sort of post World War II, and then obviously with the Cold War.
Yeah.
And basically, it was a facility developed to enable British military command and various dignitaries and whatever to live quite happily while the rest of us burned and fried to death.
Yeah. And is it open to tourism now? Is it?
No, it wasn't. I believe there were discussions, I think, to turn it into large data centre. I don't know. I don't live down there anymore, so I don't know.
Wagyu was saying they've done that in Switzerland.
It's. I mean, these things cost incredible amounts of money. They were built very, very well, and unfortunately, the cost of maintaining them is quite high. But they serve perfectly well as data centres, and document storage facilities and all this sort of thing.
Yeah. There's a massive one up here under Epsom Racecourse. Massive underground hospital up there.
Yeah, underground hospital. Yeah. There were bunkers in North Yorkshire all over the place when I was a kid in York.
Yeah.
There was quite a few there.
Actually, the school out here used to have 4 air raid shelters in the field. They stayed there for donkeys. Had earth sort of like up over them. And over the years, the earth had sort of washed away, so it was just like a slope of earth around them, but you could get in them, and it was just in case, when the German aircraft were flying back, they decided to get rid of some of their load, because we were right in Bomb Alley here, and so all the schools along here used to have these air raid shelters out in the playground.
Mm.
So, but they knocked them down. I think they knocked them down late 70s, I think.
Yeah. Gosh.
Well, I still bemoan the fact that for some reason in the UK, builders are reluctant to build basements. I lived in West Yorkshire and had a house, quite a large house with a really good sized basement, and they are. I wish I lived there now actually, because it would turn into a fantastic studio and the neighbours wouldn't hear me. But it just seems a waste that if you're going to build a house that you don't actually dig a bloody basement to start with.
Mm.
Well, yes, yeah.
And they double up as bomb shelters.
Yes, yeah. My last house had a cellar, yeah, which was basically an elaborate coal hole, but it was all the terraced houses around us had the same thing, and but they're all 100 and something years old, so
Yeah.
Yes.
yeah. Housing stock, eh? I mean, where I live now, in the apartment I live in, unexpected hidden benefit of modern construction. It's quite a well-made block of flats, and the walls have all got insulation in them,
Yes.
including the internal dry walls, and the sonics of my apartment are first class. There's no resonance. Andy will tell you this. It sounds great.
Sounds really good.
For multi-occupation
Yeah.
properties like flats, etc., they actually have to take into account the sound dampening.
Yeah.
Because you don't want neighbours annoying each other. So a lot of the high-end ones, certainly, they have floating floors. And
unfortunately, it's not high end, but it's.
But I mean, you've probably got a solid concrete floor, but then you'll have
I'd imagine the floor's probably solid, and the walls are quite thick and damped.
Yeah.
And when I put my little system together in there and turned it up, I stood back and I was like, oh, actually, this sounds good. And it needed I was expecting to have to do a little bit of temporary acoustics to the place, and haven't really done anything.
No,
and
it does sound good.
It makes my little General X sing. I didn't expect it to be anywhere near as good as it is. And
Am I still very low, just out of interest? Not that it really matters, because I've not said anything
Not
yet.
very low, but yeah, low.
What on earth's happened in here? Oh,
Have you checked your SteamYard settings?
Have you checked your Windows settings for your mic?
You keep chucking all this stuff at me.
Right. The little speaker at the bottom.
Yeah, clicked on it.
Right-click on it.
Right.
And clicked Open Sound Settings.
Right, click on it. Open sound settings. So thanks for helping me, folks. Right, yeah.
And it should say sound.
Test your
It show
microphone.
output.
Microphone's really low. Microphone codec. Output. I can see troubleshoot. I can't see output anywhere.
Well, output should be first, and it should say choose your output
yeah.
device, and it will say speakers, and then either USB audio codec or Realtek or whatever you've got.
If I choose the output line 1 and 2.
But there's nobody standing in there with him with a fire extinguisher.
No, there isn't. I don't know what to click. Line 1, 2M audio track 8. Would that be it? How's that?
No.
Choose your output device. Oh, I don't bloody know.
Well,
Sound output.
The output device is normally your speakers or your headphones, and your input device is your microphone.
Can you speak again?
One,
Now
two.
that sounds slightly better.
He's closer to the mic as well.
Call. When I plug that in, has that died? It's my microphone.
You have got your 48 volt turned on, haven't you?
Yeah, they're normally silent as the grave if that isn't on.
To Realtek audio. I should be able to hear you. Try again. Keep speaking.
One,
Yeah,
two,
well,
three, four.
your headphones should be
Keep speaking,
the
keep speaking.
whichever
That'd be
audio output device you're meant to be. You got your headphones plugged into.
I just wonder, because he's reading a hot signal on his interface, isn't he?
So it's the problem that you can't hear us. We can't hear you now.
It gets.
I can hear you again.
Right.
You can.
Well, your vocal's very, very quiet.
My vocal is still very quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, line 1 input, line 1 2. Right, the output device.
Right. Just talk us through how you've got both your mic and your headphones connected. What's your mic plugged into?
My mic is plugged into.
It's not me, Inky. I have nothing to do with it.
This is M audio. That's really hot.
Is that turned on?
That M audio thing is really, really hot. Right, I'm coming out.
And he's out.
Yes. So how's Kent? You had a good Sunday?
Yeah, it's been a bit mental. I had to firmware flash a Rings resonator module that suddenly started working backwards.
Okay.
I had to do a Pittsburgh, what was it? SV1.
I don't know any Pittsburgh stuff.
I think it's a whole synthesizer module. I think. All I had to do is try and get it to fit into a Doper case, which meant I had to take apart all of the. There's a board on the back because it normally sits in a box with a power supply in it.
Right.
So that all had to come up and then do I think it was an 8-way to the 16-way, and then connect it all up the right way for him so it didn't go bang.
Yeah.
And yeah, so that all went in the end. It was a bit of fun. What else did I do? Proteus 2000 with a dial just jumping around like a bastard all over the place. Took that all apart, cleaned it all out and put it back together for him. What else did I have to do? Power switch in an Odyssey. What else did I do?
But these at least are not, you're not having to spend 5 hours trying to diagnose. It's not a get the oscilloscope and the signal tracer out.
No, that's true enough. Because normally what happens on a Sunday is I end up just having to do top and tailing. During the week I've been doing all the work, and then on Sunday just do the
tidying up.
Yeah, the little bits and bobs, and then get everything ready for Invoice Day, which is tomorrow. So let's bring Grace back.
It works. Jesus.
Hey.
Invoice Day, did you say? Yeah, I've got to do my invoices tomorrow.
Yeah, it's Invoice Day tomorrow.
Yeah,
and
they're always good, aren't they?
And then, of course, Fiona's got to print out all the new job cards for this week's work, which apparently she's informed me is extensive. Great.
Is that after you said something about her cakes?
Yeah, well.
Revenge, yes.
Yeah. So she did say she goes, there's 4 Jupiter 8s on there, so better get up early tomorrow.
Wow.
God.
So obviously they're going to be on sale shortly, aren't they?
I think 2 of them are. One's going back to its original customer. Well, no, 2 are going back to the original customer, and 2 I believe we'll probably see on Reverb for £30 billion at some point.
Mm.
But funnily enough, one of the ones that's going back to the owner, it fell off a keyboard stand, but it must have been very, very high because it hit the power switch and it's put a dent in the back of the case.
Oh, wow.
It smashed the power supply to pieces.
Oh my goodness.
But there's this huge dent in it where the heat sink that's on the back of them has
it's
also gone
pushed
in.
in.
Yeah. It's broken all the circuit board that has all the voltage regulators sitting on. I'm going, yeah, that's going to be a nice extensive job. So
Wow.
that'll be fun because that'd be more stripping down than anything else.
Yeah.
Because I've got all my panel beating tools, I can get all the panel back out and then put the new power switch in and repair boards and stuff. That's easy enough. It's they're stripping down hundreds and hundreds of bloody screws.
When you're doing mechanical repairs like that, sort of, I suppose cosmetic sounds a bit naff. I don't really quite mean that, but it is that kind of stuff, isn't it? Is that as gratifying as doing the electronic repairs? Or more gratifying? Or
Sometimes more so.
Yeah, sometimes more so.
Because you've got a CNC, haven't you? You've got printers and stuff.
Yeah, I got all that stuff as well.
Yeah,
But because I think it's because when I used to be a panel beater, you used to have to beat out dents in cars and stuff like that.
Oh, that's really gratifying, of course.
Yeah, and shrinking metal and all that sort of thing. Yeah. So when I get to do that on synths, because I have to do it without cracking the paint.
Yeah.
So,
do you do a pressing sort of process, or
no? What it is on your, like, you'll have like a panel, like a flat-headed panel hammer, and if you want to beat out a dent and you don't want to crack the paint, you just put 3 or 4 layers of masking tape over the head of the hammer and use that.
Yeah.
But the trick is, and it the first time I was showing it when I was an apprentice, always made me go, what? But basically, to get a dent out of metal, you have to hit the metal where the dent isn't.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, and I went, what? And he goes, look, I'll show you. Bang, 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 bang. Oh, okay. So.
So you go around it, sort of thing.
Yeah, so things like on the back of a JP8, because JP8's getting their arse stoved in happens quite a lot.
They're quite big and cumbersome, aren't they?
Yeah, and they're very heavy.
And because you've got the heat sink on the back.
Yeah, which doesn't help. Apparently this thing hit something, when it did reach the floor, it landed on a pedal or something, and it really stuffed it. And so, of course, on the JP, you've got that crease at the bottom of the panel and the crease at the top, and they provide good places to hit without damaging paint. So it will all come out. So, but it doesn't look like the metal's stretched, because if it is, then it is going to get a little bit more.
That gets more complicated, doesn't it?
Have to heat it up.
Yeah, or I use a thing called a shrinking hammer, which is
what happens if you
got serrated, like a serrated flat-headed hammer.
Ooh.
And when you hit it, and what it does is it pinches the metal.
Yeah.
Just a tiny bit. So you keep hitting
Brings
it,
it in
pinches,
like
pinches,
that.
and it literally just pulls the metal all together.
Wow.
But
I didn't
then
know that.
it's got to be. I'll have to grind it back to metal.
Yeah.
And then colour match it.
Yeah, and then
spray it and everything, polish it, blah 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 blah. Because I can lose it because there's that black heat sink right next to it, so I can the colour will look okay. So,
you could always cut the panel out, weld a new piece in, grind it back, and then paint it.
No. It's a horrible amount of work. You only do that if it's rusty. That's like no. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
So you're actually very close to being an antique restorer, really, aren't you?
Well, actually, vintage keyboards are getting very close to being antiques. When you look at the prices of them,
for sure. Yeah. Collectability, for sure. It's the same thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
And what you're trying to do though is keep the original materials intact, aren't you? And not, like you wouldn't unless you had to replace that metal panel that you got to beat.
Yeah. But there seems to be a trend now where. The cosmetics of a synth doesn't seem to be as important to a customer like it used to be.
Really?
As long as it works.
Not when it costs £435 to get your DX7 repainted.
Well, yeah. I mean, the thing is, it's because there's so much involved in that. But I must admit, I don't think it's that. I think it might be more of a question of a beat up JP8 still going to fetch about 15.
Yeah.
So they go, I'll just take 15. I'll take 15 for that all day. I only paid £800 for it, So why would I want to have?
I suppose it's how
wait
much
4 months to have it all look beautiful.
Yeah.
Besides, I might fall in love with it again and not want to sell it.
Yeah.
But
also, it doesn't improve the sound.
Exactly.
Well, that's what I was going to say, Sass. Is at the end of the day, they're about making sound, aren't they? Not about looking.
Exactly.
But,
yeah.
But I think that's the pragmatist, isn't it? And it's the collector. Would the cost of your services to restore a beat up JP8 add enough value beyond the price of doing the work. Is it worthwhile? It's like doing
it's
the house,
interesting,
isn't it? You know,
because it's like yesterday on the Ramsey replacement show, when Eddie was saying about he goes, you know, all the cables that he needs repaired, but you know he wouldn't be able to afford me. I'm going, do you have any idea how much it costs? It's not always expensive.
Yeah.
it all depends on the job, doesn't it? Surely.
If that's it. If a job's going to take 50 hours, that's a very different matter to recapping a power supply.
Yeah, but it's like I said to Daniel Miller when I did his AKS. Actually, Simo come and collected it today. It needed a new power supply because it was dead. Now, because it's a £20,000 unit, doesn't mean that fitting the power supply in that costs a lot more.
No.
Than if it was an ARP Odyssey or an Axe or something like that.
A power supply is a power supply.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly. So
Your pricing must be on the lines of parts and labour, basically. Surely.
yeah, but see, here's the trick. I kind of do it to myself as well, which is quite weird. But I ordered the transformer, and the transformer was to the door. I think it was about £12. And I made up some new wiring because the stuff that's in there, it's all the old stuff, and it just doesn't work. It has to come out. So it's just go snip, 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 throw it all away. Put the 2 new caps in, mount the new power supply, connect up all the wires, turn it on, stick knitting needles in it, way making sound. It's done, right? And it took me 40 minutes. Right, give it a quick test. It's cool. Make sure the AKS cable, the KS cable all worked. Bolted it all back together. Job's done. So the bill for that, how much?
It's an hour, so.
Oh, has David got some Euro crack?
Go on, parts and labour, all together, the whole shebang. How much did I charge?
Is that musical instruments?
150 quid.
120.
Yeah.
Which
is very, very reasonable for the job.
Oh yeah, I know there are places you could take it and they're going to go at like £800, £900, please, mate.
Yeah.
But I've never done that.
That's not the point, is it? You're going to find other jobs which are going to pay you loads of money, though, aren't you? Because some guy's going to bring in a CS8. Well, like that CS80. I mean, that was absolutely destroyed. Yeah.
But I know what I'm doing. It didn't take me that long to do. Yes, the bill's £2,800, but it's like a £30,000 keyboard, and he shipped it over from Iceland.
Yeah,
I'm assuming he will go. Yeah, I'm assuming he'll look at the invoice and go, "Oh, that's quite reasonable."
Yeah.
You know, so.
Well, exactly. It's people will only come to you because they know that they need something quite complicated doing.
Yeah, but I mean, one of the reasons I do get so much work come in is I do have this policy of, if I can't fix it, I don't charge
you.
Yeah.
Regardless of how many hours I spent on it.
Yeah.
Because
Absolutely.
they're bringing it to me. It's down to me to fix it.
Yeah.
They shouldn't be paying me if I can't, if I'm unable to.
But also, a lot of the old synths, what you find is it takes you longer to take them apart than it does to actually fix them.
Yeah, but do you know what? Once you get going with the electric screwdriver, mate, holy shit, there's screws flying in all directions. Trust me. Vintage.
So the rechargeable screwdrivers revolutionised your life.
Yeah, but vintage isn't the problem. It's mid-90s.
Yeah.
There's 47 screws hold the base, just the base of an M1 on. You're there for like...
Yeah, I've had to...
Yeah.
Take bits of audio kit apart.
Yeah.
On the
now, must admit, so when somebody
road.
brings an M1 to me, for instance, and say, "Oh, the data up/down buttons don't work. They need new micro switches," I'm going, "Oh, fucking hell! That's going to be a couple of hours."
Screws.
Yeah. And then all the cables got to come out so you can get to the boards. Then the 1,000 screws to hold the board in. Take
and
that.
the reassembly, and the screws are all different.
And 5 minutes of soldering.
This piece of crap. This piece of crap. About 50 screws to get into that.
Yeah. Whereas vintage, no. Take the CS80. You want the CS80 open? 2 screws. Open. Done.
That's like the old Apple Macs used to be.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
just
the
lovely.
top's just lifted
Pull
off.
the lever.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
it.
I have one of those.
Amazing.
Howdy ho, everybody.
Andy.
Hey, hi, Andy.
Evening, Andy.
Hi, David.
I'm like
Hey.
a dog all weekend.
Yes. Hi, David.
I was thinking, I just pulled out my Pro 3 and I put in the, when I got it, it had some filter issues. So I talked to Sequential and they sent me another filter board. And it really wasn't that bad, though. I want to say there's about maybe 16 screws. But
We're going to have live on air repair.
Yeah.
I tell you, though, I had never done anything like that before. I was horrified. But now you just swap out the filter board. It really wasn't. It was pretty. You open it up, and you're like 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, it's that one.
Yeah.
And you look around it, and you're like, wow, this thing might last a long time as long as they've got plenty of filter boards. But I almost sold it. It's funny with you get bored or you get frustrated. I don't even know what happened, but I basically offered it for peanuts and nobody wanted, and I was like, oh, screw everybody then. I'm gonna keep it. And then I started playing it. And I was like, man, I'm crazy to get rid of this thing, man.
It's good, isn't it?
It's so deep, deep, and really well thought out. The screen, like you start turning the knob, it's got a nice little LED, and it goes right to it. Really, man, it's probably the best monosynth design I've ever seen.
Yeah, it is good.
I mean, it's really deep. It's so cool. And I almost gave it away, and everyone's like, no, I don't want it. I don't need it. You want to go cheaper? I'm like, nah, I don't want to do anything with you, whoever you are.
The Polyevolver pot upgrade is super easy. It was like 5 boards, and there's a hinged panel, and it just what took longer is taking all the goddamn caps off everything. All the knobs took forever to come off, but the boards are super fast to swap. So
I don't know.
They're very modern, aren't they, though, these devices? And like Kent was saying, the 90s stuff was a nightmare.
Yeah, I can't imagine.
Before they got into SMD, basically, wasn't it?
Yeah, but that idea of having a fascia and then absolutely mount everything into it and connect everything to everything, and then just put a lid on the top, and then have a billion screws hold all those bits together. And it's like,
yeah, it's like the D50's this whole stack of boards in there.
yeah, it just went on and on and on and on, didn't it? It's like, does it really need 6,000 bloody screws to hold this bit of metal on?
Part of the weight is just all the screws, right?
Yeah. But you see, that's another thing. It's like with the Hydrus Deluxe, there's less screws hold the Deluxe together than holds the 49 together.
Yeah.
Let me write that down. The Deluxe has less screws.
Yeah. It's quite sort of like, why?
It gives that impression of being sturdy, like the fad now with the bolted tires on cars that aren't really bolted, like the crawler type tires, but they have that look of being bolted.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah. It's probably that sort of thing, isn't it? But I would have thought just because it's so much shorter. You see, it has these 3 big black brackets that go from the top panel down to the base, and then it's screwed with these quite decent sized screws. But it's 6 of them. But on the big Deluxe, there's only 2 brackets. Even though there's more room, it should have had, if they were with the same philosophy, it should have had 4 brackets, for instance.
Well, they have to raise the price of that Deluxe if you put more screws in it. So.
Yeah.
Nobody's fighting about it.
Yeah, that's possible. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's funny because when I first opened the Deluxe and I went, oh, it's cold in here. There's so much room. So I was expecting to find, a tramp over in the corner drinking cider.
Alongside the leftover drugs and the rat feces.
Yeah, you go. How long you been in there?
Well, it's like my X Station. I took that apart. It's all air and just a single board. So.
Well, it's like when I took my TR8 apart because the power supply board failed, and I went, oh, okay, let's take it apart. That was quite a few screws as well, actually. And I opened it up, and the entire circuitry of that TR8 is a board that big. No bigger than that.
Yeah.
And everything's on it.
Yeah. Everything's tiny, isn't it?
And then there's just some little ribbon cables running from its way. Really?
I don't want to get into the B word conversation, but when they do finally release all those tiny synths, You're going to open them up and there'll be one chip in each. And all this shit about the chip shortage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's only one chip.
Yeah, it's only one chip, but they made 40 million of them. That's the thing.
People will be smashing them just for the chip. You buy like 40 of them, just like smash it open. Like I think I told the story. I was looking at this one to see what there was in there. My buddy, we'd go and used to do these inspections. I think I've told this. He'd go around smashing all the old amps to get the tubes out of them, or the old stereos, because all the stuff is getting thrown away. And he's like, "Look the other way, Dave." And he's just like, "Smack!" I'm like, "What are you?" "What are you doing?" And then I was like, "No, he's fighting a good fight."
I did that when I was.
Discharge the caps first. Bloody hell!
No, man, he just smashed them. He didn't care. No, literally, the stuff is going to get thrown out. But anyways,
when I was like 13 and discovering electronics, anybody with any broken TVs or audio, I would just hoover it up and take it all apart and desolder stuff off the boards, and I built an inventory of components from broken electrical equipment. And I had no idea what I was doing, but the best bit was destroying old TV tubes, the actual CRT tubes. Would just like smash them up. That was great fun. Yeah. And I didn't quite recreate the Who in their heyday, but I nearly did.
That's like the Peter Gabriel Fairlight video where he's smashing TVs and stuff.
Yeah. Hey, here's a little known one. Did you know that when the Who being famous for throwing TVs out the window and all that?
Yeah.
If you visualise that, what do you see? A TV flying through the window and down into a swimming pool, right? What did you know that they figured out very quickly that if they left it plugged in on a long extension cable, when it hit the water, it was much more spectacular.
I bet.
Yeah.
So that's what they started doing. Just getting like a 30-meter extension cable and throw it out the window, plugged in and on.
Yeah.
Pow.
Hopefully,
there was a recent movie where it was used as a weapon, and the TV really exploded. It was hilarious.
Yeah. Well, now you know why they don't let you open the windows in hotels anymore.
One of the many reasons.
Yeah.
We had somebody drop a TV down from like a 10-story building at us one time when we were doing an inspection. That was their way of saying to leave.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, we get the message. We get it.
Yeah.
The problem with smashing TVs is that it's never as satisfying as when you see it being done in a film or on television.
Of course
because
not.
They don't explode.
Yeah, they had the pyrotechnics and stuff.
Yeah.
That's why they used to leave them plugged in, just for the effect of.
Yeah, but even when they're plugged in, if you smash the screen, they don't do anything.
No, they just go. Yeah.
No, that's too bad.
Mind you, I remember the first TV tube that I broke, and I got my club hammer and it went, "Here we go, dink." Oh.
It's hard, isn't it? It's really hard work.
Oh. He's going, "No, you got to hit it in the centre, I went, "Oh, okay." Smash. Ow. That's a lot of blood. You let go of the hammer. We didn't say that.
And then, but you let go of the hammer and it bounces back at you.
Yeah.
I remember we destroyed a washing machine once. We took all the bits and bobs out, like the motor and stuff, and then decided to see how small we could make the metal work. So we got the concrete breeze block out, and then just proceeded to squash the drum. And then squash I can't remember how I think we used the breeze block to squash it all actually. So it was very, self-contained, shall we say? And I think we got it down to like a 1 foot cube.
The drums make quite good fire pits, actually.
I know someone who does that. I know someone who actually turns them into fire pits and flogs them. Yeah.
And if you actually keep the motor attached, you can do a little fire tornado.
Ooh. Well, that's the point,
Did you guys hear that 90s British show called Secret Life of Machines?
And if you leave the water attached...
Secret Life of Machines, yes, it was very
awesome. Yes. There's one with the washer-dryer episode, and they have it destroy itself from the spinning action and stuff flying everywhere.
Oh, yeah, if you remove
itself to piss.
Remove the concrete balance ones.
Yeah, that was great.
And it's amazing how unstable they become. I mean,
we're little bastards, aren't we?
No, just I think the difference is when we were kids, it was sort of expected that you would take things apart to learn how they worked. I mean, we were encouraged to do it in our family.
Yeah, I was. Yeah.
And getting hold of when microwaves first came out, obviously they were quite rare and quite expensive. And one of my neighbours had one and it stopped working. So naturally, what do? You take the damn thing apart, and you then understand how to rewire it, and then you can repurpose the transformer. You can cut out the high voltage and section from the transformer using a grinder, and then you can do photonic induction style. 2 volt, 150 amp. And then you start welding things, and
Well, we had cars. That's always been done. But but the same principle was with cars, right? I mean, go in there, open up the.
I had a friend whose dad was a mechanic, and we
I hated it.
He got hold of an old Ford Escort, I think it was, and we pulled the engine out and took it all apart and then rebuilt it and put it back in.
Yeah.
And it just about worked, but it was totally a very, very old banger that didn't cost any money. And and my mate's dad was just like, just have a go. What's the worst thing that can happen is that it doesn't work.
Yeah, you can't break something that's broken. So
exactly. And that was a really interesting thing to do. And I've never really been a mechanical person, but even so, just the inquisitive science he brought me was overwhelmed by that.
Yeah.
I must admit though, I miss the days when you used to be able to adjust points.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes, and valve clearances.
Valve clearances, and put new brushes in alternators and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Good old days.
Well, you could put new brushes in nearly every single motor. Washing machines.
I did that in my washing machine. I kept the washing machine going for a long time by replacing the brushes and just various bits of ongoing maintenance.
Whereas these days, if the motor dies, they throw it away and put a new motor in.
Yeah. Well, you can still get the bits on eBay, but you just need the right bits, don't you?
It's like when I bought the Chrysler. It had a few issues, which is why I got it as cheap as I did. And Fiona said, Fiona would be watching me go through the front room with trolley jack, axle stands, socket set and everything. Out I go.
Cake.
Then I'd come back, and it was like, then I go out again, oscilloscope, function generator,
CAN bus
tester,
reader.
Yeah. And then I come back and it's laptop. And it's like,
how about those good old timing lights? Those were fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, the old strobe lights. Yes.
Yeah.
Stroboscopes, yeah.
So, because I think it had as many electrical problems as it had.
Cat saved.
Oh, was that clear?
No, it was another cat.
Ah.
Well, I made the mistake of helping a friend fit a tow bar to a Volvo, I think it was V40 or V70. And I thought, it's going to be really easy.
Uh-huh.
And fitting the mechanical side of it was really, really easy. But every single light on the Volvo is CAN bus controlled.
Yeah.
Every single one. And if you then do what we used to do, which was, you just crimp in or solder in a junction wire to, say, the brake lights to feed down to the trailer harness, it would just work. With the CAN bus controlled stuff, no, you need another computer. You need to actually have an interface box that plugs into the rear lighting harness of the car, but then you need to reprogram the car to tell it that it has a trailer hitch. Otherwise, it will just flag up faults and it won't let you drive it. And you think, for something as simple as
sounds
fitting
very
a
familiar.
bloody tow bar.
Yeah.
So
it's like the opposite of built-in obsolescence, isn't it? It's built in. You can't really change this thing. I don't know what that would be called.
Well, it's why there's the fight going on in America and certain parts of the EU over right to repair.
Yeah, totally, yeah.
Mind you, I must admit, with
I don't know if we're fighting here. We're not repairing.
Just fighting.
We're throwing things in the landfill. Unfortunately, that's what we're doing. But
I must admit though, with the Chrysler, because it had 101 bloody electrical faults, and it was like, and I spoke to Chrysler. He said, "You probably need an ECU, new ECU."
Yeah.
I go, okay,
body
how much
control
is that?
module.
Yeah.
Or,
And I go, how much is that going to be? He said, well, how much did you pay for the car? Oh, okay. And I went, okay. And what was happening, I just tested a few things, and I found that there was lots of voltages coming from the control unit, going to the fuse box, and not leaving the fuse box.
yeah.
I went, oh, okay. So I took all the fuse box apart. Oh, don't do that, by the way. Because when I put it all back together, I went, right, closed it all up, looked down, and there was still like 40 parts. I go, well, I
were
didn't
they
see any
needed?
holes. I
Is
think
that
they
where
were.
you draw upon your M1 experiences?
Yeah. But what transpired, I went on to, just Googled it, and I went, Chrysler fuse box. And there was a bloke on eBay go, yeah, I got one, 20 quid. I went, yeah, I'll have it. It was here in a couple of days. Put the 3 plugs in the bottom, sat it in, put the ignition on, and all the lights go out. Hey, vroom, and she's fine. I actually felt like phoning up Chrysler and going, is that Chrysler? Yeah. No.
Well, I mean, again,
I'm not buying
you
your
just
ECU, piss off.
just have a look at the number of fuses and relays that are in modern cars. And, I think back to my old
Oh, it's a relay for everything.
Morris 1000 that had, 4 fuses.
Yeah.
And that was it.
I'll tell you what, we had. I had to jumpstart Fiona's MG, a little midget, and its battery is about the same size as a PP3. Tiny little thing. And yeah, it was flat as a pancake. I said, look, I'll back the Chrysler onto the driveway because the battery's at the back, and we'll put it across, and we'll just. I think all you've got to do is just touch it, and it'll probably fill the battery up straight away. So we back the car down, open it all up, and you have to take all these. It just goes on forever. It's like carpet, board, another board, big compartment, plastic compartment, floor. Oh, there it is. There's the battery right down the bottom. Put the jumpers on it. Connect up the positive first. Go to put the black one on. Bang! Fucking hell, what's going on? Bang! No, what's wrong? What's wrong? Of course, MG is reverse polarity.
Yes.
I'm like, I hope I haven't destroyed the battery in the MG. Swap it over, and it had been going sort of like, it went like this. So I just connected up the cables. The Chrysler wasn't even on. She got in it, she turned the key. I don't think the thing had ever gone so fast in its life. It just went like really, really quickly. And it was and off it went. So I'm going, Jesus Christ, yeah, but it was so easy. Yeah, a fuse, a relay, and that's just for the headlights. That's it. And some wiring, some spade wiring, and that's your lot.
Yeah, and it was easy to understand.
Yeah. Oh, it's got a little map reading light, little chrome map reading light on the dashboard, and that's about it. So, whereas there's a TV and a video player in the Chrysler, and the windows have got those sensors that if you stick your head out, they stop.
Oh yeah.
And all this business. And
everything that's designed to break at some point in the future.
But this is it. I mean, I must admit, David, you'll be able to tell us. When I drive the car, I've got the DVD player in the car. I can watch Guardians of the Galaxy, the movie, on it while I'm driving.
You shouldn't be able to.
But you can.
It should have been connected up to the
But
handbrake.
But if I put the car into reverse, if I'm just listening to the radio, right? I got Capital Radio or Radio 3. Radio 3. No, Radio 4. Radio 4's playing. I put it into reverse to back up. It cuts the radio out because it goes, because you don't want to be distracted while you're reversing. It's fine while you're going forward. You can watch a film.
It sounds like whoever wired it in, wired the connection to the gearbox the wrong way.
No, this is a stock system in it. This is a stock system.
You shouldn't be able to watch any video in any car while you're driving.
Sounds like you've got a Friday afternoon one.
Yeah.
Yeah, quite possibly, actually. Judging by the amount of faults it had when I first got it.
And normally when you put them into reverse, it would switch then to a reversing camera.
No, I don't have the camera kit on that one. I was going to get it, but what Fiona wanted was the thing where you can start the engine from inside the front room, and then it turns the heater on. It warms the car up, so she can. In the winter, she can just run out and get in it, and it's all toasty. And 10 quid's worth of diesel's missing.
Yes.
And she hasn't gone anywhere in it yet. But I mean, so far she's hit everything with that car. So.
Well, you've got the panel beating skills, you know.
Can I
Keep
ask
busy.
a question? Can I change the subject a little bit? Andy Synth Addict, have you done a hardware jam this week?
I've been working my ass off patching servers all weekend, so I'm going to start at about probably 3 hours. I'm going to start on.
You're going to do one because I'm really excited to see what you dig out of the cupboard. Because this theme is
it's not as exciting as you think.
Oh,
I was
David,
gonna
are you going to do one?
I was going to do my Thera Mini, but I decided to do something else.
Oh, that would have been cool.
That would have been cool. Yeah. So you've got so much stuff. What would be your least used equipment? You've probably got a list there.
God.
It's not as exotic as you would think, but it's still a nice unit. So you'll see.
Okay.
I don't want to spoil the surprise. So
Yeah.
Please don't. Yeah. No. It's just I think it was really interesting doing that yesterday with Andy because I haven't got very much stuff, so it all gets good use. But I was like, okay. So the second sort of the backup condition was things that you don't normally do on a piece of equipment. So that's why I hit the vocoder because I've never used it. And there's a reason why we don't use the things we don't use very much, isn't there? We don't like using them.
Mine is just time, really. So
well, yeah, time, but also just it's not my port of call to use that bit, so I'm kind of not bothered about it. And so trying to be inspired by something that you're not really bothered about it's a really good challenge. I think it was a genius idea.
I could throw a rock and find a bunch of stuff I haven't used. So
print out the user manual and then relearn how to use the damn thing.
I did hear from Andy that apparently I've got a credit on it.
Hey,
you have.
Hi guys.
Yes, you have.
I went, why? And he goes, not spoiling the secret. And I go, hang on.
Wow. Well, I'm singing about this environment we're in right now.
Oh, I see.
On our current jam. Hello, Ian.
Hiya.
Good evening. It was nice seeing you on the Wiggly Show.
Yeah, thank you. It was really good fun. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I haven't seen you for ages, mate. Where you been?
Yeah, no, I just. You think you guys would get sick of seeing me?
Yeah,
and me.
Yeah. And me.
Hello, Brooks.
Hello.
Let me tell you. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I could have listened to a lot more of the retail experience because I think that I think for many of us, we deal with retailers, but very few of us have been on the other side in the music business side. Of how the retailers themselves get treated and how they get screwed over by the manufacturers. That if you go onto Gearheads, they get slagged off all the time for various things, but. It doesn't sound like an easy business.
It's not an easy business. I mean, there are some really good guys, as I said, people like Korg and and actually for us, one of the other manufacturers that really helped us was Tanglewood Guitars.
Tanglewood,
their managing director was our rep, and he would do great. He would offer us great deals. He never did the thing with like I said about what Gear for Music would do, where they get one special deal and we get he would so there were some manufacturers out there that will really help the small independent shops, but there are also other people,
Ian, do you know Vince Borelli?
No, I don't think so. Where is he?
Well, international, but he used to be. He's doing lots of things, but he's currently working with D&B Audio Technic. But he used to be like a think UK and European sales manager for Mackie and stuff.
Ah, right.
But he's someone I've known since literally I was 15, and he was like the local manager of what was called Wishers in Derby, and then it became a Carlsborough, and then sort of various whatever geysers from there, sound control, etc. But yeah, he went on and did repping, but yeah, really top guy, and he actually helped me get a really good deal on like a base station and a Korg X5DR and a LA compressor, and it was just like, which I never would have been able to afford, but he got just literally shaved off every margin he could. It was amazing, and basically that sort of led to Outsect and all the kit that I used in that in Sheffield.
We had a buddy.
There are some great. I suppose it's like any industry. There are some really good people in the retail side. Yeah,
I must admit, at the moment, I'm making a small list of all these electronic suppliers that are trying to fuck me in the arse at the moment. I will remember them when better times come along.
Well, we used to. We used to just stop dealing with them.
Yeah.
I don't want to name too many names because it's not fair really.
Sure.
But there was. I've always had the attitude that you're all right until you do me a disservice. Once you do me a disservice, I just don't want to know really.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so I mentioned Zoom, and Zoom was, what happened with Zoom was clearly that they were doing other deals with bigger companies and not offering us the same deal.
Well, wasn't there a scandal a couple of years ago about Yamaha and another company over fixed pricing? And...
Price rigging. We can talk about price rigging now because it's no longer a problem. But what used to happen, here I am spilling the beans again. What used to happen was the good thing about Yamaha is that they would offer us the same deal that they would offer everybody else. So if we didn't take that deal, and they like some of the companies, they would do quotas like we would like you to sell X number of products each quarter, and if you don't hit your target, then we'll you won't get the extra discount at the end of that period. But they would insist on the minimum retail price.
Yeah.
They didn't call it that; it was the recommended retail price.
Yeah.
But the minute we undercut that, be it in the shop, it was harder in the shop because we always said that if somebody walked in and said, "I can buy it from X at this price," and if we could still make a margin, we would match that price. Yeah, exactly. And you would get some some retailers saying, "Oh, we'll do it this price," and they haven't got stock, and so clearly they needed to have stock. They needed to be able, for us to do this exactly the same deal. But there was this business about if you tried to undercut the recommended retail price, the threat was that they'll just stop supplying you.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just the big boys. It was rife throughout the industry. There were one or two companies that didn't do that, and like I said, Tanglewood was one of them.
It's interesting you mentioned Tanglewood. I only have one electric guitar, and it's a Tanglewood Katana, which I think was just a very cheap Strat copy. But
I remember it. Yeah,
sounds pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, they're mainly known for acoustic guitars, and they tried to sell us basses at one point, and actually they loaned us one, and we just couldn't get rid of it. Yeah. It was yellow as well, which didn't help. but they would do things that other people wouldn't do. Like if we'd had some Tanglewood stock that had been sat around for say 9 months, we hadn't shifted it.
Yeah.
They would replace that stock for us, which nobody else in the industry has ever done. So they'd find out exactly what we paid for it, and then they would give us the option to either keep it, or actually they would take it back, and we'd get a credit, and then we would buy other stock for that amount.
That's
of money.
really clever though as well, because you're essentially moving it around to find the local market for it. You know.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
You know,
some models might not go down.
It had to still be current. You know, a current model. They wouldn't do it on old model, which is fair enough. But you know, and we I think we only ever did it once or twice, because our turnover with them was pretty good, really. You know, it didn't tend to hang around. But when we first took the shop over, the guy that we bought the shop from, there was all sorts of sort of little issues that went on. Like, he'd said some stock was new, and then a guy walked in. There's a particular electric guitar. It wasn't a Tanglewood. He said, "Oh, that's new stock." So we put it up as new stock, and but it'd been, you know, we thought it'd been around a while. We discounted it a bit. This guy walked in and went, "I sold him that." So we had all this sort of business about, you know, one lady walked in and said, "Where's my cello?" And we went, "Well, we took over 2 years ago, but there's no cellos here." There was not, you know. So he'd sold it on and then not told her, things like that. I mean, and there was a lot of what was called loan stock to sell. So it's not something we ever did, where, you know.
So sale on consignment.
Yeah, sale or return. So somebody wants to get rid of it second hand. You take a 20% commission for selling it on, you know. Now, we never did any of that sort of stuff. So we actually literally put all of the stock that was, and he didn't know whose was whose. That was the other thing. So there's no phone numbers, there's no contact details. So we just stuck it all up in the storeroom upstairs and waited literally up to 2-3 years for people to walk in, describe what was there, you know, and over that sort of couple of year period, that's what went, really.
That sounds suspiciously like our illustrious landlord.
Which landlord?
Kent.
I was sensing some sort of similarities.
Yeah.
Well, at least before Fiona took over, anyway.
See, Ken, I want to come down to your place and I want to try and sell the stuff that you've got lying around.
Oh, yeah.
I'll tell you what.
I'll do it for a commission.
I'll tell you what. We're getting a skip to do the garage. Because it just has to be done now.
Yeah.
And I had a quick look out there, and there's a couple of little bits and pieces that are not sense related at all, that are accumulated there doing the garden and everything else. And I'm going, oh yeah, let's have a look, see what we got, because I mean it's all in there now. So if it isn't in there, I haven't got it. Oh no, there's stuff in the attic, isn't it? All right, anyway. There's a very suspicious looking box up the back that appears to be a CS70.
Oh.
Ooh.
And I'm going, CS70? Remember the CS7? No, it can't be a CS70. Maybe it's a 40M. That's what it probably is.
Only, yeah.
Yeah.
So I tried to have I went, right, sorry, I went back to the kitchen and I got the big powerful torch that Fiona has to go in the cupboards, and took it out, shined it up, and went, it's a 70.
Gosh. I was thinking, who the hell owns this?
Yeah. And I go, what else is there? There's, it's Synthex. Synthex. Like this, right? And I come into Fiona and I'm going, is this something out in the garage? She goes, is there? I said, yeah. I said, but next to it is a Synthex. And she went, oh, that's your one. I own a Synthex? Yeah, that's your Synthex. Oh, yes, gosh. That's right. I do, don't I? Yeah. Oh, do you know what? I completely forgot about that. Literally, it hasn't got a bleeding label on it.
What a problem to have.
Yeah, but I know it doesn't work. I know, because what it was, sometimes I would buy stuff, and that's like a guy brings in a keyboard. I try to get it going, and it's a mess. And I said, look, sorry, I can't get it going for you. And he goes, oh, do you want it? I go, well, how much do you want for it? He goes, oh, what's it worth? I said, look, how much do you want for it? Let's not go down that rabbit hole. And he'll say, if it's broken, 800 quid, say. And I go, okay, that's not bad. I can work with that. And I'll see if I
I'll
can
get
it
round to
working.
fixing that, he says to himself.
Exactly. So I have this garage full of vintage analogue going all the way to the back wall of stuff that I'm going to fix at some point. And it's like, it's really not working. It's not worked out at all. You know,
I'm really going to have to come down and see you, Kent.
You need an apprentice.
You're not the first
can
person to say
train.
that either. No,
You can train to fix all that stuff for you, and that's your
Absolutely,
pension sort
yeah.
of-
You get an apprentice, you can definitely be the Sanford and Son of synths. So
yeah. So I must admit, the thing about analog is, if you've got somebody there who understands the machines and can convey what you need to do, what you've got to look out for, it should be a breeze for them. If you're trying to do it, cold on your own like I did, holy shit! I mean, the amount of stuff I broke, and then had to repair, because I'd broken it. It was down to me.
But that's what I
But
mean. Your garage,
learning.
your garage is a place to educate someone in all the
Yeah.
things that you know from all your experience.
Yeah. It's
And
like taking that.
plow through it.
Yeah, it's like taking that engine apart and putting it back together and
yeah,
putting
exactly,
it in.
yeah.
You learn stuff along the way. Ideally, I'd like an apprentice that's going to be able to repair the bloody things altogether. But
Maybe even more than one. But,
If I lived closer, Kent, believe me, I'd be round there every day.
Yeah. But I think that's the problem with living in Surrey. Really, is that all the kids around here want to be
Bankers.
and
Investment
consultants and
Not
orthodontists. Yeah.
Rhyming slang again.
No, that's merchant bankers, not investment bankers.
Or innovative bankers. That's
the irony
a
is
good
my
one.
kids wanted to be YouTubers, and look, see what happened to me.
Yeah, well.
Oh,
But
that's
that's
the
it.
best way to put them off it. Oh God,
Yeah, it's working really well
And
so
your
far.
parents do it.
Yeah, I mean, even Fiona calls me media whore now. I said, well, it's only because there's nothing on TV and I've got nothing else to do.
Do you know what? I miss Fiona's quiz. Is she ever going to bring it back?
Do you know what? I keep asking. I said, look, are you going to do the Thursday bit and join in? And she's going, oh, I don't know. It's at the moment there's this really great series on Netflix. And I go, okay, whatever.
God.
she probably got mad because people correcting her spelling on the damn thing, right? So,
Yeah, and she never
Or
did
not being
figure
able
out.
to read it. Yes.
She never did figure out that thing where she puts the words on the banner, but when it's streamed, it doesn't fit on the banner.
and that's cut off too, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And she's never been able to work out why and how it's doing that. I said, well, try a different program. Oh, I don't know.
The way around, just do a screenshot, do it as an image. It's fine.
Yeah.
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 People do it at work all the time.
Yeah.
Jim, are you doing a live amp repair here?
Just you guys talking reminded me that I do need to actually have a look at this because it does have this. Well, there's a couple of issues. One I think is to do with the voice call on this, but the other is.
Is it just
slight
distorting all the time, or?
No, it's just at certain points, and it did have a cracked power resistor ages ago, which exhibited the same sort of fault. But,
If you start playing that amp, Ty's showing up for sure. So
Yeah. What do we need to do? Is it candle and say Behringer 3 times, was it?
Yeah. You put the candle behind the mirror
Yeah.
and say Behringer 3 times.
But yeah, I actually built this amp, and I've not had it apart.
Is it solid state or valve?
Oh, it's valve. It's a Champ replica.
Oh,
I
okay.
made. Oh, Mr. Spider.
Oh, there you go. That's your
Yeah,
problem.
that's your problem. The spider's in the wrong place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the first company I owned was an audio clinic. It was a hi-fi business, and this was in the 80s. And the amount of stuff you say about people bringing stuff for repairs.
Yeah.
We used to get so much stuff that people just either didn't turn up for, or because there was like a minimum charge in those days. It'd be like 10 quid,
Yeah.
and they didn't. it was going to, so you do the estimate. It might cost 50 quid to repair, and they just leave it.
Yeah.
But then we used to do that thing where we would wait. I think it was 3 months in those days. It might be different now. And then we would write to them.
Yeah.
And then wait another 3 months, and then we would either fix it or use it for spares.
Yeah.
Take a leaf.
Yeah, they did change the laws around a bit. It pretty much it was the same process. You could charge storage, obviously.
Yeah.
But after 6 months, you used to be able
this
to
old
like,
lamp.
you used to be able to get you could get rid of it or break it up for spares or whatever.
Right.
Now, not so much. Obviously, they have to be informed. All this sort of thing. But like for instance, if you sold the unit, you can't touch the money.
No.
You got to put that to one side
Put it
and
in
hang on
escrow.
to it forever. So what's the point in flogging it?
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah.
So it's very much geared to the consumer, which is fine, except when you've got 30 or 40 people pulling this bullshit, then it's like, this isn't fun anymore.
No.
So, and it's been great speaking.
Hey, thanks. Sorry.
That's right, then.
Work.
So, yeah, and if it's a dirty, great big lump. So anyway, so Fiona says, look, she goes, I've had enough of this. She goes, I'm taking over this. I'm going, oh, here we go. And what she done, she email shot everybody who had left stuff here, and we hadn't heard from in donkeys, saying, as of now, you have, I think she said 3 months.
3 months, yeah.
To collect.
Yeah.
After that, it's £10 a day.
Yep.
Storage,
Fair
no
enough.
matter what. Doesn't matter if it's a stylophone. And then that will continue until the value of the synth has been reached in storage, to which it will be sold and recouped.
Right. Yeah.
I went, oh, that's a bit harsh, isn't it? She goes, well, enough is enough. And always went, I went, okay, sorry. So she did this email shot, and I was expecting maybe nothing would happen, at least up to a point. But the phone started to ring off the wall next day. And there's all these people going, oh, I'm coming down to pick it up next week. Yeah, okay. Yeah. And out of maybe, I think it was about 12 people. And out of the 12 people that said they were coming to collect it, 3 turned up. So I could probably retire with the storage fees if they ever come through now.
Mm.
Yeah, apathy always wins, right?
Yeah, but it's that sort of, it's money you've got, haven't got anyway, because it's, it's all vapor. But that wasn't the problem, and it still isn't the problem. The problem is, space.
Yeah.
When you get to the point where your elbows are touching keyboards all the time, it's like, we've got to do something about this, girl. This is ridiculous. Mm. So, and you know what? Some of the old vintage stuff is unnecessarily large.
Mm.
Yeah. When it becomes a splashback of sorts, then you're really in trouble.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, there's a load of stuff out there that is actually genuinely abandoned and
I'm pleased with this.
Very nice.
Should be stripped down to save room, and what's needed out of it.
Yeah.
There's 5 polymoogs. Take the boards out.
Yeah.
Take the keyboards out. Stand them up. The cases. The chances of somebody saying, "Oh, do you happen to have a polymoog case?" It's not going to happen. Bobby, out you go, because that's what takes up all the room. The rest of the stuff can go in stacker boxes, and the keyboards can hang up. And same with the odd Prophet 5 and the old memory mode, the 2600s and everything. Yeah, I mean, just bye-bye.
Wow.
Not required. And just have the boards to hand. So, but it's yet another skip. But that's a skip that will keep on giving, because as soon as I throw metal into a skip round there, it's all gone the following morning. So I can put more in it. and then the following night it's gone again. So, which is great. So we can just keep putting stuff in, and we've just got rid of all these because she's cleared the kitchen out because the kitchen's going to get decorated. Oy. And she goes, right, we're getting rid of all the saucepans, all of them, all the saucepans and pans, because a lot of them are aluminium, and they're not good for you, are they?
No.
So, although we haven't actually been using them, but they're still in there.
Yeah.
And she goes, yeah, they can go in the skip as well. I said, yeah, do you know what? You throw them into the skip, they won't even hit the bottom. A white van will pull up and a bloke will grab it and put it in the back of the van and be gone. So, yeah, just we can throw them out there as well, get rid of all that.
It was so bad around here for a while. People are cutting catalytic converters out of cars during a workday.
Yeah. Well, we had,
Not caring, right?
We had a guy done here a couple of weeks ago out the front. They didn't touch the Chrysler because apparently it's too much of a pain in the ass to try and get the cats out of that. But the other car, which is an old Honda, gone. And they were up the road in no time. So, let's get Grace back in. There we go.
Finally, I think that's sorted. Cool.
It is resolved.
On the phone, he can't seem to do can't keep StreamYard open, and
Yeah.
I'm using only a Bluetooth for my headphones because the little connector for the bloody lightning port doesn't work.
Yeah.
And it seems to just lose audio when I go and do something on a message.
Yeah.
But yeah. Technology is not so great. Sorry.
I think it's something to do with sharing codecs or something.
Yeah.
Something.
Something.
Yeah, something where you can only do one thing at a time, and that's your lot.
Jim,
Yeah,
you look like you've
we
got an
do the
owl for
video.
a head.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. Wicked.
That's really cool. Stay
Hello.
there. Can you
Jim
animate
Owl.
the owl?
Jim's a sad owl.
It's almost as though you're used to being in a band where you wore silly heads.
Yeah. Yeah.
Jim Owl, private investigator.
Owl glue.
That's brilliant.
Twit twoo, said owl glue. So Ian, you Slosh, Pat Corner Walker, Gem Corner Walker.
Yeah.
What a
I mean,
band.
Pat's now got a little record shop in a small town in North Yorkshire, about out
town?
towards Harrogate way.
That sounds idyllic.
I haven't seen him for a long time. We have communicated on Facebook, and I keep meaning to go over and have just spend some time with him. Jem, sadly, is not a well man.
No.
I saw him because I do some work in our local art centre, and Jem had been doing the PAs there for years.
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
But I saw him for the first time in probably about 3 or 4 years, 2 weeks ago, and I almost didn't recognise him. He's not a well man,
Poor Jem.
He's got Parkinson's, and although he's on medication, he's just not a well man.
Oh, that's tough.
It's such a shame.
Yeah.
He is one of my oldest friends,
So if I said the spotted cow,
Oh yes,
yes.
Yeah.
And the spread eagle,
yep.
and
Played both of them.
These are fighting styles, aren't they?
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
Yorkshire fighting styles.
Yeah.
The spotted
They used
cow.
to the Spread Eagle used to do fantastic Sunday lunches
The best
with
ever.
a band.
Yeah.
Band would play, and Yorkshire puddings.
Ooh.
They were amazing.
Free Yorkshire puddings.
Yeah, free Yorkshire puddings with gravy.
And the chip butties were beyond incredible.
Yeah.
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 Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It was one of 3 Timothy Taylor pubs in York
Oh, Timothy
York.
Taylor's.
at a time when Timothy Taylor was hard to get hold of.
Yeah.
And there was another one around the corner called the Brown Cow, and there was another one 5 minutes up the road called the John Bull.
The John Bull. I played the last night of the John Bull.
Oh, did you? Did you get
Yeah,
involved
well,
in the protests? Because
I didn't get that involved, but as support, we were asked to play the last night before they closed it, which was such a shame,
I
Yeah.
was driving past there not so long ago, where it was. And,
Yeah, they knocked it down.
my mum still lives in York, so I go back quite a lot. And
Oh well, next time you're in town, let me know, and we'll meet up.
yeah, yes.
I'm 14 miles away from York, so it
You're
takes me 20
Popkinton.
minutes
Are you
to get in.
Popkinton?
Yeah, I'm in
Yeah,
Popkinton.
no, Well, I could detour Sheffield to York. Generally, I just go A64 and south, but
Yeah.
I could come down your way first. And
Cool. Either way, I'm happy to meet in York if it's easier.
Oh, well, I will email you now. I have
Yeah.
an email. You won't be able to get rid of me. Ha ha ha.
It works both ways, Grace.
Oh, shit. Shame I'm never there, really, isn't it?
Yeah. But I played with Pat and Jem and their other brother Andy, who died very young.
Oh, yes. I
Yeah.
remember that. Yeah.
I was in Motel, which was 78,
Oh, my goodness.
jazz rock band.
Yeah.
And they were a really great band, and I wanted to learn. I was there to learn because jazz rock was not my thing, really. Playing sort of Stanley Clarke and people like that was really good for me.
So did you ever meet Chris Styles?
No, I don't think I did. I don't know the name.
If I say Ruby Tuesday to you, does that mean?
I know the name of that. Yeah.
Yeah, so that was his band, and he was kind of my way into all of this. And he Ruby Tuesday was a band that he kind of steered and was the driving force behind. And my dear friend Rupert, who was the other Chillage person with me and Andy, was in Ruby Tuesday, and that was my entry into all things giggy in New York when I was a teenager.
I must have seen Ruby Tuesday, but I can't remember. What sort of music were they?
They were a mixture of covers and originals, and the covers were things like all sorts, actually, quite bluesy, quite 70s.
Yeah.
But yeah, quite a lot of interesting covers. But yeah, Chris was a bluesy guitarist for sure. But,
there was a period when I joined a covers band, and literally we didn't play in York for about nearly 4 years. So, and I didn't go out really. I was either working, I was either gigging, because we were out 3 or 4 nights a week, usually over the weekend, so Thursdays right through till Sunday, Monday. Yeah. And we played everywhere but York. And the last thing I wanted to do on a night off, Jane and I were just newly married, so I spent time with Jane and not going to a pub, because a pub was where I went to work.
Of course. Yeah, of course. Well, I'm like that even now. Cause,
yeah, exactly. It's weird. It took me a long time to get over that fact that actually going into a bar or a pub wasn't somewhere that I would that was just why am I here for a social?
Well, quite honestly, one of the reasons I love electronic music and I'm into performing and making it and stuff is that it's not my day job. My day job is with, sorry to use the air quotes, but real music, I suppose. That's what they'd call themselves, and guitarists and singers and all the rest of it. And I love the synthesis thing because it's fascinating and not what I earn my money doing. I don't think I'd ever want to take an Orbital gig or an Underworld gig because it would cross over too much.
Yeah.
And I think it's quite a motivator for me actually. But yeah, that day job thing, you're right.
I've just accepted a job in a function band, which is something I haven't done since the early 90s, and I just thought actually it was the lure of the money and not many gigs. Yeah. So we're in pre-production rehearsals until October. We start rehearsing in a couple of weeks, just me and the guitarist and the singer. The rest of the band come online in about a month, 6 weeks time, but it was going to be starting price 120 quid a night each, which I quite liked.
That's not bad.
And it was no pubs, no clubs, just there'll be some weddings, but functions and corporate.
Bar mitzvahs.
Yeah, exactly.
Weddings, parties, anything. Yeah.
And I quite like the fact that they weren't going to spend months. Well, I'll be rehearsing at home, but we weren't going to spend lots and lots of time rehearsing together. We were going to have 3 weeks, literally, before we go out and play, to just put everything to bed. Have the odd rehearsal before that to actually even meet each other. Yeah. And all being well, so for Christmas, really.
Yeah.
But the money should be even better at Christmas. Yeah. I did warn Jane that I might be working Christmas Eve. So, but not Christmas Day.
Well,
and it's something I haven't done for a long time. And I mean, it's not some of the songs it's not my thing at all, but it's not about that really. It's a job, isn't it?
Yeah. And it's good that bands are actually being able to get out and do
exactly. Yeah.
The what used to be called the legwork.
Yeah. Yeah. So it'll still give you enough time to go and do things like the EMOMs and other solo stuff in between, I think. because my days of playing 4 nights a week have gone.
Okay, who put the candle behind the mirror?
It's here.
That was Ian. That was definitely Ian.
Oh, that was me. It's my fault. Hi, Ty.
Evening, Ty. Yes, you're live.
I mentioned Beringer. I'm sorry.
It was just hang on a minute. It was just more a case of what was said. I missed it. I didn't hear anything. I literally just logged on. It always seems like I always just log on. Because obviously someone's either been talking about Beringer or taking the piss out of me.
Mr. Unwin, can we have your votes, please?
Oh, I love Eurovision. Don't stop me off. It was amazing this year.
It was good.
I haven't seen any of it, and I haven't heard the Sam Ryder song.
It's amazing. Honestly, it's a great song. It's a great
Actually,
song.
I do want to hear it. I do want to see.
It's great, but honestly, some of them are just.
Oh,
what the fuck are you doing?
He's building a guitar amp.
Well, that in itself is fucking a
it's
criminal.
Beano. He's building a
I saw the
shed.
I saw the Yellow Men
for
thing,
you.
but the Yellow Men from, was it Norway somewhere?
Norway.
I saw them on Gogglebox.
Give your banana, grandma a banana.
Give your wolf a banana.
That looks
that
certainly
wolf a banana.
weird.
I think it's experimental music just for Ian's sake, isn't it?
Yeah,
That was.
I mean,
you get some. I think it was Slovenia where the woman was just washing her hands all the time in a bass, honestly.
And clapping.
It was a great song. It wasn't actually. The funny part about it is, so I think I've said before, so I'm the sad wanker who buys all the Eurovision CDs. If you actually listen to the recorded versions of a lot of these, they're really good. Yeah. But then they kind of lose something in the live performance. The biggest one for that was Italy, where apparently the song had been a number one for weeks in Italy, and you looked at the actual performance, and it was shocking. There were all these two blokes singing falsetto, so out of tune. It was scary. And
so what happens when you don't have auto tune? You see.
Well, that's the problem. The thing is,
there was
now,
more flats than a Leeds car park.
The thing is, the thing is that particular track. Well, no, a lot of them, Melodyne is just part of the track. That's the thing. It's just part of it. We live in a world now where it, that's just kind of part of it. And the Melodyne vocals are what make it is. And if you listen to the recorded version and accept that it's all Melodyne, it sounds gorgeous. It sounds brilliant. Of course, they don't have Melodyne live, and then it's
interesting.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, not quite.
But there's an artist I know who I'm not. I honestly I can't say who he is because he's a very famous artist. Not someone I've worked with, but I know someone who basically is his orchestral fixer, who basically is auto-tuned, for live performance. But he's never been told that he goes through auto-tune. And it's on a very loose setting, so it's not, we're not talking kind of...
obvious.
We're not talking Kanye West...
Mr. Roboto.
Wanker kind of setting. Yeah. It's on a very loose setting. But basically, it's he's still to this day, he doesn't know...
between Naught and T-Pain.
Yeah, but he
is by no means the only one.
Oh no, completely. But But what I'm saying is, if you knew the artist, you'd be there going, surely not. But he's a very middle of the road artist, an artist that old women love, and so she was saying, he has no idea. He still thinks that he's got it and he's singing amazingly, but it got to stage where the front of house had to turn around and go, we've got to do something, because it was the tuning is now just so awful, and so he is auto-tuned, but no one's ever told him, because he's the kind of person, again, if you told him, he would lose his shit.
Oh, it's a bit dummy, for sure.
Yeah. So, but anyway,
he's not the only one. There's plenty out there who don't know that's going on.
Yeah. Anyway, how are we all? So I literally have missed it. Hey, guess what I've been doing?
You've been working.
Working. Working. But no, how have we all been? So I haven't seen anything. So are we all well?
Yeah, made a stellar appearance on Mr. Wrigley's show. It was a very good one.
Who did?
Me.
Did you? Oh, well done, Ian. Was it good?
Yeah, it was great. It was really good fun.
Oh,
really
Dom's
good fun.
amazing. Dom's lovely.
Good show.
He is. He's superb chappy, isn't he?
I've got to say, actually, Dom,
Before
you
that,
could
me and
understand.
Andy were on Geosynths as well, on Jamie's show.
Yes,
Yeah.
of course.
Yeah.
Oh, really? For fuck's sake. God, look at you lot. You've been on it. You've all been...
Media whores.
And Andy and Grace put a track out last night.
Which was superb.
Oh, well done. Fantastic.
Which is about this environment.
That's
strong arms.
That's very deep and meaningful.
It is. Well, it's unintelligibly so. Yeah.
I've had an interesting 24 hours as well, actually.
Who's doing something?
That's Grace. Your mic is rubbing
That's
against
Grace,
your shirt, I think.
Oh, sorry.
Grace, that's my job. It's normally me that used to do
Well,
it.
I've given you a break. Don't complain. You can have the night off. Mr. Workaholic.
Go on, Kent. Tell me about your interesting...
Oh, I got hit up last night on Messenger by head of marketing at Atoria.
Okay.
A very, very interesting conversation. I can't say anything about it at the moment, but at the end of it, I got pigments.
Oh, pigments is brilliant.
And,
I like pigments.
And the FX package as well.
Both brilliant.
Which I thought was
pigments.
Thank
I've
you.
got both of those, Kent, and they're superb.
They are.
Well, the thing was, I couldn't help it. I had to say it. I go, yeah, but I just bought V9 full price, and literally an hour before he contacted me, I think it was about an hour, whatever. But I had just bought fragments.
Oh,
okay.
And it's going, and then I get the rest of it for free. He said, "Oh, you should have said." Say what to whom?
yeah.
You know? And he went, "Oh yeah, good point." Anyway, but and then today I got a phone call, which is, yeah, I can't talk about it. Shit, but wow,
Cool.
Right.
Holy shit!
Is someone going to fund the anaglyph?
No. But if all goes according to plan, I will finally, for the very first time in my life, and I never thought this was going to happen, I will be on a vinyl record.
Yeah.
How about that? I'm like, but I did say to the guy, I go, "You are mixing it though, aren't you?" I better not. No, I can't mix it. No. Because it'd be sort of like, what's that? Can't work out what that is. Is it folk music? Is it death metal? What is that?
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Yay.
Cool. So
awesome.
Hopefully.
Fingers crossed.
But the guy was running off all these big names that are going to be on this thing as well. I'm going,
great.
Really? You want me on it?
So obviously this is a Vangelis tribute. Obviously,
kind
that
of.
goes without saying.
But
of course it is.
No covers.
Oh, brilliant!
So inspired by.
Yeah. So what it is the idea
Nice.
behind it is that you put forward a piece that explains how his music influenced you as a, I use inverted commas here, composer.
Artist.
Oh,
Yeah.
But how the music affected, how it's made you write and stuff like that.
That's
so it's
right.
more
So
about
you're
that.
straight, Kent.
I was going to say, if anything
awesome,
was made for you, that is literally made for you.
In fact, you're the only person who needs to be on that album.
Yeah, you say it's a compilation.
Yeah.
Let's get a couple synonyms,
Yeah. Just a different track, but different name. A Bunny. Yeah.
Spent Kong.
All Spongish.
Yeah. No,
We need to know. What you need to do now is try and track down the CS80.
Yeah.
Or three.
Yeah.
It's,
Yeah, the bad news is if I was actually going to use a CS80 on the vinyl, it'll have to be yours.
Oh God.
Oh, who are you pointing to?
You.
It's not me.
well, none of us have one.
That was it. Have we all got one?
Yeah.
How big's the boot on the R8?
I'll bring in the Porsche. It's okay.
All right, bring in the
Have it back
Porsche.
and you can fix it at the same time.
Why? What's wrong with her?
Well, nothing. Only the niggly little things.
It's a
that have always
CS80.
been wrong.
I mean, you know.
Well, no, it's just when since I've had it. Do you remember? It's just a couple of little niggles on that E doesn't respond quite right, and the chorus overdrives a bit, and there's nothing major. Just we were going to feckle it, but it was me finding time to bring it down to feckle.
Well, 3 minutes of feckling, and then I borrow it for 6 months.
Yeah. I see a flaw in that cunning plan.
And then start charging you £10
a day. Yeah.
So, that's great news, Ken. That is amazing.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
But when they said the thing about on vinyl, I'm going, oh, I haven't even got a record player, I don't care. But it's like, on vinyl, really?
Oh, that's
actually, you could have said on CD or, I don't know, on parchment, I'd be going, yay!
on piano roll.
I can't believe that there's a record company in France that even want to sit down and listen to anything I do.
Oh, shut up.
Oh, rubbish, Ken.
Ken, you have put albums out, haven't you?
No.
I thought you would, because I watched one of your early videos. It said you were going to put an album out. Did that not happen?
Yeah, no, that never happened. Mum got dimensions. Yeah, she became taller and wider. Yeah, well, she did really. Yeah, Freudian slip. She got dementia, and then everything went to shit for 3 years, and it's only now I'm starting to actually get back into some form of reality, to be honest. So
this one.
Yeah, I think what a fucking reality that is.
Yeah, I think it's this particular reality. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But
for the reality.
yeah, because that was a good few years, wasn't it? It was Mum.
Yeah.
Then every other member of the family. Then
look forward to Christmas. Who else is going to die at Christmas?
Oh Christ, yeah.
Going back talking to death, going back to Vangelis thing. One thing you will find amusing, well, vaguely amusing. Again, I can't say who it is. I feel really because everything, all that Ken says is I can't tell you who and I can't tell you what. And it's the same with me. I can't really tell you who and I can't really tell you what. But no, someone
use sign language.
No, nothing like that at all. Nothing like that at all. That someone I've got a friend who's another TV and film composer, and but he's a huge he's not a Vangelis fan at all, basically, not really. But where he lives, they called him to basically say, "Oh, we're doing a radio thing about Vangelis dying." We do an interview about his influence on TV and film and composing generally, electronic music.
Yeah.
And he went, yeah, of course I will. Yeah, that's fine. In an hour's time or whatever. And then spent the next hour on Wikipedia. He knows nothing about Vangelis. I mean, literally nothing. Apart from he did Chariots of Fire, that's basically it. And then did this interview for his local BBC station, all about singing the craziest, about 4 or 5 minute interview, all about Vangelis. You just sit there, and I already called him out on stuff because he'd already turned around. Oh yeah, well I said this, and they're going, nah, that's wrong. Oh, and I said this. No, that's not true. No. So yeah,
Frank got 2 pages stuck together.
It was one of those. But I did actually think, I was just thinking, yeah, this sums up the problems in the world. It does really.
Yeah.
In a very, if you think about it, on a very basic level, you're asking someone for an expert opinion that, by his own admission, knows fuck all.
Yeah.
Yes.
And yet everyone's going to listen to that, believing what's been said by this expert, whereas the reality is it was half an hour on Wikipedia. Yeah. And that sums up the world we live in today.
Well, it's like a news article I saw online today, and it was like the composer Vangelis has died. And the composer Vangelis, blah blah blah, famous for Spiral and Albedo and Opera Sauvage and stuff like that. And you go, yeah, okay. You compare that to the other news outlets that are going,
Blade Runner,
composer of Blade Runner and Chariots of Fire.
Yeah.
Okay. You're just going to Google this thing, aren't you? Really, you can really tell the difference because there's 2 levels, isn't there? There's the mainstream, and then there's everything else he did.
Yeah.
It's like they had the Frank Ellis story in the Guardian obituary.
Oh, the Frank Ellis stories now is everywhere, and everyone's claiming that they were the ones that. Okay.
Yeah.
But I do find it funny. Robert's not in tonight, is he? No, he's not.
No.
Yeah, when he was in, I know he was just trying to fucking get on my tits, as he does. And
that's not difficult, though, is it?
What, to get on my tits? Honestly, you lot have completely the wrong.
Yeah, I'll stand in for him. Yeah.
Shut the no, good. No. He when he was basically turning around and he was basically saying Upper Savage is overrated, and I should check out. Have you checked out See You Later and all this kind of shit? And what Robert doesn't realise is I'm probably more obsessed by Vangelis than even Kent is. So I mean, I literally own everything. Everything. I mean, Kent and I have these conversations, and Kent loves Vangelis, but there's a certain point where Kent just kind of steps away and goes, I know what I know, I like what I like, and I don't know everything he's ever done. I'm the sad wanker that has everything he's ever done, like, ever. And even to the extent I have multiples of, and even to the extent I've bought, I don't know whether you know, but he remastered a whole load of stuff in 2017 and brought out this really expensive box set called Delectus, which is basically the albums from 70, whatever it was, to 1985, remastered with extra tracks and all this kind of thing. But no one bought it because it was a limited edition and it cost fucking a fortune. Yeah, wanker features. I'm the one that bought it. And then I've got Robert turning around and going, you should check out See You Later because I may know that album. I may disagree with you, but Upper Savage is overrated. Is it? Fuck you.
It's a bit.
Yeah.
I can hear Robert crying in Switzerland as we speak.
Oh, love it.
But they said no, but See You Later's good, but it's not a classic.
It's
See You Later is
it's the B-side.
Yeah, anyone that's heard See You Later will, the first time you hear it, it's literally a pile of shit. It's an album you have to invest time in. I give you that.
Yeah.
But on first listen, See You Later is an absolute pile of shit.
It's like, what the fuck is going on?
You have to invest time in it. But anyway.
This man is a professional singer.
Singer. Anyway, we'll shut up. Ken, shut up. I'm shut up.
I know. There's a lot of people out there going, what? Are we
Fuck
talking about the
off,
same
you
guy?
But anyway, so you'll be pleased to know that it's very exciting news that I'm up to 35 minutes, which means that, and I've got till Wednesday to get this episode done.
More practice and you'll be all right.
Yeah, I'll get there.
Because once you can go an hour.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, I'm on about the music this time, not.
Oh.
Not
I didn't. Oh no, sorry, I didn't know.
Not that kid. Sorry.
So 10 minutes of shaker to add?
No fucking shake. Oh, do you know what? I was about to say no fucking shaker on this, and then I'm actually looking, going, I've just been working on a shaker track. So there is shaker on this track.
Yeah.
But it's not, I don't need to think that all I ever do is fucking shakers.
The best shaker of it, though.
But I'm up to.
And the shaker file is called Scratch My Alright and I'll fuck you up, bitch.
So and I've got to get it done by Wednesday, which we'll get done by Wednesday. I won't get a lot of sleep between now and Wednesday, but we'll get it done. And then, listen to this.
Go on.
I don't get the next film till Friday. Is no one seeing the fact that Wednesday?
It's before Friday.
Catch up. I can catch up on the sleep that I haven't had. So Wednesday.
Wow.
But between Wednesday and Friday, there's a day.
There's a Thursday.
Good God.
And I haven't got to work.
Well, you can be here from 7 o'clock then, can't you?
No excuses.
You
can host it.
The only day.
Yes, Ken is whole day off.
Yeah, Ken needs a night off.
I'll have a sleep.
How's your girlfriend?
She's all right, thank you. The meds are gradually working their magic, but it's still not right.
Still in hospital? Or?
No. She came down for the weekend. She escaped, came down. It was okay-ish.
She just needs to destroy that picture in your attic, and she'll be fine. You're sucking her blood pressure.
Yeah. No. Please.
Sucking something.
No. Kent.
What?
Please. Kent, please.
I'm the
Have
one
some
that
decorum.
I can't. This is you do realise what this show is, don't you?
Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot this show was on there for a second. Sorry.
Does this look like Sonic State to you?
Yeah. But no, thank you for asking, Sass. She's hopefully going the right. She's hopefully. It's all hopefully looking good. But it's just scary shit. I've shown no interest in blood pressure ever, and it is just proper scary shit. So it's.
I'd love to see how a Thai show would look like.
Don't say she's younger than me. Most people are younger than me.
I'm not.
Yeah, actually, I had saying I'd love to see what a Thai show would look like. Well, have you ever seen a cat with a canary? It's kind of like that. He'll play with you, but you end up dead.
The funny part about it is that I've no interest in doing anything. I mean, I've no interest in anything like that.
Well, that's because
you do know where you are, don't you?
Yeah. You're working.
No, I don't. No, I don't know. The thing is, the only reason I do this is because you're actually just a nice bunch. That's all it is. If I just had all your phone numbers, if we just could have a group chat, I'd quite happily do that. I see this no different from perhaps just sitting down and having a chat.
Plus, it's a safe space. I mean, you can call everybody here a wanker, and there's no danger of somebody shoving your headphones up your
some
arse,
of us might agree.
It's just no. I've no interest. The whole. I mean,
it's just chill. It's just chill.
I just don't. I don't understand this. People who. Yeah. Anyway. I have no interest in having a show of any sort because I have no interest in why anyone should ever give a fuck about anything that I think or say or whatever.
I think it's how you deliver it.
Yeah, but do you know what I mean? Though it's not that. It's that kind of there are people out there who want to have shows and not like this. This isn't a show. This is but they want to have. But they want shows because they want to. They think they have something to say to the world, or more to the point. This is my view with anything. It's not that they think they have something to say to the world. They think that people are bothered about what their opinions are. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
They're bothered. They think that people should get, and that's absolutely fine. But I can honestly say, hand on heart, that, and I say it all the time. Nobody should give a flying fuck about a word that comes out of my mouth, and why should they give a fuck?
Oh, we don't.
But no, that's good.
But if you did a show,
if you care.
If you did a show showing how you set your door up, the fact you've got 1,000 tracks or whatever, but also how you start the compositional process. That's the sort of thing that people are interested in.
But the thing is, again, I have to be honest and turn around and go, this is how is set up.
Yeah.
Yes. And the difference is that there is nothing that I do that I would ever say to anyone, oh, this is what you should do. I can turn around and go, this is how I do it.
Yeah.
And anyone could come at any point and just say, well, that's not what I would. And of course, that's not what you should do. Yeah. This is just.
I'm really looking forward to your TV appearance then.
Oh no! You see fuck all on that because I'm just there with a laptop, and that'll be edited down to.
You with
the track actually is. I mean, the tracks. I have to say, the track has turned out. Brilliant.
Really good.
It is really good. I mean, it's shit, but it's really good. I mean, it's
it's good shit. Yes.
It's
both good and
the clever bits is that. So basically.
Sorry, I was reading the chat. Homegrown's go, I want to know how Ty gets his hair so neat.
Oh God, that is brilliant.
These are the important. These are the important questions.
You know, one day I'm going to get a whole load of photos of me when I had hair.
Well, you got one on your Facebook.
So
Yeah.
we've all seen Winter in Moscow, I think.
Oh no! There were so many haircuts. There was a time when my hair was, like Jim's basically, i.e., it was important to me, and I used to just the amount of styles and colours that I used to have were amazing. Yeah. It was literally the be all and end all for me was how my hair looked. The amount of times I'd be late for school or college or uni or whatever, just doing my fucking hair. So anyway, that's not what the saying is. No, the good thing about the track is the fact that what the whole point of this track was, it was meant to take him through a situation. It was like he was going to the bus stop, then going to a football game and all this kind of thing. And so you were meant to be in his head, if that makes sense. Yeah. And so essentially it is a dance track, but then there's these transitions.
It's a journey.
And when things start to go wrong, it basically is essentially it's kind of turned into this kind of fucked up soundscape. And then it goes from the fucked up soundscape back into the dance track and then goes back again. And it's this So for me, the interesting bits are the fucked up soundscapes in the middle. Yeah. That then it's just amazing what you can do with filters. That's it's good. It's good. It's just good. Cool. It was good fun to do in the end. It didn't take long.
I imagine the morphing is very satisfying if you can get it right.
That's it. It's that they were the interesting bits. It was the morphing bits that just made it all. They were just enjoyable to do. Once you got back to the dance track bit, it was just like, here it goes.
Well, it's done then, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But it's good. It turned out well. They're really happy with it. Everyone's really happy with it. So. And I've managed to clear the decks. I said before, I mean, in the last 2 weeks, I've cleared the decks of 3 projects, and
so
almost
you've got 48 hours to yourself then.
Well, I will. Although I did actually, I have got 48 hours of not doing anything if I don't want to. Apart from the fact I suddenly realised that the Porsche's got to go in for an MOT on the Thursday.
I thought you were going to say you had to mow the lawn then.
I don't fucking mow the lawn. How dare you?
You've got a robot for that.
Well, I actually do have a robot for it, but I have a man who comes and does all the other bits that the robot doesn't do. So anyway, I don't do it. Although it kind of went out when Philippa's down. Philippa insists on doing mowing the lawn. Why? Because I enjoy it. But it's mowing the lawn. How can you enjoy mowing the lawn? I enjoy mowing the lawn.
She likes killing grass.
No concept in my head. That is just, these hands, honestly. If anyone ever meets me, ask to film.
Soft as anything.
Ask to film my hands, because these hands have never done a manual day's work in their life. They are literally like baby's hands. They are just
not even got calluses from guitars.
I know exactly, because I stopped that when I was a sensible age. So yeah, see, yeah, but yeah, they are literally just the hands of a baby. Yeah, so. But anyway,
well, enjoy your rest.
You use fairy liquid as well, don't
you? Do you know what I am? Because once I get the film for episode 4, I'm then going to kill myself to get episode 4 done, and then the moment I stop episode 4, the next day I'll be straight into. This all sounds very familiar to you, Grace. I'm sure. The moment I finish that project, I'm straight then into the one I told you all the weird fucked up, which will be fun, but it's still going to be lots of work. So
yeah, I'm doing the same. I'm lurching along, but I have a little bit of a window in a week or two's time. I'm fixed on that as an objective, and it's good.
Yeah, it's just it's the stuff I never had. I would me just grabbing a day or 2 days without. It's just it's a miracle for me. So.
Yeah.
Hey, Zafsin, Mark, leap in. You haven't been in before.
Oh yeah.
I've just sent him a link.
Oh, well done. Come on, Mark. Come on. Get in. In.
Well, it's past his bedtime. He's usually in bed by this time.
I know. In.
Speaking of which, I actually need to go to bed, so I'm going to make a space. And so, love you very much, everybody. And
love you.
Have a good week.
And I'll see you at Anonsky, as they say.
Indeed.
Have a great one.
See you, Grace.
Bye.
Take care.
I'm in my dressing gown. That means nothing. How many times have I done this shit in my dressing gown?
God, you've been knobbed out and everything.
Exactly. I've had
Just
my
a
knob
dressing
here.
gown.
Come on. Come on, Mark. because I and I know this sounds really important. I am going to go in a minute. So come on, Mark, get in before I disappear. Oh, don't! I'm going to cry.
Yeah. Do you know what I did today?
What?
Doing this.
Yeah, don't do it. Don't. No, stop it! Don't you think I'm being serious? I'm not. I am being serious. Stop!
No, keep going.
Oh shit!
It's so beautiful.
Yeah, with the right notes as well.
I can't do that as well.
Oh, okay, just go on.
Now, Jim, put a little guitar of that to make Ty really happy.
Don't you fucking
Well, you can use an EBO, so it's a little more subtle, right?
Hey, Mark.
Yay!
Let him in. Is he?
He's in.
Oh, he is here. Yes.
Yeah.
He appears in the dark.
It's a disembodied head.
I'm still trying to find my
Are you delayed?
bagpipe sample library.
You've got to take the echo off, Mark.
That was terrifying looking.
Hang on a minute.
You've got to
Yeah,
put some
just
headphones
close
on
the
and take-
YouTube window,
Close
but
your
keep the
window.
I need
StreamYard
to go and
on
get
it.
some headphones or something. Hold on.
What did I just say?
He looks like he's in a David Lynch movie.
Awesome.
Looks a bit like Bill Bailey there, actually.
Blair Witch Project.
Oh,
do
geez.
like this.
Hold on. I'm going to get them headphones.
Just tell us where you are, and we'll call.
We'll
Yeah,
send
we'll
someone
contact
out for you.
emergency services.
Tell us GPS coordinates. That's all we need.
Oh, I really I've got to go and do something soon. I've got to finish. Oh, I'm just going to move you. Oh,
Whoa!
just use that on a track.
What is that?
So Moog 1.
Oh, is it? Can't tell in that poor lighting you
Oh,
got.
sorry. Yeah, I just
Yeah, how
used
do
that
you work in that lighting?
all the time.
I haven't figured out the pattern. Red light is angry, or red light is what?
Oh, there's no pattern at all. I do like red light generally, so I work a lot in red light. But even when it's beautiful sunshine outside, I kind of tend to work in.
Yeah. Well, beautiful sunshine will set a particular feeling, and you don't want to be affected if you're working on something different.
I'm just trying to. Hang on a minute. I wonder if I got this down.
I use red light all the time.
Cleo
for
in the
astronomy stuff,
house.
so.
What was that you use red light for?
Astronomy, so your pupils don't shut down.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You do the same for
Yeah, but
your
Ty does
navigation on
it
a
because
boat.
Ty does it to advertise it's available.
That's it. Yeah.
It's,
Obviously. How do you think I make the money? It's nothing to do with music.
you know,
Roxanne, you don't have to put out the red light.
it takes a long time to put a score together. You've got to get cash.
You know, there's not much business in the Cotswolds. It has to be said, but you know.
Well, there's a few randy squirrels knocking around, I imagine.
Probably don't talk about
better
squirrels.
chances of farm
Did I
animal.
tell you that there's well, and I think I told Kent there's a muntjac that lives in that sleeps in the garden. So basically, there's 3 studios, and in the corner of 2 of them, is where the corner of the garden is. Behind it, and there's like a mound, and there's a muntjac that comes and sleeps there, and it's absolutely beautiful. And he's fine as long as I don't go to the new studio. Because if I go to the other 2, he's fine. He'll, But if I go to the third one, it means that he makes eye contact with me, and then he freaks out basically. But then there's only one way. There's one hole in the entire garden. There's one place he can get in or out. So I then have to. I play this stupid fucking game of then avoiding eye contact and walking back up to the house, making it very clear that I'm not looking at him, and knowing that within seconds he's going to appear up the side of the garden and disappear. And it's this. And if he doesn't, I then have to go back into the house, and I can't go back to the studio until I see him, because otherwise I'll probably disturb him. So the amount of times I'm sitting there going, fuck, I've got deadlines, but the fucking muntjacs, I don't want to disturb the muntjac. That's my world.
Yeah.
Anyway, Mark.
Hello, is it working? Can you hear me?
Bonjour.
Oh my God! You sound like you're in a
Oh, yeah?
1970s Eurovision. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who gets 12 points?
Yeah. Yes, Seth, can we please
Why
have
are
your
you?
points?
What microphone are you using? You're using that microphone.
My tampon, ear tampon.
Yeah.
Wow.
Your tampons?
Sounds like a hydrophone.
It really, yeah. It really does sound very 1970s phone.
Yeah, well, they're designed for phone use, aren't they?
Yeah.
I take that as a compliment.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Might as well.
I think
Are you
I'm using
okay?
that. Hang on. I'm all right.
Good.
Haven't seen you around for a bit.
No, well, I'm normally asleep. A long time ago, but for some reason, it's hay fever season at the moment, and for me anyway. And I forgot that I'd taken a load of antihistamines last night, and I also took some today. And
Just giving you a little bit of a buzz. Yes.
Oh no, just knocked me out. I've been like a zombie all day, and so I've slept loads today, which means now I'm. Hello.
Time for music.
Oh, no, it's time for me to go to sleep, but I can't. But there you go. Kai, are you in some red bourgeois? What's going on over there?
I'm just in my normal abode.
Yeah, red light.
He's just done a session at the computer. Got
Here we
all
go.
of 30 seconds and then sat back down again.
Me, all red.
Has that shaker sample loaded yet?
I wasn't actually joking. I just want to prove a point where you turn around and go, "You've got a shaker."
Yeah.
There is a shaker track in here. Where is this? Right, hang on a second. Oh, fuck, what's this?
Ooh.
No! Oh, turn off. Fuck you. Go.
The sample was made by dropping gravel from his driveway in an R8.
Hang on, where is it? So I'm going to say it now. It's not fucking here.
It's track 693.
No. There's not that many in this project. Hang on a sec. Hang on! Talk amongst yourselves.
I don't think Ty knows what he's doing. Discuss.
Oh, it's because I was looking at the wrong bit of the screen. There we go.
If those commissioning editors could see him now.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Listen. Right there. Come on. There we go.
Oh
yeah.
See?
Sounds like a bomb.
Sounds like a what?
Oh.
A bomb.
It's a shaker.
Yeah.
Sounds like a scarecrow wanking.
Couple of metal spoons.
Hang on. I will play a bit of this dance track though. This will make you. Okay.
Behind the owl.
For
Is that
someone
all
who
you've been doing? You've just been fucking around on your NPC? Is that all you've been doing all day?
No, that's the the Queen's Jubilee. That's the that's what they're gonna have running underneath for the Queen's Jubilee theme. As she's
You do
going
like
down
dance music. I knew it.
Yeah. That is no way to treat Spitfire's BBC Orchestra.
I fucking hate dance music. Honestly.
Yeah, but for someone who hates dance music, you do a bloody good job at it.
Yeah, the bit is, I'll show you the morph bit. The morphs bit is really good. No, where is it? Okay, this morph bit.
That doesn't sound anything like Tony Hart.
Oh shit! No, there's a loop. It doesn't do that at all. Hang on a second. Hang on, caller. Oh God, I just nicked your line there, Mark. There you go.
I hate to say this, but I'd actually listen to that.
Oh, don't you talk shit. It's, yeah, anyway. Oh. So there we go. So just
well, that's sounding good, buds.
Was that the one for that thing
The
up north
autism.
that you had to do?
the one I had to
Yeah.
go up to
Yeah.
Middlesbrough for.
Did you do that filming?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, have you already had that conversation?
No. Well, no. At some point in the past, I have. But yeah, I went, did it, came back, survived. Nice guy. Nice guy. Yeah.
You went to the north.
Yeah.
I did. The north.
He went further than Bicester.
Scream up north.
Winter's coming.
Hey, I studied at Huddersfield, so don't you start fucking dissing to north.
So how much do you know about Huddersfield then?
Yeah,
At the time, I used to know a lot about Huddersfield.
I also graduated from Huddersfield at
one
point, yeah.
What year?
It was a part-time master's course, and it was probably about 2008.
Oh. No. I graduated in 1990.
Come on in.
And I got an honorary doctorate from there in 2013.
Oh,
In
brilliant.
NPC dance music.
I went to Epsom College of Art and got an STI.
No, it was Rover SD1, wasn't it? It was...
Oh, yes, probably, yeah. Buick V8 lump, I know that much. Yeah.
Oh, God.
So what have
What
you
are
been
lot
up to,
doing
Mark?
up at this... Well, I was just going to ask, what are you lot doing at nearly midnight?
Usual
You've obviously never tuned into these shows, Mark.
I'm usually asleep.
They go on till 5 o'clock in the
They're
morning.
normally like kind of 3-4 o'clock in the morning when they finish. I'm normally working.
4 is a record, I think,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah.
And all I ever do is
8 hours, I think.
I stick my ugly mug in every kind of 5 hours going, I'm just popping my head in for 5 minutes, normally because someone's fucked me off. I've got to go and work, and then I go.
I have something I need to
And then
put
it's there
straight.
for at least an hour.
Yeah. Ranting, going, no, like that.
I just swear a lot, and then fuck off and do some more work, and then pop back in and rant a bit more.
Which is always good.
Yeah.
It's just a virtual pub, Mark. That's all
This
it
is
is.
just it's a support network for Ty, so he goes all through the night. Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's all it is. This is all set up just to keep me.
To be honest with you, I think it's turning a support network for all of us.
Yeah,
in many
yes,
respects.
Yeah.
I look like I'm in the Blair Witch Project or something.
You do. Yeah.
Yeah. I look
Sound
like
like
I'm in a
that.
brothel. You look like you're in the Blair Witch Project.
What an eclectic lot.
Lovely.
I look like I've got an owl for a head.
Yep.
Yeah, what is that owl thing? What is that?
Jim Who.
Sasquatch looks like Sasquatch.
Why is that there?
Because somebody thought I looked like
I don't know.
A
sad
sad owl.
wet owl.
You need that music again.
Oh.
Hang on a minute. Did you just describe my music as bum chicka bum chicka?
Yeah.
Just that one
Yeah,
part.
it's obviously boots and cats.
That needs to be on a t-shirt.
Yeah, it's boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats.
Or Upitus cactus. If you want to get some substance in there.
Indeed, yeah.
Boots.
So now that gem is done, Ty, what are you working on next?
Episode 3 of the epic whatever. This one's volcanoes. So
Epic whatever.
yeah, I don't know. So I got this one that I got this to be delivered on Wednesday, and then I've got Ep 4, which is something else. Can't remember now. I've got another one, and then that's that one done. So I love the way that I'm so specific.
You have no idea, do you?
No, I have no idea.
No.
Then he's going on
Aurora,
holiday.
not Auroras. No, it might be Auroras. Is it like Northern Lights kind of thing? I think that's the last one.
Oh, okay. You're going to do a bum checker for that one?
No bum checker.
Oh.
But I've done one bum checker, and that's my only one bum checker. I've got.
Ty, is there
I think
any
you missed a
cowbell?
vocation there, mate.
There's no cowbell.
Oh.
There's no
Mate, you've
cowbell.
missed a vocation there. I'm telling you.
So, is the Northern Lights one going to be tinkly starlight type sounds, or is it
I will
going to
tell
be
you exactly what the
sweeping
Northern Light
strings?
I'll tell you exactly what the Northern Light one will be. The
Swedish
Northern Light
folk.
one will be lots of rewrites of all the tracks from the first three, and anything rhythmic will be taken out. Anything paddy will be dragged out. That's what it will be.
Will it have Brian Cox going, "These are the Northern Lights"?
Oh my God, you've got the accent and everything.
Just not the bank
Give me
account.
child crazy. Only just noticed.
It's because Jim's last meal that he posted on Facebook was a jalfrezi that he'd made.
It was really good as well. Prawn jalfrezi. Oh.
Oh, you're not posting pictures of food, are you, James?
Oh yeah.
Jesus.
He's turned Facebook into Instagram. So.
People prefer that to
See,
my music, to be honest. So.
I'd rather you didn't do that, because I have words for people who post fucking pictures of their food on Facebook, and they're not very nice words. Yeah. This cunt tends to be somewhere in there, to be fair. Normally preceded by
And
something.
maybe repeated more than once.
Yeah, maybe. Normally cunt and cunting tend to be in the same sentence.
Yeah.
Please
But they're very
don't
good
do that.
adjectives,
Don't
let's
do
face
that,
it.
Jim. Don't do that, Jim.
What should I post pictures of my Dominoes every day, like you, Ty?
Is that a euphemism?
Pictures of my Dominoes. Who the fuck posts pictures of their Dominoes?
I think he's referring to Wordle.
To the pizza. No.
That's the name for my testicles.
Oh, what Wordle? You want about Wordle?
No, I was actually talking about Domino's pizza.
Yeah.
Oh.
Surely you don't have time to cook, so.
No, I don't. That's why I look forward to weekends.
He has a man in once a week.
I
Eats a man once a week.
One
Carries him over. Yeah.
limit day.
That keeps his blood pressure low.
Oh,
you know.
Wednesday, arm day.
But his favorite is.
Yeah. If I've got to eat arseholes and penises, that's how I want them.
Don't talk to me after Thursday.
Yeah, that means the special areas.
Yeah. Arsehole and penis has to be in a burger. Because if you're going to have arseholes and penises, it needs to be round and patty-like.
Lift some size.
Yeah, well, if you got to, you know. Oh, God.
Out of all the things you talked about, I really didn't ever think that cannibalism would be one of them.
Come and talk about anything. We mean anything.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah,
not another bloody news show about gear, then, is it?
No.
No.
Gear
No.
really never gets mentioned.
We've talked about depression, suicide, drug addiction, various sexual traits, you name it.
Eating disorders.
If you want to talk about it, you talk about
Cannibalism.
it. Cannibalism.
Well, why not? I mean, you've got to try everything once.
Dabble in politics, but Ty shuts us down pretty quick.
Yeah, politics, fuck that.
Well, it's either,
I leave.
It's
most
either
politics-
Ty, Andy, or Robbie who shuts us
We
down
like to
on
talk
politics.
about Behringer a lot, but just in general.
Yeah, but dressed up as devils with forks, normally.
Electronics. We talked about electronics earlier.
Yeah.
I didn't understand much.
Talked about what a twat I am as a business.
Yeah. Well, we talked about music retail.
Yeah, music retail.
Yeah.
Ty, you're rubbing your eyes a lot. Have you had any sleep?
No, well, no, not a lot.
No.
No, but
don't need
it's
that.
all right. It's okay.
How's your sugar intake on your Pepsi Max?
Oh, you see, these are the people who care about me. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Not great, but I'm awake, and I'll stay awake for a few more hours. my sugar intake and Pepsi Max.
Yeah.
I kind of balance the one against the other, you see, because Pepsi Max obviously no sugar. So
yeah,
you know, so I have to have
yeah.
the extra
Caffeine
sugar.
and sugar. Yeah.
It works, unfortunately.
Once the sugar crashes, you've got to get the caffeine back in, and then once that crashes, you got to get the sugar back in.
Are you my fucking mum all of a sudden, Mark? I mean, I'm just trying to check.
Is this the equivalent of like heroin and cocaine, but for
Yeah.
like?
Yes.
It is essentially.
yes, but more
It's a
legal.
speedball, isn't it?
More legal.
Speedball.
That's all it is. At least I don't do what I used to do. So I used to just live on Red Bull. I literally did.
Oh, God.
My Red Bull is
disgusting.
honestly
Dangerous.
for
That is
years,
bad.
years and years. The way I stayed away, it was all Red Bull. It was.
You obviously never did A-level chemistry. Anyone who did A-level chemistry knew not
Well, all
to
it
touch
was
Red
is I
Bull.
remember watching a video of someone had left Red Bull in a polystyrene cup, and the effect that the
Polystyrene dissolves.
It did. And the moment I saw that, I thought, hang on a minute, I'm literally filling my body with so much Red Bull. So much
I thought you
Red
were going to say, I'm literally filling my body with so much polystyrene. I don't want to ruin it.
Well, if you leave a tooth in a cup of Coke, it will dissolve as well. So.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
But that's just phosphoric.
I
Yeah,
just don't eat tooth.
He
Tooth
actually
just
drank
makes
so
me-
much Red Bull, he doesn't actually have red lights in the studio.
Yeah.
It's actually white. It's all from me. It's all-
Yeah. It's actually his colour.
So,
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
so at least I don't do Red Bull
Radioactive hemoglobin.
Yeah.
Should we tell
anymore.
them?
I just
Even
talking
his
of
shit
gear-
glows in the dark.
Shh, don't
Yeah,
tell
talking of gear, no, I want to mention one bit of thing about gear that I only noticed the other day because I got very fucked off because the Cintrix.
No.
Yeah, I did. I know I don't normally get fucked off, but the Cintrix, the Mark II, I kind of looked at it thinking, I'm really fucked off because I've got a Mark One, and they brought out the Mark II, and the Mark II seems to be better, or they're claiming it's better, and it's that classical thing of they're claiming it's better, and then they bring down the price, and it's not as expensive, and blah 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 blah. And it's only when I was looking at it the other day, I suddenly realised that it's not better because it's only got 2 oscillators. No one
What's the
seems to have
original? 3?
noticed this. Yeah, the Cintrix one has got 3 oscillators.
They
Oh,
can't
look,
get all
everyone's
the
now
chips.
Googling, going, oh, I didn't
Oh.
notice that.
Maybe they can't get all the chips.
You got fucked off, and then you realised, oh no, and then you were fine again.
And I was fine again thinking,
Yeah.
oh, I'm glad I've got a Mark 1 now. And there's no speakers on the Mark 2. And the actual speakers are actually a really clever bit on the Mark 1. So, yeah. So there you go. So go and check it out. But they're not mentioning it.
So the Mark II's cost cutting, is it?
Yeah, basically.
That's funny because I've seen posts from people who said, "Oh, I bought a Mark 1 2 months ago. I wish I'd known." Blah blah blah.
No. They've changed it. They're not the same machine. There's quite a few things, but rather than go, okay, this is what we've changed from a Mark 1 to a Mark 2. This is what we've cut. This is why we're doing it cheaper. They've basically said, essentially, oh no, this is better than the Mark 1.
New and
we can do it
improved.
cheaper. Yeah, but it's not new and improved. It's different. But yeah, there's only now 2 oscillators instead of 3. The whole I did have a look. There's loads of little things, but they are little things. But I mean, obviously, next to oscillator and speakers, it's quite a biggie. But but anyway.
And John Simpson wants to know
Ask
if
Ty
you've
about the
ordered an
OBX8.
OBX8.
Have I ordered one? Yes, I have. Everybody's ordered one, haven't they? Yeah.
I wish.
You see, that's why you couldn't do a show, Tom, because if
that kind of
people ask you
vindicates
for
how out of
advice,
touch you are.
yeah.
Can I genuinely? I want to
hang
point out.
Where's my 4.8 thousand? Oh, there we go.
Genuinely, this is the conversation that the guy that gets me all my gear. This is the conversation.
Your dealer.
Which gear?
No. So this basically there are two places where I tend to get gear from, and they tend to be one's quite mainstream and one's quite non-mainstream. And depending on who I want to, who I think is going to get me stuff quicker or whatever, depends who I go to. And I know that the guy that I go to, who's the non-mainstream, hasn't got a dealership, hasn't got a
Distribution.
Distribution. Thank you. Yeah.
Word.
With sequential or with i.e. Oberheim, and but at the same time, I know that he knows the guy it is. So I called him first, and this was literally the conversation. The day it was announced, when you got the sneak pictures, when it was before it was announced, this is like 2 days before it was announced, but everyone knew it was on the horizon. And I called him and just turned and went, okay, Oberheim have got a new synth. It's called the OBX8. I want one of the first batch. You've got a choice. Either you can sort it out and get one, or I'll get in touch with the other guy. They can get it. He turned and went, oh, okay, make some calls. And he said, so he made the call to her and I went, yeah. And I went, okay, have they assured you I can get one of the first batch? As they're going, well, he said he'll do it. I went, no, I want assurance I can get the first batch. Otherwise, I'm going to. And apparently, they've told me it's going to be one of the first batch, but we'll see. Because I got in there. This was before this, obviously, initially the dealer turned and went, I don't know what you're talking about. And then apparently he's there going, no, they do exist.
So you're getting the one with the fault?
I'll get just like I did with the profit, whatever it was.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. Do you know what? I don't know, but supposedly, yeah. I will be getting.
They're going to put it right anyway. So.
They will. Yeah. So.
What?
Yeah, because I remember having a conversation about chairs with Ty, right? I'm going, oh yeah, my chair's a bit fucking shit. He goes, he says, what you want's a Herman Miller. Like, okay. I've gone, all right, I'll get a Herman Miller, thinking, probably about 130 quid or something like that.
Yeah. Plus a kidney.
It's like, how much?
Can I point out this is absolutely genuine, and I know this is absolutely. This is me being very humble because it really did ring home as me being a wanker. And it wasn't intentional being a wanker; it was a purely accidental wanker. Is that when I was speaking to this guy, the one who for this film, he comes from very humble, working class background, as I always keep trying to flag, as I did, and as Kent did, and as many of us did. Incredibly humble, and we were talking. He was talking about headphones, and because of his condition, whatever, he was saying he has different headphones for different types of music, and he becomes quite obsessive about it. And he'll only listen to one particular style of music with one particular headphones, and all the headphones he's got are quite. I don't want to say cheap because for him they're not cheap, but quite. Not expensive headphones. So that he's listened to all these different headphones. And I turned around to him without even thinking and genuinely just turned around and went, yeah, but the reason is for that is that with the cheaper end of headphones, they're all voiced in a different way, normally to make the bass sound fuller or whatever. But it's all an artificial sound. What you really need to do is buy a really good pair of headphones, and then you only need one pair of headphones, and then everything else, you won't have to worry about anything else. And he turned and went, oh great, how much do I spend for that? And I just turned around well, look, anything around somewhere between 800 to 1,000 quid, you could get a nice pair of headphones that would be great across the board.
After
he
just looked at me off the floor.
And literally he looked at me as if I just turned around and said, oh, by the way, I've just fucked you, granny. It really was that kind of...
Whilst wearing those headphones.
Whilst wearing those headphones. It really did look at me as if, what are you talking about? I can't... And at the moment I said it...
My internet dropped off when you were starting telling us the story.
I wasn't don't worry about it. I'll relive it to you word for word,
No, who was the person? Did you mention?
Oh, in the film, a guy, just a normal working class kind of guy.
Oh, I see. Right.
But honestly, I genuinely felt like a piece of shit because I just suddenly thought, this is a guy who, that kind of money is not, it's not going to happen. It's never going to happen. And it's just, as I always turn around and go, I never want to be sitting here turning, but Kent and I've had this conversation, and Mark and I've had this conversation. I've been there. I was very, very poor for a very long time. And so if someone had turned around to me when I was in that position and said about spending 1,000 quid on a pair of headphones, it would have been, what the fuck are you talking about?
But then
how out of touch are you with?
But this is your job.
It is my job, No,
you
you're right.
You earn your money as well. You're working.
I do.
But it's like an electrician. If an electrician doesn't have a fluke multimeter, everyone else looks down at them. Even though fluke multimeters aren't necessarily the best, but they are the industry standard.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not really. Yeah.
No, it is. I mean, they're very overpriced multimeters, but they do have fantastic support.
That's from an appearance point of view rather than from a functional point of view, which is what Tyre was saying.
I was basically trying because my argument with all of this shit is fair enough. In hindsight, I shouldn't have gone in with where my, £1,000. I should have gone in with 150 quid, maybe, which for him would have still been a huge amount of money.
Yeah.
But it was a more realistic point of you'd start to get a decent pair of headphones by you.
The thing is, if he's got like 4 different types of other headphones,
that's my argument.
Yeah.
That's my argument, Jim. My argument was if you're going to be spending, because he had like 5-6 different pairs, and you're thinking these were all like kind of 30 quid headphones. So my argument would be, don't go and buy 5 or 6 30 quid pair of headphones. Go and buy one pair of really good headphones. That was my argument.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I don't think you need to feel bad, because if you analogize it to, for example, if you were going to learn to play the cello or something like that, and you were with a cello teacher, and the teacher says, "Oh, okay, I see you've got this 500 quid cello, and that's fine. It's great for learning on, whatever. What do I need to get going?" Well, then the student level you want to get to is kind of 1,500, 2,000. Oh, okay, that's the student level. But anything up to around 40 grand, and then you're getting a good sound.
Yeah.
That gives that person an idea of, okay, do I want to go down this road and play the cello for a start? But
crush their dreams.
A realistic outlook of, okay, that's what it involves. Fine, okay. Then there are obviously also loans and grants you can get from the music places to get things like that. But I don't think you should feel bad, because I feel strongly about the price versus value paradigm, because a lot of people equate quality to price wrongly, but they also equate value to price, meaning that, if I buy, for example, you were just talking about the Oberheim. If I buy this new Oberheim for £5,000, it's really expensive, therefore it's going to offer me great value. But if you never play the thing, that's fucking poor value. You're far better off spending the money on whatever it is, whether it's more or less, it's immaterial, on something that gives you good value. So with those headphones, if that person would have had fantastic value from spending, let's say, 800 quid on a pair of headphones, then they'd be cheap for him in that regard, because they offer him a lot of value in terms of joy and all that kind of stuff, and something that you use all the time. So I don't think you should feel bad about yourself for saying that.
Well, it kind of works out anyway, because like I say, where Ty said about what you want is a Herman Miller, I mean, in my head, I'm going, maybe I'll get a really nice chair and it'll be about 80 quid. But Ty says, look, well, if you're going to be sitting there for a while, because I was complaining about back pain, blah, 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 blah. I'd be sitting here for like maybe 2-3 hours or 4 hours writing something, and my arse was number than Kanye West's hindbrain. And I'm going, I need something better. And he goes, well, then you should get a Herman Miller. So when I go to the website and look at Herman Miller, it was a reconditioned site, and when I had a look, and I went, fucking. But I still went and got it, because Ty recommended it.
It's
and
still,
I'm glad I did. I'm glad I did.
The reason is, though, and the reason, I mean, anyone that knows me will always know I will never, I won't just talk shit. I won't give you, I won't say what you want me to say or what you don't want me to say unless I mean
we know
it.
that.
And but B, have experience. I've always said this.
Yeah.
My view of everyone is that everyone has an opinion, and everyone should have an opinion, but you should only have an opinion if you come from a place of knowledge or experience. That's my argument in life generally. If you don't, then do what you can to get that experience or get that knowledge. Then have the opinion.
And also be aware of your own possible bias towards the products that you actually
absolutely,
own.
always.
Of course.
And so but the reason is when Kent was talking to me about his back is the fact that I had done what everyone has done, including Kent and including us, I'm sure, which is I've gone out and I've bought that IKEA chair for 80 quid or that, chair, and I thought was a really expensive chair for 150 quid. And and my back's been fucked.
10 chairs later, you end up with the right one.
I've spent so many years of my life sat in chairs doing what I do that it took me forever to realize that it's. I've always said this. One of the most important things in the studio for me are really good chair, really good monitors, and air conditioning. They're, for me personally. The rest of it can come and go and change and whatever. But the chair, the amount of hours I spend in it is the most. That and the aircon are the only things that really keep me comfortable and together. I also point out with the Herman Miller thing is that since I got the Herman Miller, which has been amazing.
Is it the Aeroback one?
Well, this is the thing. I then tried to get the same because obviously I wanted one in the other studio. And I tried to get the same, and the one that I've got, they've stopped making. And so I got the one that everyone, which is the Aeroback, which is, the supposedly the standard, blah, 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 blah. The Aeroback is not as comfortable as the one that they stopped making. The one I've got in here is the one with, there's a kind of spine thing, and they stopped making it. And it's far more comfortable than the Aeroback. They're the same price. They're both around 1,200 quid. They're both about the same price.
Get a second-hand refurbished one.
Of the probably just your
one
spine
that you've got.
Is molded to the shape of that one you've got.
Because it is literally my spine. That's it.
Yeah.
But so even though I've recommended Herman Miller, I would now genuinely turn around if Kent asked me now, I would turn around and go, yes, but if you can, get this particular model, because this particular model is but then again, exactly, but I would always then preface that with, for me, it's more comfortable.
Yeah, but
it might not be. But
when you think it sounds like a lot for an office chair, but think of how much people spend on replacing their car seats.
Oh, completely. Well, look, this is all.
And they probably spend less time in their car than they do.
I think
an office chair.
I would only buy a car with a really comfortable seat. This is it. It's like after
I don't think
various
I've ever
company
replaced
cars
the
and
seats
stuff
in the car.
I've had them replaced in company cars where they've sagged and just been horrific for sort of back and posture.
I think it's more. Sometimes the awkwardness of maybe there's a class difference, right? And maybe when you meet someone and you realize they can't really afford what you can afford, and that's
not class. That's
no.
Well, class. Okay, fair enough. That's just the word. But someone maybe who doesn't have the same means, right?
Socially different,
and that is a little bit. That I can feel awkward about that sometimes.
But I don't have the money to buy an Oberheim. I'll hold my hands up and say I can't afford to drop $5,000 in a synth.
Yeah,
but that's not a class.
Can I point out the only again? I have to just wave my little flag here and say the reason I can is a it's business, B it's the whole business expense bit.
Yeah.
C
tax deductible.
It's tax deductible. It's how I make my money. And my argument is exactly like Mark was saying, really. It's very simple to say, is the fact that if you stuck Lewis Hamilton or whoever's, kind of top-notch, we're obviously using at the moment, but if you stuck Hamilton out in a Mini on a racetrack, on an F1 racetrack, surprise, surprise, he'd come last. If you're going to try to do the best you can and you're doing it as a career, this is how you're making your money. You need to have the best that you can.
That's a good point.
You can have.
Yeah.
So
but this is why I would go to you, Ty, in the first place, because it's not about. I mean, you will, like I say, you blow 1,200 quid on a chair, and I would go, can I get the thing that you're talking about, but can I find it cheaper? Exactly. So a recon, so it doesn't have to be new. But the reason I'm asking you in the first place is because you know. Yeah. And you have that experience.
Look at how much chefs spend on knives.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah,
exactly
it's the tool of their job. Yeah. And mechanics, a spanner for a professional mechanic, they'll quite happily spend 100 quid on a decent ratchet tool, whereas Joe Schmo at home is quite happy with a toolkit that comes with the ratchet spanner, and they spent 25 quid on it.
I mean, bringing it back to everyday stuff, it's like, if you considered, what you'd spend on a comfortable bed, a mattress that's going to, be supportive and, not cause you, health issues down the line.
Exactly. And the reason they sell that is the fact they basically say, think how many hours you spend in bed, and that's quite totally justifiable. And my argument is always going to be, well, not for me. Yeah, I don't need a fucking mattress.
He can't remember where he left his.
Chair. But that's the thing. If you work out how many hours I end up sat on my ass, and that's why I look like Vangelis. Because
I mean, you're going to have a cutaway put in the desk in front of you, aren't you? Get closer to the keyboard.
The other problem that we have in society is that we don't really, okay, in terms of what we pay out, we don't think of the things that we pay out on a daily basis that add up over time, which just go. Like, for example, how much is the McDonald's? I don't know. 15 quid, something like that, 20 quid? I don't know. I don't buy McDonald's. But, 100 trips to McDonald's, and that's $2,000, and so...
Or Starbucks coffee, or...
So when people say, I can't afford something, what they mean to say is,
that's not
I can't afford it right now. Yeah. That is a different statement to I can't afford something, because you can afford to save up for something if you want to over time. Just don't buy the McDonald's.
Can I say something that I always used to notice when I was growing up? This was always something that I always noticed growing up, is the fact that we had no money. We literally had no money. But when I say we had no money, we literally had no money.
Yeah.
You'd look at kind of in the village where I lived, there were lots of other people, and this is when you had the start of like kind of Sky or whatever. They would say they had no money, but they all people started to have Sky, or they would always be able to afford cigarettes. They'd always be able to afford drinks.
TV.
They always had the biggest TVs, and that's absolutely fine. And I would never judge those people for doing that. And it's not that they didn't have the money; it's that their priorities were different. And that's exactly the same as that. I would never tell someone, I've said, again, Mark and Kent know this, is that I have a bee in the bonnet that anyone ever thinks that they have the right to tell me what I should or shouldn't spend my money on. Believe me, there are plenty of people out there who think they do have the right to tell me what I should or shouldn't.
I live vicariously through your purchases.
Well, but it's that thing.
You're spending money, so I don't have to.
Show us that move one again.
Yeah, exactly. But it's that thing of I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't I don't do drugs, I don't do all of that, and yet there are so many people I do know that do all of those things on a regular basis, and that's how they choose to spend their money. And I would never judge them on the fact that that's how they choose it. So the fact that I, spend it on what I spend it on means that that's fine.
Yeah, but crucially, those people then say, I don't have any money to buy whatever it is.
Well,
that's the thing.
Finance is tricky, though. I mean, everybody, what you save for retirement, there's just so much that goes into it. I would never want to dig down. I think the more important thing is that Ty felt bad, right? And why did it bother you?
It did bother me.
Right. To me, I don't think you have to defend anything. You've got a profession. Everything you get, about, has purpose, right?
Yeah,
true.
But
again, but
right?
look at a photographer. If you approach a professional photographer and say, I'm looking for a digital camera, what would you recommend? And they start talking about Nikon. And the body's only like $4,000, and then the best lenses. Well, you need a number of them, so go for a 50mm, go for this,
primes,
go for that, and that's another $3,000 on top, and then you've got a really great camera setup.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to take professional pictures, get a professional camera.
Yeah.
Well, I don't agree with that personally.
I was going to say, I was about to turn around and go, I don't think you kind of know what kind of knowledge is in this area. But Mark's knowledge in this area is he's the man to talk to about this kind of shit.
No, I mean, if anybody wants, whatever it is, like headphones, camera, whatever, you have to take into account the person's means, obviously. But if somebody's beginning to do something, you really have to give them the most basic
that's
idea.
Slightly different issue.
Like
yes,
start with your phone.
Right.
Have you got a phone? Yeah, right. Use your phone first. If you like photography, you can develop it from there, because the kit just really doesn't. It's like Ty could get rid of all of the things he has there,
but he's
and
still
he
got the
still
talent.
Be a good composer. The kit doesn't make him the good composer.
The
camera doesn't make you a good photographer.
No.
You've got to have skill. That's the thing.
But,
it's not about buying stuff.
No, you're absolutely right.
I've got a story about this actually. So when I used to work in TV audience measurement, I met this old guy who was like 90 something, and in his house he had these framed photos on his wall, and they were just like beautiful, stunning, perfectly framed, of anything from sort of macro photography of flowers to sort of scenes, people, all sorts. And I was like, oh my god, these pictures are amazing. What are you using to shoot on? And he pulled out this crappy, like, sort of common sort of feature camera type thing. It's like a crappy Fuji thing with no interchangeable lenses. I thought he'd have a really nice SLR. It was a piece of crap, but he took the most wonderful photos on it.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
It was just had an eye, just like some people have an ear, and that's it.
That's exactly it. It doesn't surprise me at all. And Mark's exactly right. I mean, I've said time and time again, you could get rid of all of this shit in the studio. You could get rid of 95% of this, and just leave me with a laptop and a 61-note keyboard and a pair of speakers. I stand by the fact that, you look at some of the stuff that I did, as you lot know, like the Attenborough thing done on the dining room table, the Greta Thunberg series done on just a laptop on the dining room table. You don't need all this shit to do stuff that.
But you do need the talent.
You just need the years of.
You need hours. You need to put the hours in, don't you?
Yeah, that's all it is. That's all it is. It's not even just talent. It's the fact that when I turn around to people who genuinely know me and say that I've worked my bollocks off for 30 years, they understand. They know I've worked my bollocks off. And I really have worked my bollocks off.
Yeah.
Say again? What did you say, Jim?
The 10,000 hours thing.
Oh, 10,000 hours. Fucking, yeah. With me, more like I don't even know what 10,000 hours.
I think I'm lagging a bit.
Yeah, it's just. But I've done that. I've put the time in. So that's, so that's kind of why,
Yeah.
Anyway,
that was a long time ago.
Yeah. But talking of which, genuinely,
you've got to go do some work.
I've got to go and do my 10,001 hours. So
it's that last hour that counts.
That last hour that counts. All of a sudden, I'm going to suddenly find all my talent in that last hour. Fuck! This is where I've been going wrong. I'm gonna go do, and I will love and leave, and hopefully I will see you all. And all being well, if things go to plan, you may actually see me on Thursday night for more than 5 minutes. So,
good God, sir.
So, I love the fact that I'm now going to disappear, and en masse everyone suddenly go, Berenger.
Yeah, at the very least, we know how to summon you. So
let's all be busy on Thursday night.
See, I am busy on
Show is
Thursday night.
cancelled.
I'll be in late.
I'm
I'll be
busy
in
on
late,
Thursday
Kent.
night.
Do you want your midday copy call?
Always.
Good man.
Be good, all.
Have a
Great
good
seeing
week,
you,
Ty.
Mark. Great seeing
Take
you
it
all.
easy.
Cheers,
See
Ty.
you all
Good
soon.
chatting as always.
Bye,
See you later,
Ty.
babe.
Bye.
And I think, in fact, I shall disappear to bed because I've got to be up for 10 o'clock.
Yeah, know the feeling, buds.
Yeah. So I'll love you and leave you and say goodnight, everybody.
All right, mate.
Nice
Take it
seeing you.
easy.
Cheers, Ian.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
Take care, buddy.
See you. So what have you been up to,
I'm
Mark?
using my internet. I was like, Ian. Who's speaking there? I can't see.
Sass.
It's
Say that again.
me,
Oh,
the furry guy at top.
This
The
one,
large,
yeah.
the large hairy creature in the middle there at the top.
you, James.
Furry voice.
What have I been up to? Obviously rearranging my studio. That's what I do as for a living.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yesterday, what day are we today? Sunday. Yeah, yesterday was another mammoth lawn mowing day. Oh, the lawn is so big. It's just. I mean, we're fortunate to have such a big lawn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I've got it down
Maybe
to
Ty's
5 hours
girlfriend.
now.
You're not getting a ride on?
Yeah. No. We have thought about getting one, but I've got nowhere to put it because the garage is. It's a long story. I'd have to do so much in the garage. You know, one of those things where you've got to tidy something up before something else gets in there, and the
Welcome
thing
to
that
my
you
world.
want to tidy up is a bigger problem than actually doing the thing. So,
It's easier just building a new shed just for
Yeah.
the ride on.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, do the Don
might
Buckler
happen.
thing.
It might happen. But so I've got it down to 5 hours, which means yesterday I was supposed to have done it all, and then today I was going to be in the studio. But because I took all those bloody antihistamines, I was just dead today. I was like, dribbling, going, oh, I can't do anything. It was a lovely day, beautiful day. I thought, got up early, had a lovely sleep, took some antihistamines again, and then strangely, in about an hour and a half, I thought, I need to have another sleep. So this weekend, not done much apart from mowing the lawn, unfortunately, but it's done for another week.
And talk to me about an Analog 4.
Oh yeah, I did. Yeah, are you going to get one?
Get a timber.
No
one,
rush.
nice.
No rush.
You're really lagging, Jim.
I'm
Look at his
gonna
eyes.
get rid of a couple of bits that I'm.
There you go. Like for like.
I think your camera's got. You might need to restart your internet or something, James.
Yeah, you're kind of freezy.
They still have clockwork internet in Derby.
How on earth do you?
Just Command
Just-
R it, just refresh it.
Yeah. It's when his eyes take 3 seconds to move across the.
Oh.
Yeah,
Why
but
are you sad?
might have done that 5 minutes ago.
Ken?
Sorry, Dan?
Why are you sad but optimistic today?
I'm still sad about old Vangelis.
Oh yeah, couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it at all.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where you know people are getting older, people are dying, but it's still a shock. It's one of those things, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
really weird.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing, when you think about it, there's nothing shocking about a 79-year-old, massively overweight, unhealthy man dying, is there?
No.
But
No.
it's who they are,
Yeah,
That's
it.
Not on paper, not logically, but yeah,
No,
it's still
no,
a
no,
shock all the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
But,
didn't need a fog machine in his old videos. He was smoking like a chimney.
Yeah. Well, because I think the other thing is that it was his music was a huge part of everything that I was doing and have been doing, and then it's not there anymore. There was always something there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
Well, and also
But
you had a
like I
first-hand
was saying
connection
earlier,
with
you
it.
know, at least we still got the music,
Yes.
which
Yeah.
is the comfort
think-
blanket that you can wrap yourself up in.
And also, I mean, this might sound sort of slightly cruel, but I whenever deaths like this happen, and you know, hopefully he wasn't suffering too much, but better that sort of ending than having to suffer through what, say, Phil Collins is going through.
Oh.
You know,
Yeah.
where
What's Phil Collins going through?
Oh yeah, relatively yes. There's better deaths.
Yeah.
Not
yes, yeah.
Yeah. No, but the loss side,
What's up?
right? Yeah, good. You know, loss is
What's
a
happening
loss.
with Phil Collins?
He can no longer play drums.
Yeah.
He's
yeah,
just
he's
physically
pretty,
unable to.
I don't know what's
Oh.
exactly wrong with him, but
Isn't it some
definitely.
is it some sort of rheumatoid arthritis or something? wasn't
Yeah,
it?
I think it is an arthritic condition.
Yeah.
But you're right. No,
Oh.
he can barely play. He's tried, and
Yeah, but to be cognitive and unable to do what you've done all your life.
yeah, yeah.
The thing about, you know, when Vangelis died, I know people who love Vangelis. I mean, I know obviously you, Kent, Ty. There are people that I know who genuinely loved Vangelis, and so when I went on Facebook the next day. So when people, you know, who I know love Vangelis, post some sort of eulogy or a tribute or something like that. I mean, obviously Dave as well. Anybody who's got a CS80, basically. But
Yeah.
it's, you can feel, oh God, you know, I'm actually touched by that person because I know that person is upset right now. As a, you know, of course, it's sad that Vangelis has died. Yes, I understand that.
Yeah.
That's first level. But then you just kind of, oh God, all these people are sad and what as well. But then, and this really pissed me off, there was just like this barrage of people who were just putting RIP Vangelis or something, or reposting a news article with no context, without actually saying anything about, look, you know, this is what that person meant to me as a person and what they did to me. And it happens on every time an artist dies.
Yeah.
And it's got to the point now where it's really pissing me off. Where it's
Well,
just
it's virtue
I've
signaling.
got to say it, otherwise people will think that I'm not caring enough or whatever. You know,
Some people are just lazy. It's
why
the
are you
essence
doing
of
that?
social media, right? They just want to repost. So
Yeah,
But they
I
want to
think
be
it's-
seen to be doing
but it
something.
cheapens
No,
it.
sometimes they're just
It
lazy.
cheapens the whole thing.
Yeah,
Cheapens the whole
I think
thing
when it goes,
because
yeah, when it goes up like that, I think sometimes the people are literally going, "Look at me, I'm upset about this."
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, yeah,
You know,
absolutely.
in a way.
It does cheapen the whole thing, and it just makes you feel. Because when you just see a whole stream of the same thing, you think, okay, wait a minute, why? You've just seen this, and you've seen it on someone else's post. So instead of commenting on that post and saying, yeah, I feel exactly the same way, what you decided to do is make up your own post by reposting this thing and just saying RIP at the end or whatever it is, just so that you can have some sort of fame out of somebody's death. You know, you feel as if, oh, I care. Look at me. Look how much I care about things. And I think those people are just sick. I hate that. I don't know what it
Yeah,
is.
I see what you're saying. I see.
I
Kind
think
of
the
buying
really,
into
the
a
really,
shared grief kind of thing.
Yeah.
yeah. But I think the
Well,
really,
I call
really
it the
sad
Diana
thing,
syndrome.
yeah. Well, the really sad thing here is that I bet he died not knowing how much of, to what extent of an influence he was on so many different people. Because
Well, you
most
said the
people
other-
only have record sales to go by. Do you know what I mean? And this
Yeah.
goes well beyond that.
I think
I
it was
don't know
What
if
either
I've
you saw the-
experienced.
you or
don't know if
Dave
you saw the
Spears who
post.
said, sorry, Mark.
I was just going to say, I don't know if you saw the post I put on the Pro Science Network about it, but I was basically iterating what you were just saying there, Ken, about like, look, if you feel something about somebody, tell them and share what they're doing when they're alive, so that they can actually
Yeah.
feel it, so that,
That was
they
the
can
point I
feel,
was gonna make.
oh my God, you know,
Yeah.
this person has had an influence on me. I'm going to share their music. I'm going to go to their concerts. I'm going to buy their CDs. I'm going to tell people, hey, I've listened to this. This guy's amazing, or this woman's
Yeah.
amazing, whatever. This artist, phenomenal. Do it when they're alive, not when they're dead, just so you can like tick a box in your social ego.
Yeah, because
So
I was
did that.
literally like a PR agent for him back in 1979, when
Yeah.
you know when you could go into a room of 200 people and go Vangelis, and you get 200 people go, who?
Yeah.
It was just not known. It was only until Blade Runner and stuff later on, you know. And I was always like, oh no, you should try it. Listen to this, and stuff like that, you know.
So if people had the same sort of energy levels when artists are alive, could you imagine what kind of? I mean, tough enough being an artist as it is today.
Yeah.
You know, can you imagine if everybody just started supporting artists when they were alive, in terms of whether it's monetarily or just by sharing their, name, even just something like that, sharing a link on social media now and again, as opposed to doing it when they're dead. It's like, who the fuck's that going to help? That's going to help anybody apart from
what I've been thinking about a lot now that's really worrying me. What if, right? The big what if question. What if there is somebody, say they're 22 at the moment or 18 or whatever, right? And they have the potential of being able to do and influence as much as somebody like Vangelis has done, right?
Yeah.
Today, what fucking chance have they got of being able to get that platform?
Yeah.
I mean, and we don't even have to, let's say they write instrumentals. I mean, good fucking luck. You got to have big arse and tits out all over the place to get anywhere in that particular neck of the woods anyway. Or you got to have some strange. You got to have some sort of hook as well. He had. I mean, all right, yeah, he managed to get the 80 good and early, but you know,
try getting an appointment at any of the major studios.
Yeah,
ain't gonna happen.
It might be easier to get an appointment with the doctor.
Yes. Well, I don't know.
And even then,
that's pushing it.
Yeah. Oh, I got my record contract, but my leg's still falling off. Yeah.
But that 21-year-old that you're on about there, if it only takes one person to share their work in a kind of excited way, for then someone else to pick it up and go, oh, and for them to share it, it can be done. It's just that people are lazy, and and also people assume that, well, musicians are fine. Musicians are, living the life, or whatever they're thinking that musicians are doing, in their kind of normal, non-creative world. They just think, oh, musicians are fine, yeah, they're just smoking drugs and whatever they're doing in pools all day, whatever people think that musicians are doing, when really they're struggling through their tits, just trying to make a living.
I look at Vangelis, and I wasn't a massive student of his work, but I look at it. Some people just build something, right? He built something, these melodies, these songs, and my greatest fear is he's going to be forgotten. I think we talked about this before. The next couple generations. That's my greatest fear, is he's going to be not what it meant to me, but that in itself to me is something that what he did, and I think, to your point, Mark, a lot of musicians are trying to do that. They're trying to give something, right? And you've got so many people just like instead would rather go on and let's selfie, look, hey, look, and then like, and here's this other person who's literally, it's more of a giving thing they're trying to really do. They're trying to express and share, and it feels like rejection a little bit. Like people don't care about it. Like, oh yeah, oh, you're doing music. Well, that's fun for you. I'm like, well, I don't do it just for me. That's the whole point. You just, and that's frustrating to a lot of us, I think, because we want to share something.
Yeah, it's funny. I ended the post. I've deleted it since because invariably because of Facebook. It starts off people going, oh yeah, this is great. We should support artists. And then you get people going, oh, you're just preaching, you cunt, or whatever. And you just think, oh, okay, missing the point. I don't want to deal with this shit. Delete. But I ended it by saying something along the lines of, music isn't yours to take as a listener. It's for the world to share, So tell people about it, because do it before it's too late. Do it while the art is still alive. You know, that was the point I was trying to make, is share the love now where the person's alive. But to your point about him being forgotten, sadly, that's not, I mean, great, but I mean, that's not going to happen now, because now that he's dead, you'll start having all these compilations released. This is when the record companies make most of their money, through back catalogue releases off of death.
Oh, it's like, you know,
who joked that they'd be
with,
Richard when they were dead?
Yeah, Goldie Looking Chain nailed that whole idea, you know, about sort of...
what was that?
They did a track about sort of suicides, try and make money and be famous.
Oh.
You know, it was basically saying, you know, but, you know, they listed a load of artists who, you know,
it's
made
like
loads more money after they were dead. You know?
It's like the salesman that leaves the company, and the company reaps all the clients for the rest of their lives, and they're like, boy, that was a smart business move. I'm like, but it was, you didn't do it. You didn't.
I must admit, I kind of feel, well, I'm very, very, very lucky that I managed to actually get to tell him what a massive influence he'd been on me. Admittedly, I must have come across as this, you know, gushing twat. Do you know what I mean? But
I can imagine.
At least I did get to tell him. So do you know what I mean? But yeah, it was just. But like, you know, like I said, I've told it before, where I asked him about the sequence to Spiral. Like, I still can't work out what all the notes are in the sequence because it runs too fast. And then he just ran them off to me. He goes, "You got a pen?" E, D, yeah, right, okay. Just writing this list down, and then was able to put it in my dofa, sort of like later on, and just go, "Fuck, that's it, I've got it."
Cool.
He was great.
Yeah.
I mean, I was saying about
I was close, but
you know, it wasn't really a shock. You know, being 79 and you know, not in the best of health. You know, whereas I'm looking at us guys here today. I'm looking at people in the chat, thinking that, you know, who knows when, you know, all of a sudden there'll be a name that doesn't appear there anymore, and we might not get to know why, or you know, and it's like, you know, it's death's all around us basically, and you know, I think it's always good to be mindful of that and really make sure that, you know, you are sort of living the best life that you can. And I don't mean that as in like projecting. I know me and Mark talks about that. You know, not sort of projecting the best life, but actually going out and living the best life you can. Yeah, absolutely.
I remember when I, of all things, my Twitter was like, what do I want to write about myself for Twitter? And the one thing that finally stood was, you know, supportive voice for artists. And that, once I wrote it, it was like it became, that's it. You know,
that's your message.
Yeah,
that's my ultimate message beyond, you know, it's almost bigger than my, you know, what I wanted to do. And I realized that's what I've always tried to do, right? I played in bands. I supported all these other, played drums, or what do you want me to do for the band? You know, and I was like, yeah, that's what I want to do. And it's why I really love this, right? I love hearing, you know, I'm genuine when I say, please do the track, you know, play the shows. You know, I really genuinely enjoy, and I'm amazed, but not amazed by the creativity of this group. You know, it's really, it's really inspiring, to be honest, you know.
And it's like, you know, you think about sort of art is kind of is essential part of the human experience. You know, people
absolutely,
since
100%.
You know, start of time, humans have been trying to express themselves artistically. And
it's an anomaly, really, in terms of animals. You know, why we started doing it? Why not just why do we start doing it, but why do we respond so much to it? Like, art is great in all sorts of forms, but there's nothing that touches you more than music. There's nothing that can break you down like music, or lift you up like music. I mean, yes, paintings and drawings and poetry and, you know, the written word, all those kind of other art things. They're
transport you
beautiful
through
in their own time. But music is bonkers. Why does it do that to us? It's really weird. And that's why, I have to say, because it's so emotive, it pisses me off when people, right, it's controversial, surprise, surprise, right, when people release pieces of gear that just generate notes. You know, oh yeah, I'm going to generate notes, I'm going to generate this, I'm going to generate that. And then they say, oh, look at this thing I made. I say, you haven't fucking made anything. You know, you've just pressed some buttons. The thing has made it. So there's no context to the music. There's no emotion being displayed other than somebody pressing some notes, turning some parameter locks, and then saying, oh, I want, I don't know, random. And I went, like that new, what's that new thing?
You've heard my music
play.
then.
No, you know, the polyend play, where not, you know, it takes it to a stage where it's beyond parameter locking, kind of rhythmical aspect, which is fine in my brain. That's fine. It now goes into, oh yeah, like that Roland AI arpeggiator thing on the Jupiter X. You know, it's like, oh yeah, I'll go back the song for you. It's like, what? Fuck off. You know, those are obviously not made by people who want to express music. They're made for people who can't express music. And so because of that, they get these things and they feel like they're expressing something. But, to my point, because the machine is doing the thing, does that music have any value? That's my point. Because if you think about music in its basic terms, there are 100,000 or more songs that have the 3-chord trick on a guitar, right?
Yeah.
But there's some that every now and again, with the same chord patterns, the same guitar sound, every now and again, there will be a connection between lyrics and the sound of a voice using the same chords, and it has soul and it means something. You can't manufacture that. You know, it's not kind of, oh, well, if I just follow this rule, then this thing will be good. And that, to me, is what these boxes are like now. It's like, well, if I just press this button, this stuff that comes out that sounds musical comes out of the speakers. But is it music if it has no emotional connection from the person who creates it? And I have to say, from my point of view, no, it doesn't. I think it's just bullshit. And there's so much of that bullshit out there, you know, and being posted everywhere. It's hard then to find the stuff that is of any value in terms of, you know, I don't care what the music is, right? I don't care if it doesn't have to be clever or anything like that. But if it's come from a person, even if it's just 2 chords or 2 notes and some sounds being moved around, whatever, if that's what the person felt and then they've captured it, that to me is music and that is art. To me, it's that they're describing what they did. It's not about how many notes or how clever it is or whatever. But if all they've done is gone, beep, blah, 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 bloop, turn a few knobs, and then, oh, out comes this shit. Great. That, to me, that's fuck all. It just sounds like music. It's an imitation of music. And there's so much imitation of music at the moment. And I've just gone off on one. I do apologize. Don't know what we were talking about.
No, don't apologize.
We've missed this, Mark.
Yes, we love this stuff because I think
yeah, it's all about people having an opinion.
Yes.
That's what it's all about.
No, Kent, it's about being right.
Well, there's that too.
No, you might think that, but
yeah. No, I mean, it's funny. You know, last few days, it's just got me thinking. I've been thinking about stuff I've never really thought about before. Like, even today, I was wondering what my dad would have thought of all this. See, that's an alien word to me. Dad. It's not a word I use. Because my dad died well before I became interesting. And he used to play He used to play. He played clarinet. He play a bit of piano and stuff like that. And I had no interest in it really. It was my dad dying that got me interested in playing. I think because he played, and I wanted to try and capture something of that. And that started me on the road, as it were. And then, people like, Tamika and Vangelis put me onto a completely different road that was guaranteed I was going to be broke for the rest of my fucking life. and so I've always played music, and I've used music as the music I play as kind of a sort of like internal therapy, and even sometimes a medication, even which it can be. I think if people write music, to be honest, it doesn't. I don't think it really matters whether it's musical or not. If it has the right effect on the person writing it, then I think it becomes music because of that. More than
it has purpose.
More than its exterior context of whether it's music or not. Because you can go down that road a long way. Because you say, well, I can sit here and I can whack out some chords and bits and pieces, but if I did that in front of somebody who was a concert pianist, they would have that same view. You go, well, that's not music, mate. Music is going to the conservatoire and practicing until your fingers are bleeding, and you should be able to do this, that kind of thing. So it's all gradients,
relative,
but
it's all from people's own perspective.
Well, exactly. Yeah. So I think music is when you write music, or even if you're playing other people's music, just do covers and stuff like that, you're still actually creating it yourself there. And that process between brain, heart, and plastic is the music, if you see what I mean. So I'd love him to know. I would love to be able to somehow get him to know that I play. There's no way of doing it, but
well, you don't know that it doesn't.
No, we don't.
Yeah, I mean, which reality are we in? It doesn't really matter because nobody really knows which reality we're in. But and it's weird. I got to be able to tell Vangelis how I thought about what his music did for me and stuff like that, and all the rest of it.
Well, think of him as a surrogate father.
In kind of a way, I think all of them were. Tamita, Vangelis, Tony Mansfield, Trevor Horn, all of them. Anybody that wrote music where I went, I want to listen to this because it's like, buttons get pushed. They're all kind of like, to me, family members. So so when they go, it's like, another slice of you is cut out somehow in some weird kind of way.
Well, I think that's why we call it a loss, right?
Yeah, exactly.
If you when you lose a parent or something, or someone you really care about, you understand what that finally means. It's something that cannot be replaced. If there's a pie, there's a little slice now that's gone, and that's it, right?
Yeah,
And
it's a snapshot in time.
Yeah, and you can't get it back, and that's just part of it. But it's tough. I think when I listen to someone like Vangelis, the other thing that's really tough is you can feel the emotion of you said you can feel the emotion. It went through, he took it in, it came out. And there's to some degree, he didn't just get lucky, certainly, because he did it too much. And then you realize, and as you get older, you learn that emotions get kind of melded together, right? And the really good artists are fusing little pieces of happiness and sadness and anger or whatever, joy, into these pieces. And you go, wow, that was an interesting man, right? That's the first thing I think. That's what I think about when I looked at my dad, who, was a big inspiration. I used to look at his artwork, and I did not understand everything, but I said, boy, there's something going on underneath all this, Well, and as I got older, I started getting it. So I think there's a lot to that, right? I mean, who's going to replace that, right?
I mean, this is why I always play minor, because I've always found that because I liked playing in minor because to me it I mean most people say it's very dark, dour and kind of sad
it's emotional
kind of music. Yeah, but that's the thing. But I find that I mean especially with some of the minor stuff that Vangelis stuff, I find this sort of like melancholy stroke sad music beautiful. You know what I mean? And
so I like Leonard Cohen, so I mean, I've no problem with that.
Yeah,
I love Cohen.
And sad songs can be strangely uplifting.
Yes.
To me, in some ways,
Well, you're listening to someone else's grief, and you realise yours isn't as bad.
Yeah, or if it's just hard. I mean, it's like with I think I had Simon Garfunkel's greatest hits on 8-track. And yeah, he had Bridge Over Troubled Water, which is kind of, it is a sad song. But the one that I used to love the most was The Boxer.
Boxer, yeah.
That's a
brilliantly
written, lovely track.
Yeah.
Yeah. Strangely, but he would say, but I think this come up yesterday about major can be sad as well as minor, but I always tend to play minor because I don't know, I'm comfortable. I like.
It feels like what I want to express.
Yeah, major can definitely be sad, and actually, major is kind of interesting because it can feel happy but be sad at the same time, and it's almost like I guess it's like photography. Not that I'm a photographer. It's like how do you put the light on it, and you go, oh wait a minute, that's actually not so happy.
Take something
like sometimes you can be in major and you'd go into a minor.
Well, that could be happening too.
And that's sort of like kind of like but kind of feel to it. Yeah, and then you go back into major. Oh God.
If you take something like Imagine by John Lennon, which is C major, F major, it's heart-wrenchingly sad. You never listen to that thinking, oh, this is a jolly tune. It's sad.
No, he's always kind of sad.
A lot of it is not the chords. It's not whether it's in major or minor. It's what the melody's doing counter to that. And also, when you say you're playing in minor, for example, you're never playing in minor. Unless you're just doing a drone chord.
Else anyway.
Yeah.
So
you could
true enough.
Like drone a G minor or something, fine, but that's never happening. You're always playing like I'm going to go for G minor to B flat major, or maybe F. You're always playing around different chords. That's why I never think in terms of major and minor anymore. I just think in terms of sound. What does this sound like? What's the next sound I want? And it's not about I need to be in minor, whatever. But I used to be, very much. I remember having conversations with my friend Darren about this very thing when we were like 14, because we started on synths quite around the same time, and about how we hated, we hated major songs, and we was like we'd only listen to minor, and it was like our mantra. No, what's it? Oh, it's a minor song. And if it came on the radio, you would immediately hate it. Hate it.
How dare you be all upbeat and optimistic?
We wear black shirts. What are you talking about? We're dark, man. We're dark.
Yeah, totally.
It's like that track I wrote on Friday. It bounces about all over the place. But that goes between major and minor as well, strangely enough. But that's all I could tell. I couldn't tell you. This is the horrible part, right? I don't wear this badge with pride. But when somebody says to me, "Oh, play us A flat," no. What is it? I actually don't know. If somebody asked me to play the chord of A flat, I wouldn't know what it was.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, but it kind of leaves you at the side slightly, doesn't it? I mean,
no. It means you're not constrained.
Yeah, but it also means you can't communicate, and That's
I
the
get
problem.
what you mean, Ken.
Yeah. So when I go, oh yeah, I go from this to this, I can't because I don't know what that is and what the other one is either.
But if they're good enough, they'll know what you're playing.
In terms of composing yourself, though, I love not knowing what the fuck key I'm in and just going purely by ear. You know, that's why I love composing on the Electron boxes, because, you know, I'm not even looking at whether that's a black or a white note or whatever. I just don't care. I'm just listening out for what's in my head.
The grid layout on the Machina Plus. I have no idea what the note is. It's just it's a white square. I don't know what it is.
Does it sound like what's in your head or not? You know,
exactly.
that's all I'm reaching for.
I know what C minor is because I always start with a C minor, or it's a chord that fits into the key of C minor, whatever that chord may be.
Any chord?
Yeah, pretty much, I suppose. Yeah. But
any chord will fit with anything, as long as you're not playing, you know, diatonically. Anything will fit with anything.
Yeah.
But it's funny what you were saying there, James, because I'm calling you James tonight because I quite like it.
That's fine.
I feel like your mum or something. No, James? But it got to the point when I was making music on guitar, it got to the point where I would pick up the guitar and I would instinctively play familiar shapes and hated picking up the guitar. So what I did one day is I just tuned the guitar to random strings and I didn't know what I was making. It was like, what the fuck is it?
I still do that.
Yeah, and so I then started making songs with those. Had to crucially remember what the tuning was afterwards, though, because I did write a song once and thought, oh, that's lovely. Retuned the guitar and to play something else, and then what the hell was it? Luckily, I can remember sounds. You know, so I don't have perfect pitch, but I have very good relative pitch, and so I could work it out. But I made a note of writing in the top corner of the the lyrics. This is the tuning mark. Don't forget this next time.
My trick for that is just to use a dictaphone recording and do each open string in turn, so I can then sort of find the tuning again. Yeah,
but that is a good trick. It's just to be blind again. Then you're approaching the instrument with new eyes and crucially just your ears.
I love that.
Yeah.
You use a dictaphone. I always use my finger.
Hello, dear.
Mark the Zaffin as I live and breathe. Where the fuck have you been?
Under a rock. Where have you?
Sounds like it. It sounds like you're still under it.
Oh yeah.
Are you under your duvet?
No, I'm on the sofa in my bed coat, as I call it.
You look like.
Come on, Rob. Is the wine run out?
Yeah, it's just finished, mate. I've just finished binge watching the. My eyes. It's starting to getting old. Just binge watched that new Mike Myers thing on Netflix, The Pentaveret, and it's got really shit ratings. I kind of enjoyed it. I feel dirty, but I kind of enjoyed it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sorry. So yeah, the wine's finished and everyone's
sallied yourself.
Now, has anybody else ever noticed this on Netflix, where you'll look at a show and you'll look at the ratings, it'll be like 5 stars or whatever. You start watching it, and then you look at the ratings again. It's like, oh, it's only 3 stars. Like, why did that change after I started watching it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they've changed it on Netflix, haven't they? The star rating now is to how good they think it will be for you. It's not about the rating of the film anymore. It's whether it's a good match for you. So if you've got a 5-star film, it's
then why does it
apparently
change?
a good film
Because
for
you've
you.
started watching it. Yeah.
I don't know.
It's all about just trying to engage you into staying on the platform, I guess.
Notice your name out. Sat in a £10 chair. Oh, funny.
That's why I was trying to throw it out earlier. I'm like,
yeah,
bloody uncomfortable thing. Yeah, it's £10 second hand.
Fool on the Hill. What is your name, sir? I'm not sure I know you.
David.
It's David.
David
Surchak.
Yeah.
David.
Yeah.
David Surchak.
Nice to meet you, Mark.
You must know you.
I've seen you on. I'm aware of you.
Oh, Aren't we all?
Oh dear. Yeah. I do apologise for anything I have said.
So, synth jams then.
I love synth jams.
I like the mistake. Just leave it at that. I'm over it.
I have no problem with people jamming. It's just people don't jam. They're prepared performances and then they just mute or unmute tracks. That's not a fucking jam. That is a track.
That's my live set.
Out. Yeah, that is a set. That's fine. But that is not a jam, is what I'm saying. You know, and people say, "Oh, look at my synth jam." It's not a jam. You're not making this up on the spot. You just
you're on your own as well.
I think this is where Andy and Grace have got it right, because they've got that musical
There's two
chemistry
of them for a start.
Yeah, they got some vibe going. And
but they play off each other, and it
yeah.
works.
Andy was actually playing too, man. It was nice, and you could kind of feel it. Felt
that's a jam.
Notes, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Where it's not just perfect in a real good way. Yeah, I love that stuff.
Oh, I screw up on my jams all the time. That's the whole point.
But also, you know, don't take it too seriously, because at the end of the day, who cares?
It's
apart from you, you know.
Me, obviously. Yeah.
Yeah, it's slippery. It's a little slippery sometimes. When you give so much of yourself, it's what you care about the most. You tend to kind of be a little more passionate. Maybe but you know, I don't like to. I want everybody to write music and create. You know,
but in the Hardware Jams group, they're not hypercritical. You know, everyone makes mistakes. Just because someone's pressed a bum note or something, so what? It doesn't matter. You know.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Of course.
It doesn't detract from.
No, it's awesome.
No, I mean that comes with the territory of just being a live performance, doesn't it? You know, that's just territory. Jesus, I remember I was playing in a band once, and many times, but I was on guitar, and whenever it came to do a solo, and I had never prepared anything, and it was just literally just off the top of my head. And whenever you do a bum note, you say, "Oh fuck," and then you look at your bass player, and then they go like, "So you just do it again?"
Yeah.
And then it sounds that was meant to be, you know. I've done it again.
Yeah, repeat a mistake often enough, and it's no longer a mistake.
Yeah, it becomes a thing.
Well, exactly.
You know.
It sounds like, he was meant to do that.
But then you forget the thing that you didn't mean to do. You hope maybe you go back to the original thing.
I remember telling Jim this story. I used to play in a covers band, and I was playing keyboards, and we were playing The Final Countdown by Europe, and so you know it starts. Yeah, it's all the keyboard, and it all starts. Then the whole song starts. Fine, we're all in. Great. Then in the middle, there's a drop where it's just the keyboards again. Do you know the song?
Yeah.
And I looked at the keyboard, and it looked like it was a saxophone. I had no idea I didn't even know what key I was in. I just looked at everything.
Yeah.
But what I did know was the rhythm of the notes I had to play. So I literally just played any note in that rhythm, and it sounded like what's his name, Les Dawson. It was it was ridiculous. Everybody turned around to look at me, and I went bright red. But there was no way I could get away with it. But then, of course, as soon as everybody came back in, I was fine. But it was I'm glad there's no recording of it.
We've all been there.
The key is recovery.
Well, it happened with Daniel Miller's set at Music Method, didn't it? Oh, by the way, I spoke to him today. I spoke to him today, and I've asked him, please, 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 on pain of death, can you do Friday?
And
he's going to let me know tomorrow morning. But
check his diary. Yeah.
He'd completely forgotten.
Even I emailed him, and I got no reply.
Yeah, completely forgotten.
Well, he has an assistant to read his emails.
Clearly.
quite possibly. What is even more
I don't
annoying?
check my
He
email.
was here. He was bloody in the UK this weekend.
Yeah, because he was in Superbird last week. Wasn't he?
Yeah, because he lives in no, he lives in Germany.
Yeah.
So he's, and then he said he's going to get back to me tomorrow. So what I've done is I've asked Simo, because I said, look, give me your number, and if I constantly phone you up and get you to badger him for me.
Badger.
So I showed Simo some of the shows. I said, look,
He
that's all,
thought,
look, that's all that's involved. Look, and it's nice and it's like proper. It's not like
Not like this.
Not like this. No. Although I showed him this.
Oh God.
Oh no.
Well, I've got to give him a comparison between.
Oh, right, yeah. Look at what you could have won.
Look, it's not going to be like this.
Yeah.
Okay, it's going to be like this. You know, it's got like opening titles and everything.
Oh yeah, that puts us up there.
Yeah,
we have opening
It's
titles.
got graphics, and he's like he talks professional, all right, and he knows what he's doing. And Sim's going, yeah, cool, like that. But I mean, the trouble with Simo is he does a lot of recreationals. To the point he drove home from here, and it took him 2 hours to get home, but he doesn't have the phone on in the car, because I was phoning him every 5 minutes because he'd left his coat here with his wallet
Coat
in
or
it.
Coke?
His coat, yeah. Okay. Left his coat here with all the wallet and everything in it. And then about 2 hours later, I get a phone call, and it's him. And I said, "Before you ask, your coat's here." Yeah, all right, he says, "I'll be there in about 2 hours." So he drove back and got it again. Oh, man, bless him. But and while he was back down, I just said, "Yeah, I'll be calling you." I said, "Look, I need him." My words to him were this: I need him to come on the show, and I need him to come on the show this Friday. Otherwise, I will look such a prize cunt. So please, and I said, "Look, I've repaired your 3 modules, and I'm only charging you 40 quid. Right? Just remember that, all right? And just keep hitting him up, please."
I was going to say, speaking of opening titles, Robbie, I think they've screwed up the last week or so.
Yeah, they didn't play properly.
They kind of like sped through, didn't they?
Do you know, I saw
and jumped
something
around,
and I thought, what's going on here? Because here, they're absolutely fine.
Yeah,
they were all right here as well.
Maybe do what Dom does and have a longer lead in.
No, there is quite a bit.
Yeah, weird, wasn't it?
I like it with these shows because they're so big. It doesn't show up for like 5 hours in YouTube, and then it takes nearly 2 days for the chat to turn up to it.
I will look into
As it's loading it in. Oh, fuck, there's more of it.
I will look
Somebody's having to manually type it out.
Yeah.
Ice caps are melting because of this show.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Because
thanks
they're
for that.
using YouTube as a telephone service.
That's basically what it is, isn't it? It's basically a group chat.
It's group chat, isn't it?
Therapy.
Group therapy.
I notice like every now and
Bad
again.
Zoom call.
Yeah.
Yeah. Every now and again, I get like a thing from Facebook that says promote this video, and it will be the last show that we broadcast.
Yeah.
And it's in my feed. It comes in. It's in its own little box that says only you can see this, but if you pay us this money, you can promote it. Like that. And I noticed it kind of like skipping and jumping, and I thought, oh, maybe that's just because it's Facebook preview thing. Yeah. I thought that. So because I don't watch the shows back other than which I haven't. Oh, I should have done that today because I go back and put in the links, the timestamps and everything, which I'll probably do tomorrow. But I always just go right. Okay, so where's the first thing? And that's where so because 0 is always the welcome, and then first.
Well, if you give me a heads up, Rob, I can do that for you and then just send it on after the show.
Yeah, I'll need to. I'll have a look at that and see. I don't know what that could be. It's very odd. Nothing's changed. I mean, those credits
plays fine here, but I must admit, when I watched, because I tend to watch them back, and I go, "Did I say anything that's going to fuck anybody off?" And I watch it back, and it was sort of like, "Is
it just the titles?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, a bit of you as well.
A little bit at the beginning. It's almost like oh, come on, fill up the cash.
It's like it's just buffered and then spat it all out in a row, like doing catch up. Yeah.
I need to look in, because you remember what I said the other day. You all laughed at me, and I said that I had this problem, and it was all down to my cooker and my oven. Do you remember? Because it keeps tripping my power out. I wonder, because on a Friday, this is very bizarre. I finish work. I always make sure I stop at 5:30, because then I go downstairs and I cook my own dinner. Because like the wife and my daughter don't get in till later, and I can't wait for them. Otherwise, I miss the show. So I always cook my own dinner. But anyway, I put the oven on for them, and it usually, because it's been tripping the power. If I put the oven on at like 5:30, it trips out about 22. And then I just wonder whether it's something to do with my internet and my modem or whatever the other fibre thingy. Maybe just being a bit.
Well, it transmits to here, fine.
So you're signed into the same. Oh, that's
It seems to be something that happens once it goes out.
Post,
No. Rob, I've put the link in the chat,
and that's fine
for the video. If you just want to play that, it starts glitching just after the bar graph has finished.
Well, if you're seeing it on StreamYard, it's got to be a YouTube thing then, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or when it's encoding it.
Yeah, when it's spitting it out. I'll have to do a bit of a search. It might be a StreamYard thing or a YouTube thing.
On YouTube, you can up your buffer.
Yeah.
So maybe do that.
I beg your pardon.
Yeah, but it's StreamYard itself that is then streaming out to YouTube. So it's not. Correct me if I'm wrong, Rob. I mean, that's the whole point of StreamYard, that you're using their servers to stream out.
Yes, yeah.
Rather than your own.
Do all the linkage.
So it won't be a local YouTube setting. It will be something to do with StreamYard putting it out to.
But if StreamYard's
YouTube
spitting
itself.
it out like it's maybe throwing it too much.
So when you
buffer.
stream to YouTube, regardless of whether you're using a streaming service or not, you're still using YouTube's encoder.
Yeah.
On their side, and there's a buffer setting. So when you set up your live stream in YouTube ahead of time, saying, "Oh, we're going live on Friday," blah 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 blah, and you've set up your stream ready, and then StreamYard can stream to it. That's fine.
A good point.
Because you set your buffer setting then.
Because I noticed, because I'm doing this thing now where I actually have the chat window open so I can see what's going on, and the video is running on that monitor, but the show, as it is on this one, and the lag between the two last couple of weeks has been much shorter than normal. So maybe something has moved.
The StreamYard community is quite an active and helpful one, so I will I'll reach out to them this week and say that has anybody else experienced this, and if they have, then there's usually a solution. If not, I'll nip into YouTube and just up the buffer a little bit and see if that helps. Because it just means a slightly longer delay, but not much. It's not like we rely on it anything. So
I just watched it. I missed the beginning of the show. It's crazy glitchy. It's really weird, almost like it was done on purpose.
No,
stutter edit for video.
Yeah.
Can't take credit for that.
Someone was trying to fast
well, thanks for letting me know.
I
will have a look.
How have you been keeping, Rob?
Me? Yeah, still here. Heart still beating.
Good man.
We're still
every
here.
now and again
It's
it goes,
good.
but other than that, it's good. Busy, just doing stuff. I've got another podcast. Hopefully, I haven't heard. I was supposed to launch tomorrow, but I haven't had a link through yet for me to check. So I'm hoping that will come through later. But that's a good one. I really enjoyed that one. But yeah, just ticking over and just. It's just like every weekend seems to be there's something on. Like my sister got married in Las Vegas at the Chapel O' Love or whatever it was called. But she married a Greek guy he's an absolute diamond. He really is. He's a lovely guy. Couldn't be happier. But he has a big Greek family, and they're having a big Greek wedding.
Big fat Greek wedding.
Proper big Greek wedding. And it's one of those where, like, you know, she's been sending out all these messages saying there's this thing that they've got to do. It starts at like 10:30. The whole thing starts at like in the morning, and then it goes through until the afternoon when there's the actual wedding, and then it goes through to the it's just like, I'm too old for this shit. And it's in Birmingham, so I've got to drive up there. It's cost me a fortune in hotel fees because the kids are now adults, and family rooms don't really cut it anymore. So I've had to book 2 rooms at adult rates for full, you know. Oh Jesus! So it's costing me a bleeding fortune, and that's not thinking about the fuel to get up there and back. So yeah, but,
where is it?
Birmingham. There's a, I think the wedding is in one part, like at a Greek Orthodox church, which is oddly near Spaghetti Junction, so sort of like Aston Way, and then the reception, I think, is somewhere near where the NEC is, so kind of nearer. Is it Solihull? I think, I can't remember. But yeah, it's that kind of neck of the woods. So yeah, it's lots of backwards and forwards. And so yeah, and I've got to help pay for a bloody minibus as well. Jesus. Yeah. So, but no, that'll be another one down, and only my youngest brother to go before I don't know if he's going to get married yet or not. So, and then we can just all relax, and then it's my kids if they get married. I don't know.
Perpetual marriages.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I wondered why it was so bloody hot in here.
Why is that?
It's got the heater on.
You got the 80 on, yeah.
The big 80 heater is on.
How's your new live thing, James?
It must be a Neve desk. It's going well, yeah. Ooh.
It looks great on the photos I saw.
Oh yeah, it's over there. It's a lot lighter than the old setup.
That's the new copy.
Camera. So need to try and
roving camera.
Nice.
So
you've got all that Velcro on the top for your OP1F
to fit.
It's all very black, isn't it?
No.
No one.
Analog 4 maybe.
Delay.
Jim's buffering.
But yeah.
You should get the analog 4. I have the analog keys. It's great.
Cool. Savers in. Yeah.
Wait, we're caught up now.
Oh.
He goes all faster than he catches up. Yeah.
Oh, it's just like PSN on Friday.
Ooh. Oh, it's gone too much. You're about 2 minutes in front now. Got to wait for it to catch up.
Are you getting any problems with heat with all that foam around all that stuff then, James?
No, it's
not
fine.
big enough drawer, is it? Really?
It's all black and radiates all the heat anyways. So,
and they're only low current consumption
cool.
as well, aren't they?
Yeah, it should be relatively.
They're all digital stuff as well, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you can run them off a battery pack anyway, so it's like
I left my poly brute on. Do you remember we were messing around the other day?
Yeah.
And I'd forgotten that it was just on it, so it was on for like most of the day. And I noticed the light, so I went and turned it off, and where the power supplies, I kind of put my hand on it. It was barely warm, and it'd been on for ages. And there's no fans or anything in there; it's all heat sunk.
Yeah, but, Hydra's the same.
Yeah,
it's like nothing.
Nice.
80 on the other hand.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Toasting fork. Yeah.
Crumpet anyway.
Actually, the
Muffins,
Digitac
anyone?
and Digitone are very efficient. I run both off the zip cord USB things and one battery.
Bloody hell.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got the bird cord one. But...
Oh,
am I still
Robbie.
buffering?
No, you're here.
Saying
no, we're just
ignoring
ignoring you.
Oh, situation normal then. That's cool.
Saying earlier, I got hit up by head of marketing in US Arturia.
Oh yes, Sean.
Yeah.
Were your ears burning the other? Was it last night? Yeah, it was last night. I was talking to him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he gave me pigments.
Good.
And the effects collection.
Nice one.
And I said to him, and I've just bought thingy and everything like that. And he goes, oh, you should have said. Like, I didn't know.
No, well, I said to Sean last night. I said that you'd bought it, and that I gave him your comments on the 80 and how good it was and what have you, and I'm trying to remember how much of this conversation I could repeat or not, because it was kind of prefaced with a between you and me. But they have given it to other known CS80 users.
Yes.
One of which has been on our show. Mm-hmm. Another one will never be on our show. But yeah, they've done a really good job. So, but I said to him, you need to get Ken involved. And
well, he asked me about ring mod timing
and
stuff like that. And he said they'd tested several and they were getting different readings, so they went for a sort of like in the middle.
Something in the middle, yeah.
And I go, dude, it's only half what it should be. And he's going, he goes, what should it be? And I was telling him that it should be, at least a good second up, and blah, blah, when it's in this position and that position. And I said, and he said, look, can you contribute?
Yeah.
If we do an update, yeah, I'm here. Just ask.
Exactly. Well, that's what I said to him last night. I said,
But you said
I'm
the same thing to him though. Just ask. How did I know?
Yeah, I know. But at that point, I did know. So, So I said no. Yeah, because I said to him, I said, look, guitar 1 and 2 need work. They do need work. Get them nailed, and mate, you are so close now. It's painful. Well, you get that nailed, I wouldn't need to turn that thing on again. In all honesty, that'd be it.
Well, I was talking to the marketing guy in France the other day, and I was talking about you and what you'd said about it. And he said, "Oh, it'd be great if we could get something from you." And I said, "Well, look, maybe I can do a little interview or something."
Oh, okay.
So I need to.
Got to be on my best behaviour.
Yes. Well, I keep getting badgered by Paul at Sand on Sand. Would Kent Spong be up for doing a podcast? I said Kent Spong's up for doing pretty much anything, really.
You got a fiver, mate.
If you dangle something in front of him, he'll do it. Yeah. Doesn't have to be a fiver,
Whack you off for a bun.
Yeah.
Looks a nice. If it's a nice bun.
If it's a nice bun, it's a
ice bun. Yeah,
take your teeth out.
Yeah, you can finish in my mouth if you want. Oh, I don't get any better, do I? Mate.
Will you come in my car if I give you a sweetie? I'll come in your mouth if you give me a bag.
It's a good job this isn't going live onto the internet. That's all.
Yeah, exactly.
You'd think.
I'm just glad that Kent got all the letters in the right order on his T-shirt, because that was close.
Yeah.
Anal glyph,
yeah. Yeah. Although, like I said yesterday, somebody picked out, you go, apostrophe RE, mate.
Oh, right,
Okay, yeah, but then it doesn't fit, you twat. Fuck off. I've gone for aesthetics. Up yours. Spelling can go and suck my dick. Yeah. So, yeah.
You
so
just need a bigger chest, Kent. That's all it is.
Oh, I would if I could, but, you know, do you see how much the operation is? Jeez.
Fiona's T-shirt is it's all well spelt and everything.
Oh, it is, mate. Jesus Christ. Just took my eye out this morning.
They'll give you another place to finish, too.
Steady. Oh, careful. I'll hurt myself.
I'm going to change the subject briefly.
Good man.
Yeah. Mark, are you going to Gearfest?
What the hell is that?
All right. Aha.
That would suggest tickets have not been purchased yet.
I heard about Gearfest.
Yes.
Jesus.
You
don't
don't
watch our show?
I don't watch anything. I
you go.
certainly don't watch anything in the evening. But you know what it's like to be Robbie on Friday night. It's family time. It's
Very true.
not anything I have snuck in occasionally on the chat, but no. What's the Skier Fest?
I'll let Robbie explain, because he's closer to it. So.
Oh, that's right. Fob your bloody work off on me, why don't you?
Oh, yeah. You're the professional.
Professional. Yeah, right. So Gearfest is a new thing. I don't know whether it'll be a regular thing, but Sand on Sand, in conjunction with the Tile Yard Studios, are putting on a day's event at Tile Yard, where a number. Tile Yard is in London. Can't remember the exact address, but yes, it's big studio complex. Lots of business. Spitfire have their offices there, amongst many others.
Oh, right. Yeah.
And there's an education centre there as well. Martin Ware's one of the principals. And they're doing this thing called Gearfest, and it's going to be it's just like Synthfest, but kind of south of the border. And it's going to be more focused on all sorts of gear rather than Synthfest, which is all about synthesizers. There'll be synthesizer companies, there'll be software companies, there'll be hardware companies, and they'll be doing a thing, and that sort of thing. It's just like a day out at Tile Yard, and I think tickets are £10 each.
When is
for the
it?
day? It
2nd
is
of July.
2nd of July. Yeah.
Anybody else going?
Obliged to.
Yeah. Me, Andy Brooks, Neil Wharton, who's in the chat.
I might look into that just to have a social. But
and the Synthfest in Sheffield.
And of course, Synthfest in Sheffield.
October.
Yeah, I can never go to that. It's always around my daughter's birthday, every time. But
it's October 8th. Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is her birthday. So
well, I couldn't think of a better birthday treat.
Yes, I'm sure
she loves synthesizers, doesn't she?
If not, she will by the end of the day.
Massively into the synthesizers.
But right, okay, controversial. Okay, I think it's a great thing to kind of turn up there and have a social. That's great. I don't mind doing that at all. I'd be quite good actually to see everybody in person. But of late, well, over certainly the last 8 months, I've begun to really hate things to do with gear and stuff like that. I think it's really unhealthy, and it's for me. And I think certainly even things like like take your show for example, Robbie. Right? You do it in your best interest, and everybody's really nice there, whatever, blah blah blah. But for me, when I watch any show, even if it's yours, which I can't, but even if I can, and you're talking about gear, it triggers something inside me about, oh, maybe I should buy that thing, you know? And I just don't think it's healthy at all. It's almost as if I feel like I'm an addict and you're a drug pusher. You know, it's what it kind of feels like.
Yeah.
And
that's why we have this show. So we can talk all this shit away.
This is the therapy for PSN.
Yeah.
And gas.
But no,
the after party, the down show.
And
in all seriousness, right, and I'm being genuinely serious here with regards to mental health. We laugh gas away as if it's a funny thing when it's
it's an addiction,
a fucking serious addiction.
Yeah.
And there's nothing else in the world that we laugh about if it's a mental illness or of a bit addiction. What's that? You gambling? Oh, let me get you some more stuff to gamble with. You know, it doesn't happen. You know, but with sins and stuff like that, oh, it's just laughed at. Oh, I'm gassing real hard at the moment, and blah 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 blah. You know, all these terminologies, and I think it's a big fucking problem. And I think, you know, and I'm being blunt here. And like I said, I'm going to preface it by saying I know that everybody's got their heart in the right place and all these shows and all that kind of stuff, but I think they're a fucking problem. I think, you know, all these news things for the new thing coming out all the time, I think it's bad. I think it just perpetuates buying over using. You know, it's like, oh, what have you got? Oh, I've got a fucking shitload of stuff, actually. Oh, how much do you use? I don't need to use it because I'm going to buy something else next week. You know, and it's that mentality is just the epitome of addiction. And I have to break away from that, which is why I've been away for so long, partly. Well, for several reasons, but that's one of the reasons. It's just, I can't be doing that shit anymore. I think it's bad.
I think the difference is in both the PSN community and in this community, I think most of us do actually try to play the stuff. I mean, some of us play it very, very badly, but we do try.
Hey, I try my best.
But
it's not about that.
I'm definitely not one of the I must have the latest new thing, because actually I'm still trying to master what I have.
It's not about individuals. It's about me and how I respond to things. For example, you know, you've got Sonic State, you've got PSN, you've got Ranzies, you've got any number of things. Then you've got all the Bo Beats, you've got all the kind of channels that drop everything as soon as everything's released. So no matter what kind of medium you're on, whether you're on Facebook or YouTube or whatever, you just see stuff all the time, you know? Whenever anything's released, oh God, did you know a Syntax was released? No, I had no fucking idea, because there's like 50 things in front of me talking about new Syntax. Oh, I got this new Syntax. Blah, 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 blah. It's like, and it's not that the Syntax may be a bad thing or anything like that. It's the fact that it's all happening all the time, and I can't be doing that shit anymore. That's what it's about. For me personally, I'm not saying this is the same for everybody. Every other person can have their own opinion and their own dealings with anything that they want to do. Obviously, I'm on about. For me personally, it's a fucking problem, and I can't be doing with that.
Well, you're not wrong. Long before I discovered these shows, I was on eBay buying shit and living on peanut butter sandwiches to buy all this crap. So it is a problem.
Yeah,
it is a problem. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it might have been you, Mark, who said about one way of tackling this is to actually sort of look at all the videos for the shit you actually already own, and sort of, you know, kind of re-energize that enthusiasm and lust you had as if you didn't sort of own it. Because I think that's what people get hooked into, is that sort of, you know, dopamine hit of the buying cycle, etc. So to like go back over the kit you own and actually sort of go, oh, this is why I bought this, and you know,
a really interesting point there, Jim, because especially with some of the more complicated bits of kit I've got, I still watch other people's videos, because that can be a good way to learn or to point me in the right direction, so I can read one of the 1,000 pages of the manual to find out what it is that I'm trying to do.
Yeah. Exactly.
So that's what I said. I for me, the gas sort of washes over me because
sounds so wrong.
Yes, I know. Other than something like the Hydrasynth, which I want not just for the sound, but because the control aspect, and because the other synths I've got will accept polyphonic aftertouch. But the rest of the stuff, it's sort of a few little bits and pieces, but that's it. And I maybe it's because I'm not that great a musician that I'm not that focused into the acquisition of kit, even though I've like most of us, I've got quite a lot of it, but mine's been built up over a couple of decades. I find it funny, and again maybe it's just me, but when I look at some of these new synths, and I've mentioned it on this chat quite a few times, it's sort of, but what does it do that is that unique? It's sort of, there are all these synths, and they do different things, but it's what more does it bring? What more would it bring to me? And the answer is probably very little. I mean, Jim's setup, I wouldn't have a clue where to start with that. It's not the sort of thing that jumps out to me and goes, yeah, play me. Whereas Jim could look at my stuff and go, what the fuck have you got that for? But there's no.
It's got keys.
What? It's a rack mount unit. How do you connect to it? For me, it's this. We talk about this stuff, and it from a technical perspective, it's very interesting. But it doesn't incite any emotional need to acquire, because
that must be
unless it's really going to do something different, I don't need it.
The saving grace with the ProSynth network is the interviews, because for me that's really interesting. You're having an interview with somebody who is usually fascinating, and you get their point of view and all that kind of stuff, which separates a lot of the others, which are just talking about gear, and that can help balance things out. But when there isn't anything new hardware-wise, then you're talking about a plug-in, and if you're not talking about a plug-in, and I say you as in the world, then you're talking about hardware, because there's always a cycle of things, and then there's always like a barrage of things, and then because people are saying, I remember when the Syntax was announced, and everybody said, like I said, the Bo Beaters, people just dropped it, and here's the Syntax, whatever. And then within a week, there were other YouTubers who had Syntax who were making videos, like Ricky Tinez, for example. He had one, and he said, I've been waiting for this my whole life, and all that kind of stuff. And they've bought it because it's current, and they're going to get views on the video because it's current, regardless of what they say. Regardless of whether they're saying, I bought this because I've been waiting for this my whole life. He's like, what the fuck? You've been waiting for that your whole life? But anyway, regardless of what they're saying, it's current, I'm going to buy it. Same, as soon as the OP1F is dropping and everybody's available to have it, people will buy it because it's controversial, and they'll be looking at the videos, and they'll get the views. But all that does is serve to me, look at this shit that you haven't got, and everybody else is talking about, everybody else is saying it's really good. You should buy this shit. And it's an addiction, and absolutely it's an addiction, and those things fuel it. And I can't be doing that anymore. That's basically what it is. That's where I stand.
It is consumerism of the worst kind, and YouTube is a very effective way of free advertising.
Yeah, influencers.
Because they are appealing to a target market. It's probably cheaper to give a synth away to a YouTube reviewer than it is to take out a full page ad in something like SOS.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. You give away one synth and how many sales you're going to generate from that one thing, whether they actually, unless they absolutely slate it and destroy it, but even then, they're probably still likely to get as many sales. Yeah. It's just from showing it.
That's another problem, isn't it? All these reviews, they're never slated because they're always prefaced with, now, the company gave me this thing and yes, it's a paid advertisement, but they don't get to see it before it goes out, so these words are mine. When fuck off, are they? Because if you're going to slate something, you'll never get another one from them. So you're never going to say the truth. It's always going to be curbed because you want more stuff. And because that person is also addicted to more stuff. It becomes this whole cyclical sickness. It's what I call
things that's true in the magazine press. Possibly with the exception of Sound on Sound as well, who, are very, as far as I'm aware, impartial and in their reviews and are very sort of strict on that. Whereas most of the other magazines are they'll just go with the advertising money.
Oh, for sure. But, the difference being there is you have to go, and unless you've got a subscription, you have to go to a shop and pick up a magazine and buy it. You don't just open up your YouTube or whatever thing you're on and then have these things bombarded in front of you ad nauseum. There's a big difference. And I think, we're living in an age now where if we're not careful, we're just feeding ourselves into this cycle.
Oh.
Yeah, but it's true.
Just look at kids and mobile phones.
And,
they've got to have the latest. They've got to, and the manufacturers themselves. When you think that a phone from 3 years ago still works pretty well as a phone, you can probably still browse the internet on it if you want. It's sort of this constant need. Well, the built-in obsolescence. The product life cycle.
Nobody probably knows what phone this is anymore because it's however many generations. Nobody gives a fuck, really. It's like.
Yeah, but we don't have that excuse with gear too much, do we? We are convincing ourselves.
This is of our own making. Yeah.
This is 3.0. This is the revision. This one's got a snappier ASR. Right. And I mean, I think we all get exhausted. I think I feel better. I feel as good. I get as much of an endorphin rush on selling, and I'm not sure if it's completely because my studio is empty or because I know I can do another binge, and that's what I worry. It's a little bit both. You know what I mean? But I am getting to the point where I'm like, I can't handle all this stuff. It's it's
weighing you down. Yeah.
It's weighing me down. Even if I hide it, I know it's there.
That
it's
in
not
itself
working.
becomes a cycle, doesn't it, David? Yeah. Because you're selling the stuff, you're feeling better, and you're feeling the release of the guilt of buying that shit in the first place because you didn't need it. Oh, but then you've got more money, so then you buy more shit, and then the whole cycle continues again. It's a sickness. And also, you've got not only just built-in obsolescence, you've got companies who, on purpose, are making stuff that are limited. Take Electron, for example. Perfect example, right? Or the Digitax, the Digitone, the Syntax, whatever. Well, put them in one box. No, thank you. Well, give them a song mode. Oh, no, if we did that, then we wouldn't sell our analog range of stuff. They could quite easily sit down and say, right, what is the best product we could make? That would be fucking awesome. What is it? Oh, well, it's this. They could quite easily do that. They don't do that because it's better to separate things and cut your losses for things that don't sell all year round.
Well,
because,
the thing is,
this is in favour and this is not in favour.
They'd be cannibalising their own market if they were to do something like that. And with the Syntax, in effect, they almost are a little bit venturing into that sort of territory.
Well, they still don't put song mode on it, though, do they? Because they still... they're not stupid.
No, but
but they're also most manufacturers
I don't need the song
have
mode,
to.
But
they have
There are
to build
workarounds
down
for
to a
song mode
price.
too. You can
Yeah.
fake it. So
Yeah.
Yeah, the market is very, very competitive, and the stuff that Roland's putting out. I watched Cresshead's video on the TR8. Is it the little tiny
the T8
black
Yeah.
T8? Sorry, and great little box. Then I looked at the size of Cresshead's hands.
Yeah, did you see that?
And looked
I
at the
saw
size
that
of the
too.
box,
Yeah.
and
I was like, oh.
I made a joke on his video. You know, he said he's got hands the size of badgers, and I said, well, you know, I'll take your badger and give you a baboon, i.e., me. You know, I sort of think, you know, that thing is smaller than a Volca, and I didn't buy the Volcas because they're too small, and it's you know, I'm not that market. It sounded great in his hands, and I think it's a really, really good product. But it's not for me. I'm not going to buy one. These things just wash over me, and it's like all these videos. If a product comes out, and obviously we'll have talked about it on, say, PSN, or, you know, Ramsey or whatever, and I won't bother watching the videos because actually I trust the guys in the chat more than I do most of the video reviews on products.
Well, you should, yeah.
And you know, the feedback from someone like Wagyu or Andy here, it's sort of, you know, they know considerably more than I do, and they both own considerably more synths than most people, and it's sort of, you know, I'll see what their opinions are, but again, what is there new in synthesis that really would drive an average person to go and splash out? I don't know. It's sort of, what is it that everyone is doing?
It doesn't need to be new, does it? That's the point. And you get these people as well, you must have seen them, who post things saying, you know, here's what I've got. What shall I get next? As if it's like a Pokemon card collection or something. You know, it's like, well, what do you need? You know, what are you missing? You know,
it's a completionism.
And then they'll say, I've got. All right, what shall I get next? Then they'll list something like, all right, here's what I've got. So I'm thinking either a subsequent 37 or a Quantum. Or something completely
different,
related. Like what? How did you get from that to
or
that?
a Nord stage. No, what?
Yeah, just random things. And
but again, it goes back to this virtue signalling. You know, it's sort of, I've got this, and I'm so good that I want to show that I need to buy something else. You know, these people
are. It is that.
But they're not posting. They're not posting any music they're producing.
Maybe it's about trying to be in a tribe with owning a load of synths. I don't know.
There is that.
Yeah.
I think it's a tribe thing. Yeah, I think they want to kind of be in the. That's what I get the feel with some people. But some of the, it can be kind of amusing. It's like Pro 3 versus subsequent 37, and you're just like reading it. The Pro 3 has got more features, but the sub has that sound. Therefore, it's more focused, but that therefore, if it's warm, that means the Pro 3 has to be cold. Yes, that's what it is. The Pro 3 is cold and sterile, but the Moog will make it warm. And you're reading, you're just like, what are you talking?
And the analog cheeks.
It is kind of amusing, but you don't even know what to add to it. You're like, they are different.
My original goal was to get a synth of each engine type. So I had a nice palette of different types of sounds and learning different types of synthesis. Yeah, and now it's a lot more complicated with hybrid things and all kinds of crazy shit out there. So,
on one level, it's almost like the really fancy, like the Udo Super Synth. I look at it and go, binaural. This is different. It looks. This is my synth. This could be the synth, you know. And then I look around and I go, so you're going to sell everything and get that synth. That wasn't what I was, you know. It just the whole thing is ridiculous. And then about half or 45 minutes in, you're just like, I don't know. I'm just gonna like look at something else. This isn't working.
That's an interesting point, though. Is if you were going to be reductionist, what would you be left with in your current setup? Depending on how far you go down that reductionist
You know what
path.
I'd answer.
Yeah, because
yeah.
I do think about this though. I think, go get the daggone Profit Rev 4, sell all this crap, right? You've got your SoftSense, you've got something that's nice, you can play it, it feels good. But then, but 5 voices, is that going to be enough? Like, what are you going to do when you need
depends
6?
how many times you record them.
Actually,
the answer is go to software, but you know the answer. It's like, well, it doesn't matter.
But Neil Wharton has just raised
repro or whatever.
An interesting point that it is like being in a club, but it's also like having a hobby. So people with model trains or model cars, or it's that same sort of mindset. And without, shoot me down by all means, but it does seem to be a very masculine trait. You don't see many women suffering from
look at Caitlin Marie Smith. She has a hell of a collection.
Syndrome.
Yeah, maybe they do suffer. They just don't broadcast.
Yeah, they don't say anything about it. Yeah.
You're right though. There is. I always joke. It's like, when did I start collecting trains? When did that happen? I used to have a guitar and a few things. No.
Well, the interesting concept here is like for instance, if I precisely at this moment, if it was a matter of right, you get everything that you don't need and what you want to keep, I'd go, well, the computer and the hydrosynth and the rest of it I could probably live without, really. Yeah. But that's today.
Yeah. Next
week, I might be writing something and go, if I only still had the Oasis, or I could do with the bloody that patch that was on the sledge. It's kind of, there is a. I suppose you could, you can, this gear acquisition stuff, you can call it a sickness, or you can call it a hobby, or, it's just, what else do you want to spend your money on?
It's not the spending of the money, that's the problem. It's the fact that it's an addiction.
The pushing.
Yeah. It's the fact that it's because it's an addiction and it's not recognised as one. It's made fun of as something, it's gas. When really, it's an addiction and people are pushing, and there are enablers in every group.
But aren't
as
all
well.
hobbies? Look at fishing. It's the biggest hobby in the UK. And people spend inordinate amounts of money on things like lures, rods.
The addiction is collection.
Yes.
That's always kind of my weak point, because to a point with my synthesizer collection, I collect certain synthesizers or certain types. I have a thing about Yamaha. Yes, everybody knows that, and that's something that
you have expanded out from that.
But but you can look around here. Yeah, I mean there are other things, but I also collect vinyl and have done since I was this high. But seriously collected it. I mean, to the point where occasionally I will buy something purely because I know it's an investment. I will listen to it, but it's an investment. I think I held up that Prince single that I bought a little while ago that it was like $13.99 and is now selling for $130 or something like that. I got that come through the other day, which is a limited CD of the new Propaganda album, and that's already up for £75. And I think, that's not a pension. You think about, but I do collect things, and I find myself thinking, why am I actually buying this? Am I buying this because I want it and need to use it, or am I buying it just because it's a gap in the collection? But I do try and
all of the
limit
above.
myself. Yeah, I try to limit myself, and I certainly wouldn't ever put myself in a financially precarious position by doing it. I'm not going to sell my children to buy a Hydra synth or something. Although,
yeah, because I mean, there's this thing about
An Oberheim, however.
I mean, maybe it's a little unfair to say, that it's constantly being pushed on you because normally, particularly with music equipment, you really have to go to these what could simply be called quite niche places to have this stuff pushed at you.
YouTube's niche.
Whereas when you go on YouTube and you want to watch a video of I don't know, cats fighting with flick knives or something, you're going to get an advert flash up first for something you have no interest in at all. Right? That's pushing shit in your face.
Well, Sweetwater ads.
Yeah,
Boy,
and I have a mantra now, which is if you advertise at the front of a YouTube video something that has no connection whatsoever with anything that you're going to be watching, you've just made me not want to buy your product even more. Well done. Move on. Skip ad. But that's more that that's sort of like pushing in your face.
What's more nefarious? What's more nefarious is not so much the channels or people like PSN and others and the individuals. It's the fact that we will express an interest in a particular product or product line, and we go onto YouTube and we maybe look at a video because we're genuinely interested in this piece of gear that we genuinely want for a genuine reason. But then the algorithms then continue to bombard us with, oh well, he liked this, you'd like this, because right now my YouTube feed is heavily full of it's heavily full of cars. Because I've been researching cars.
Right.
And now I've got a car. I don't really want to see a lot of these adverts, but then they come up and I think, or not these adverts, these video reviews of cars of a similar type, and I'm thinking, so I start watching them just to satisfy that, and I'm just bombarded with these things. I'm not going to buy another car because I've got one now, but it's still.
Yeah, I think the more sinister part of that is where Fiona talks about something in the front room. And then it appears on my Facebook up here.
Yes.
Adverts for, she's talking about kitchen cabinets or something like that. And it's like, MFI has got a sale on and all this stuff. Fuck off.
Yeah.
But honestly, computers don't listen to you, and your Amazon and Google devices don't listen to you, honestly.
I think it's, with regards to what I said in terms of, pushers and... I'm just using that as an analogy, obviously. But... it's less so for the news channels because you're just regurgitating, oh, look, this thing is out, here's a thing. You're not pushing an agenda.
Yeah, it's a notification as opposed to a sales pitch.
It's much more about the individuals, such as the Bo Beats of the world, for example, who get all of this stuff, and they've got to this point over time where they've given up their work that they were doing before. Now they're doing YouTube full time, so they have to see it as a job because that's how they get money. So I understand that's how it works. However, the message that it gives across is it's of one of endorsement. It's never. What's happening?
Oh, I think that was Neil Wharton popping in.
Yeah, no, we're listening. But you're right. But Bo Beats then will, to that point, like, then you see him on Twitter and he's like, oh, everyone's treating me, he kind of, he says he has health issues, and like, well, what are you doing, dude? Like, why did you quit your job? Like, what?
He made a choice.
No,
he
but it
made his bed.
I know. And it's
and
just like,
he did he not think for 1 second that becoming a YouTube personality has some negative connotations to it? You're putting yourself up in a public place. Not everyone is going to go, oh, I love you, I think you're fantastic. There are going to be people that say, mate, fuck off, I don't like what you say, I don't like your personality, I don't like, and sorry,
but it's not just Bo Beats. It's
no,
all the ones that they're signing the NDAs and then they drop them all at the same time. Do you know what? They're just the company's bitches at that point, because the companies are just using them as advertising outlets, and whether they see it or not, they're just bitches. And you're an extension of that company's marketing department, is what you are at that point.
And they're getting you very cheap.
Yeah, they can cut you off any moment.
Oh yeah, and when this was all, I don't know, how many years ago, I've been doing my website, and I had this, this drive to make the website more popular. I wasn't doing video reviews. I'm a writer, so I like to write reviews, long form reviews, and things that people read. Hence why, thank God that Sound on Sound like to pay me for that stuff now. But before that, I was writing these. I was courting all the companies. I was emailing them, and sometimes getting responses, sometimes not. UVI were very good to me. Arturi were quite good to me. I slagged off one of the V collections, V Collection 4, I think it was. And when V Collection 5 came out, I thought, are they going to send me one? And lo and behold, they sent me one to review, and they fixed the things that. So I was glowing in my praise there, and then got criticised for, you're only saying that because they gave it to you for free.
Turncoat.
Yeah, I'm just saying as it is. They fixed the thing that I complained about, and there it was.
You get accused of.
I got somebody in. I think it's Synthtopia. James, who runs that site, posted up one of my review videos of a UVI thing, and then somebody in the comments said, he's a UVI shill. They give him all this stuff for free, and he just loves it all. And I read through all of my UVI reviews thinking, do I gush unnecessarily about it? And most of the time I was very positive and enthusiastic because they were good, in my opinion. And that was, so what do I do? Do I sit here and think, I've got to think of something to criticise?
Never read reviews.
Which is what I soon kind of learned.
Every arsehole has an opinion.
Indeed, most of them are smelly. But then I did this thing with Roland. I got in at Roland, and I said, right, this was at the start of the boutiques, and they sent me the JP08, and I slated it because it's, first of all, 4 voices. Come on, what the fuck were you thinking? Secondly, USB noise. Thirdly, size of the flipping controls, because I'm stubby fat fingers, and a 20mm throw fader isn't no use to man nor beast. But anyway, I kind of said, I really wanted to love this, but I didn't because of all this sort of stuff. Never got a thing from Roland ever again.
My point exactly.
But no, I was quite happy with that, you see. But some others, it seems to be, like you say, that they can't bring themselves to be hypercritical of something, or just honestly critical of something, because they think that's going to slam a door in their face, and they've now given up their livelihoods to start this new career. And if I'm not getting this stuff from these companies, I can't afford to go and buy it, although probably they can now that you've got 100,000 subs or whatever, and they're getting a fairly decent revenue from it. But I can't afford to buy this stuff, and so
maybe that's the point that we should all be talking about, which is unless someone is paying you or you have multiple sources of income, do not assume you can make a living out of making YouTube videos unless you're prepared to prostitute yourself.
Or do things but also, professionally.
Yeah, or also just don't subscribe to their channels. I mean, I found I got into the habit of only watching stuff on YouTube, and that in itself is quite unhealthy, because the algorithm does lead you down. You find yourself at 2 o'clock in the morning watching some bloke chopping wood or something. Something bizarre like that,
or something like this.
But if you
do you think someone just clicked on this?
Or you just you do what I've done recently, and actually I've stopped automatically just launching YouTube and seeing what's popped up in my notifications, and I'm just making a list of the channels that I really watch. And I left YouTube pretty much for 2 weeks, and all the notifications that I used to get weren't popping up. Unfortunately, nor are some of the ones for, Kent and Robbie, but, I know what time they're on, so that isn't an issue.
It's not just
but
YouTube,
if you buck the algorithm, actually it stops trying to fight you.
It's more endemic than that. It's not just YouTube, because what happens is it's on all the groups, all the synth groups and blah blah blah, because it filters down so that the addicts then are promoting the thing as well to other addicts, and it becomes a cyclic thing, because somebody who's not a known person on, social media or YouTube or whatever will have bought this thing early. So they'll post about it. Oh God, it's the most amazing thing ever, blah blah, and they'll post on all the synth groups. So then that'll entice, and then you see all the comments. Oh man, I'm gassing right so hard for this now. Oh, I really want it. What does it do for this? Blah blah blah. And they haven't even used the thing. They've literally had it for a second just to take a picture of it and post it on social media.
But I don't take them seriously.
It's not a case of, oh my God, I've had this now for 6 weeks. Here are my thoughts about it. It's not that. It's like, let me get this thing so I can post a picture and make myself look fucking cool. That's what it is. And then they'll put it away, and then they get the next thing and do the same thing. It all perpetuates. But these whole reviews, the Bo Beats reviews, I call them loose knob reviews, because they have to say something negative to make it sound balanced, but they can't say anything so negative that they don't get more gear. So the only thing they do is they go, the knobs are a bit loose on this. I have to say the knobs are a bit loose, because that means fuck all. But you'll see
what everyone says about modal, isn't it?
Time and time, but they only say it about modal because that's the only thing they can fucking say. Other than that, but it does come with a wall wart. That's another one. There's a wall wart. It's got loose knobs. It's got something aesthetically pointless, basically, to its function as a sound generating device.
However, long before YouTube and the punters and all the shills and stuff out there, I was gassing going to Guitar Center looking at stuff. The experience itself got me into the stuff. I didn't need people to tell me what to do. The experience was amazing in itself,
Hello, Neil, by the way.
Yes. Good evening, Neil.
Hi, Neil.
Hi, Neil.
Multiverse of Sasquatch.
Good evening.
Oh, hello.
Sounds gonna like it.
Is that the inverse?
I am the inverse, because I like Apple. And I like Korg,
and you hate Behringer.
I'm quite short, so yeah, I'm the inverse.
Are you a hirsute?
That's the sound of a reality collapsing.
But I don't hate. I don't hate any of the companies really. They're all good. I thought I'd join in on this conversation just because I think some of this is down to people. I think it's down to people just controlling themselves. A lot of people just leave it that it's everybody else's problem that they've got a problem, and it's not. It's down to people just looking after themselves and saying, okay, I don't buy this because I need to save the money, whether it's for food, whether it's for housing, whether it's for some other hobby. But I think it's down to people just taking account of themselves rather than it being everybody else's problem. If somebody advertises something at you, then that's life. We've had this for years. Whether it be washing powder or
tobacco industry or fast food or any of that stuff.
Exactly. When we're not forced to have any of it, it's down to the individual to make their choice. So I don't think we should always push it out. People who do YouTube and people who advertise stuff on there, then that's fine. And they've chosen, I realise there's a big difference between somebody like Robbie, who does this as a part-time, job. It's not there. He makes his money elsewhere, so it's not crucial that he pushes, a commercial product. But somebody who has decided to switch into YouTube and then say, okay, well, now I have to do all the advertising that comes in, otherwise I won't make my money. There's a big difference in those two types of ways of making your living. So, yeah, it's down to people to make their own choice, really.
Well, of course it is, as always, but there's a difference between advertising and an addiction. If, for example, if you're talking about advertising and people do their own choice, blah, blah, blah. Well, if you look at smoking, for example, which is obviously an addiction, that was, Marlboro cars and things on Formula One for years, that was banned. And then, the advertising on the packet, they're banned. Now they're behind the locked screen, banned. Why? It's still your choice whether you're going to smoke or not, right? Well, yeah,
Absolutely.
Not if you're addicted. If you're addicted, then you're going to want that thing regardless. So what we're talking about are the same things, but from a different viewpoint, I think, and you have to recognize, I recognize in myself that I got addicted to buying gear. It's simple as that. And I recognize that in myself only by having a break from social media of all kind of things to do with that for 6 months. And I recognize, shit, look at all this crap that I've bought. I haven't used that thing. But previous to that, I would still be looking.
I totally agree with you.
Trying to make.
Yeah. I'm the same. I am addicted. I am addicted to smoking. I've stopped smoking for years. I went on to a vape. Just recently, I bought some rolling tobacco because I fancied just having the odd roll up every now and then. It was my choice. It was such a struggle to buy that tobacco because of exactly what you said. It's all covered over. I don't know what they're selling, so I turn up at the store and I say, can I have some rolling tobacco? And they say, what do you want? And I go, I've no idea because I don't know what you've got to sell.
And they're all green.
So, yeah. So in which case you go, I've no idea. And then it's up to covering it all over and whatever, it makes no difference whatsoever because you just go, that's not the problem. All you've done is make the problem between the customer and the poor assistant who's then got to open up the cabinet and then try and describe to you what they've got behind the counter without actually having any labels on it anymore. Like a lot of, health warnings instead. So, yeah, no, I totally agree with what you're saying, Zaf. But it's up to the individual to make that choice. You made the choice. Okay, I'll stay off YouTube for 2 weeks. I made the choice where I don't go and buy cigarettes. I decided recently, okay, I will buy some rolling tobacco. In a month's time, I won't buy any more. But it's down to the individual on what
Is that a
they
new thing
want
where
to
they
do.
hide the tobacco like that?
Oh, in the UK, very much.
Everything is a dirty green sort of.
That would never
khaki
fly
colour.
here because the tobacco lobby is so strong.
Yeah, but we get pictures of rotting lungs on ours as well. It's, or diseased hearts.
Wow.
Right.
But to since Alex's point earlier, where he said, long before, Jim is back. Long before YouTube and all these channels and stuff, he used to go gassing by going into the shop and seeing all the things there.
Didn't we all?
But that was a different thing. That was an aspirational thing. I remember doing that myself. I used to go to a shop. It was a day out because there was no shop near me. And then you just spent all day looking at these things. Difference being, you haven't got somebody in your face playing you this thing saying, isn't this fantastic? You want to buy this thing? Oh, look at this thing. The knobs are a bit loose though, but apart from that, it's fantastic. You didn't have that. You were just left to look and play, whatever. And then you went away thinking, oh God, I think I do want a Korg M1 actually. I really like that piano sound. And so I might go and save up for that, whatever. But as soon as you left that door, that was it. All you had were the memories of what you experienced, and then it was gone. That's not how it is these days. We're living in a completely different world. We're living in a world where as soon as you put your phone on, you are bombarded with things constantly. And to think, and to your point, Neil, when you're saying, it's your choice, whatever. Is it? I think we've got an illusion of choice here. But if unless you haven't got a smartphone, you know, anybody who's got a smartphone is living under the illusion of free will at the moment, because they're using gaming tactics to bombard you with things day in, day out, and in the middle of that
it's only if you're invested. It's only if you are actually in the channels that they're bombarding. So in my case, and only but only because I'm older, and I admit that at 51. I decided I was coming off Twitter.
Get out of here!
Oh,
yeah, thank you.
Change your
These youngins.
Thank you. I like you. You're good. But I chose to come off Twitter, and I chose to come off Facebook for exactly these reasons, that I saw these things being pushed at me, and you go, I don't like this. So I subscribed out of them. I'm not on them now. In some cases, to my detriment, because as I found, like with this group of people, getting in contact with somebody like Jim, as we were trying to do, so we could arrange to go to Gearfest, is painful when you're not on one of the social media platforms. You know, you end up having to try and switch mail addresses over a chat on YouTube, which is very difficult without giving all your details away. But that's to my detriment. That was my choice. But I came off them. Now I am not bombarded by adverts. I am not bombarded by anything to do with synthesizers, anything to do with smoking, or any of the other hobbies that I have. I mean, I'm into astronomy as well, and telescopes and all that sort of thing. Another thing where you can spend vast amounts of money, but I'm not bombarded by those anymore, because
don't get me started on telescopes.
You got a friend right above.
Brilliant. Yeah, I mean, it's exactly the same. It doesn't matter whether it's telescopes, synthesizers, premium watches, and we're talking like Rolex, Omega, all that sort of thing. I'm into all of those things, but I'm not bombarded by that, because I chose to come off the platforms that bombard me. I just say no.
Well, that's.
I'm in the same position, because I've done that myself. But I think that is a minority position. You know, it's not every day that you hear, certainly in my friends list, of people doing that. You know, I'm the minority in my friends list that are doing that. In fact, the very small minority. You know, you hear people say, I'm going to take a face break for a week or something. But it's not usual for people to take 6 months or more off social media and then kind of regroup and think to yourself, oh, what have I learned? And then, okay, all this stuff is shit. Fine, so I'm not going to watch that. That is a very small minority of people that do that. I'm not saying I'm a special case. I'm just saying that it is literally a small minority of people. So
I agree with you, but that doesn't mean it's wrong not to do it.
No, I'm saying the rest of the people who are out there are still like how I was, who are still addicts to all this gear, still being bombarded.
But I don't think it's the gear it's not the gear or the people that's the problem. It's the social media platform that's the problem.
Well,
come off the social media platform, and you will stop the bombardment.
Well, you're right, but here's to what Mark was saying. The difference in Andy, the way things used to be. We're gonna go way back. You go to the music store, like you said. You look at all the stuff. You might have some money, you may not. A lot of times you kind of chickened out, or you're kind of like, I'm not going to do it. Well, let's say you bought something. What do we initially do now? Whoever.
You research
go and take a photo, and we show everyone on Instagram. And then we type on Gearspace. Woohoo! Just got this. And then there's likes and high five. So we never used to do that. You're right.
I still don't.
Don't go on.
No, I still don't. I have.
But there is a lot of that going on. I got sucked into it.
Yeah, but they probably. I do
it. I've done it. I mean, I got to be honest. I've done it.
But surely they like doing it. I mean, this is probably going to be unpopular, but you know, you get like loads of adverts and stuff like that. Like you say, you get bombarded with all this stuff. But it's only a problem if you make it a problem. You can just ignore that. You can just carry on scrolling and ignore the fucking shit. If you're going to do something where you go, oh, Facebook's really annoying me, it does this, that, and the other, I'm going to sign out of my account and not use it for, say, 2 weeks, is literally the equivalent of pulling his skirt up, going, and storming out of the room. It's
that happens.
Just ignore it.
But that happens later, after you open up the closet and all the empty boxes, because you're keeping them, come piling out the closet. Right?
I know.
Or you're
Those
grabbing
boxes
things
are
and
gone.
racing downstairs. And like, who is this guy? Like, when did that person? I was never like that. And then now I am getting through it.
Yeah.
You know? And I make jokes now, like, get into your rack, but I'm not really telling you shit.
Yeah,
I'm actually saying, look at this idiot. Do you want to be like him? Of course not.
Yeah, but you know, it is clearly a problem, and there are people who struggle with it, right? But I'm not quite sure that ignoring it and trying to disconnect from it is completely the solution. Would it be better to, because no matter where you go,
rationalise it.
Yeah, because no matter where you go or what you do, this shit's going to happen, because it happens on thousands of different levels. You know, music gear is just one aspect, but it happens if you turn the television on.
Yeah. Well, here's the ultimate problem. That store thing I talked about with seeing this stuff and as a kid or as a high schooler or a college kid or whatever, almost every single one of those things that made an impact on me, I eventually procured. So it didn't go away. It was in my mind forever. Like, I got to get that thing. And I eventually did. But, you know.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
it doesn't have to be pushed in your face.
If you don't know that anything exists, right, because you know, you haven't seen, you know, adverts or whatever, and it hasn't come into your sphere, as it were. The way you're built and the way you are determines whether you would go looking anyway. So, like Snav said about, you know, you used to go to a music shop and you'd spend the whole day there.
Yeah.
Right? There are people who would look at that and go, that's not healthy.
It was mainly hoping to get laid, but, you know.
Yeah. And, you know, going there and wanting to play this gear and spend the day with it is just a different way of being drawn in. Spending the day in the shop, it's still gas.
Yeah.
You're
when
in
you
there
know the names of the shop workers, you've got a problem. You know.
And you're trying out stuff, and you'll find something that you absolutely adore, and it may be like there's no chance in hell that you're ever going to afford it, or you think about all the things you could sell at home to get enough money to buy it, and no advertising was involved. But that is still gas.
I agree with you. It's not the platform. It's if you didn't find it on one platform, you'd find it
somewhere. Now 1 a.m. Yeah. You're not just, there's no structure anymore. It's like you can do whatever you want, and we all go yay. But is that really good?
And a junkie will always find a dealer.
Yeah, because the only thing that's different today.
I might be a junkie.
When I went to bootleg to buy a Mirage, which I was on £17 a week, and this thing was $16.99. And you go like, why are you there? Why are you looking at this thing? I went for like 4 weeks in a row to play this thing on a Saturday. And go, I want this. And go home. It's like, oh God, I so want it, and all the music I'll do with it and stuff like this. That's gas.
Yeah.
And then I did HP. Yeah, I did HP. Put myself into Hock for 5 years. There was no way in hell I could afford so much as a sandwich a week because of it, but I didn't care because I was going to get that. That's gas. There's no advertising involved. But
I did the same with the 01.
Yeah, exactly.
I bought a Korg 01 WFD and I bought it on high finance with the bank. Yeah, because exactly the same reason.
I still love the Korg 01W. It's awesome.
Yeah, and that's because the way
I don't
you're
think
built.
it was gas. I don't think it was gas. And I'll tell you why. When you go to a shop and you're looking at that thing, you're wanting that thing. And for me, it was a DX11. I remember going to the shop and I remember seeing this DX11 and playing it, and the keyboard felt amazing. And at the time, I didn't have a polyphonic keyboard, and that was in my kind of reachable price compared to everything else beyond that. And even though I couldn't afford it, I knew that if I worked all summer with my dad, I could maybe get to blah, 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 and then sold this and da-da-da, and then washed some cars. I had a thing in mind that I was getting. Now, that's not gas. That is, I know what I'm going to want, and that's what I'm going to get. Gas is when you've got a room full of fucking gear that you don't use, and you're still looking to buy more shit. That's gas.
That's
because
a hobby.
You have no need for it. No, you have no need for it. And if you have no need for it,
I
if
agree
you have no
with
need
you.
for it, then that's a serious fucking problem. And
Yeah,
that's a different
I
thing
agree
to
with you
going
on
to a
that.
shop and looking
So have you been
for that
spying
thing.
on me, or is that?
Yeah.
But I still think that that is generated from within.
Yeah.
Of course it
It's
is.
not. Yeah, but it's not. It's not
different thing.
advertising. It's not advertising. It's not Facebook. It's nothing like that. That is
They're not
inside,
helping us.
and you got to sort of like take responsibility for it, and you go, I am not going to spend any more money on stuff that I don't need.
Yeah. It's down to the individual to make that choice.
Yeah.
You're always welcome here. My name's Sass. I'm an addict.
Well, but but they kind of won, didn't they? That's what they wanted to do, right? You had to go through the addiction, right? You dumped a bunch of money. You made the money for the company, whoever. The shills got what they wanted, and then you finally go, oh, okay. Well, guess what? They're done with you, right? They're ready for the next person. But to your point, it's up to us. I get it. I'm going to be fine. I've been selling stuff off, and I don't, I'm burnt
things
out.
The advertising
have to be
that does
used
my
to stay here. Otherwise, they have. I can't afford to just have money tied up in an object that isn't used. It has to work for its existence. And, it's not like it will pay for itself at all.
Yeah.
But
Well, they're just waiting for you to get another. Then you get the bonus check, but they're waiting. They're waiting.
I think it does depend. It does depend on the individual, and because yes, like with Jim, he's like, I need to earn some money off this. I'm slightly different. The business I work for is totally different. Nothing to do with synthesizers. So mine is all to do with my hobby, all to do with playing. I'm like Sass. I play synthesizers just for my own joy. I don't go out and play them in the performance realm. I just play them so that I can play them. And I mean, I have the likes of who's that? The Korg representative in the UK, the demonstrator. I can never remember his name.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? He's been on all the. He's been. He
Luke.
really. Luke, that's it. I mean, Luke. I've met Luke in a car park in Derby service station. Yeah, I mean, it sort of got to that state. Not quite that far, but I mean, I bought my synthesizer. He happened to be up in a Leeds store, and he texted me and went, "Oh, this is available now." And he knew I wanted one because I'd spoke to him. And I met him in. He bought it from the store, and I met him in a car park down there, and I bought it. From that, and when it got to that, when I did that one, that's when I thought, this is probably gone a bit too far, because I could have gone anywhere and bought this. I didn't need to go and meet the Korg guy and go and get this from a car park out of his boot.
Yeah.
It was a bit weird. So yes, but it was my choice.
I mean, it's all too easy to abdicate personal responsibility and blame manufacturers or YouTubers or social media. I smoked 40 a day, and when I realised, when I had a specific motivation to give up, I stopped and went cold turkey, and have never smoked a cigarette since, and have broken that addiction. I've never wanted to smoke a cigarette again in my life, and I'm all the better for it. But I've, in the last year or so, I've looked at pieces of gear. And I thought, I'd love a Prophet 5, or I'd love that S2400. I really want that S2400. Really want it. How am I going to afford to buy one of those? I've got a TX816 sitting in the United States with my name on it, at a very good price for what it is and where it came from. But and I had all these plans of I'm gonna get this stuff. Do I need a TX816 when I've got DX7, DX72, DX5, DX1? Do I need? No, I don't need it, but I want it because it's a gap in the collection and it belonged to somebody very well known who I very much respect and was a big influence on me. Am I going to get it? No, because I just bought a new car. I had to buy a new car. Boom, that's it. My deposit, that was, my savings went into that, and I made that decision, and I sit here and think, oh God, that's not going to happen. No, I'm not going to get that S2400, and that Profit 5 can go out the window. I took, and say this is just me. I'm not saying everyone is going to be the same. Everyone should do the same as me, but you have to have a degree of personal responsibility towards that. If you have, if you are like us and you buy and collect gear or use, or don't, use it or whatever, and you're spending a lot of money on it, you can't always blame everybody else. You can't blame social media or the salesman in Guitar Center or YouTube or whatever. They're only trying to do what it takes to keep their businesses going. They're going to be, trying to sell their stuff to as many people as they possibly can. And in a way, that's kind of, it's good because it means that they earn money to make other new, interesting, exciting things that maybe one day I'll get. You've got to take some responsibility for your own actions. And I understand that that's easier for some people than it is for others. I know people who are genuinely addicted to things that are awfully unhealthy physically. I suppose gear addiction like this, the only real personal detriment is your mental health, because of the anguish of maybe not having money to eat food or pay the bills because you've just forked out $5,000 for an OBX8 or something.
Sometimes these things not living up to expectations, which is, I think, part of the problem as well. Is like you think it's going to be this thing that's going to revolutionise, your music making or whatever, and then you find it doesn't,
Yeah.
But
then you've got to be open and honest enough with yourself to say, well, I just spent $5,000 on this thing, and I've had 6 months with it, and it's not doing what I thought it would do for me. Now, is that because it's a shit product, or is that because I convinced myself that was good? Because I used to be like that. I used to buy stuff and think,
to myself,
that's what I need to make me successful. That's what I need that's going to take me to the next level, and it didn't. And there was a time, if you watch back some of my videos on my own channel from even just like 5 years ago, you'd be lucky if you see one keyboard in this room. And that would be my Elise's Fusion and maybe the Prophecy, and that would be it. And then I happened to get this opportunity to pick up a couple of things, and then I thought, and then and I was doing well in my job, so I had a little bit disposable income, so I was just kind of, I was.
And one thing
probably
led to
more
another,
reliving.
and then it started to get really out of hand. And
that's it. Yeah.
It's like if I wasn't into synthesizers, then right, it would be something else.
Yeah.
Outside would be a Buick Riviera. There'd be a Lincoln Continental.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? There'd be a full Cutlass. There'd be all out there.
All
and
going nowhere.
All going nowhere. But I'd be out there polishing them.
Long ago, books were my weakness. I had a massive book collection, so.
Yeah, I had a massive book collection as well.
I still have.
As Brad Pitt says, the things you own eventually end up owning you.
And just remember the words of that eponymous song. Just say no.
That's right, Zamo.
I mean, some of it is that the guys that are doing the selling, they're not selling for the company. They're selling for themselves. They're selling to make money. So the likes of Luke, who I met in the car park and bought a synthesizer off, he wasn't selling. Obviously, from the outside, to me, he's selling from Korg. He's not. He's selling because he needs to make a living for his own wage. It's not. None of them are doing it. I mean, the company I work for, I don't work for them. You know, at the end of it, selfishly, I work because I need a salary.
As do all the YouTube pushers.
Exactly. Yeah,
Well,
exactly right. And I mean, recently I've learned that maybe my job may finish within the next year, so I've changed all the stuff I was gassing for synthesizers. I'm not doing that anymore. I've now changed it and decided, okay, I'll put this in the savings account instead for the time being until I know what the future's going to hold. That's my choice to do that.
Yeah.
Because, you know, I could go on and spend a load of money on new synthesizers, astronomy gear, whatever it is that I'm into. But I'm not going to do that anymore because I know my future may change within the next sort of 6-8 months. So you change what you're going to do, don't you? That's a person's choice.
But also, Mark, if it helps, and this is serious, come here and rant about it.
Yeah.
Talk about it. Get it out of your system. Shout it.
About anything.
Well, no, I mean it works for Ty, so.
The other thing is having the courage. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, David. What were you saying?
Well, I mean, a couple things. I mean, first, it's good to test yourself. I believe, right? Do you have the courage to let some of it go? What does that do to you, right? The other thing is, as musicians, and this is what we don't want to confuse it with, curiosity, right? Like, there's nothing wrong. There is a certain level you go to where you're going to want to try an FM synth or an analog this or a wavetable. That's not. I don't think that's what we're talking about. We're talking about where you just look around and go, "Why the fuck did I buy that system on again? I don't even know why I bought it. Like, what was it supposed to do?" And then and then it's like, well, now if the system runs there, where do I put this? They can't both fit there, so that's got to go over there. It just gets ridiculous. And it's just like, well, and then you look in the thing, well, where's the sculpt going to go? If that's doing that, it's now what's different, it's very different for someone who's been doing it a long time, who says, I've got my patches in my M1, or I've got my patches in my DX7, or I've got this instrument that does this for me. I respect that as a musician or as a creator. You know exactly what that thing does for you, and you don't want to let it go. And that makes a lot of sense. And I had pieces like that. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about things like I look at them and go, I don't even know if I've ever used you in a song. I don't have time to learn you. I don't know what you're doing here. How did you get here?
But also, if you have a Stratocaster, do you need a Telecaster?
Yes.
Yes.
No. But
I know that.
Do I need a second stack? Yeah, we all know that.
But I was expecting that response because, guitars. We're talking about synths, but it's not just synths. It's
I get the analogy.
It's across the whole music business.
It's across anything, isn't it?
Well, across any business.
Just to pick up on what Robbie said earlier about how
Come on, then. Bring it on.
It's important not to blame other people for all this kind of stuff. Whatever. I'm not blaming anybody for how it's feeling. What I'm saying is, I'm aware that being around in certain environments has an effect on me which is negative, and therefore I left that environment.
Exactly. You've taken the personal responsibility for it.
However, that does not mean that the environment isn't toxic. Just because there's no
social
correlation
media.
there.
Social media is toxic. Full stop. Well, it's toxic for
so,
everyone.
So whilst it's okay to say, don't go blaming other people for, what your decisions, whatever. Yeah, okay. Well, that's like saying, well, you're an alcoholic, fine. Well, don't blame me if I happen to own a bar and you happen to live here. It's not my fault. It's your decision to not drink. If you're surrounded by things constantly and you're bombarded by things constantly, it's not such a black and white thing to say it's just your decision. Obviously, at the end of the day, it's your decision, but there are so many influences, so many...
But social media is designed to be addictive.
Yeah. Well, let's say you have the synth salesman, right? There's one that is trying to service you because you're you're
back.
You froze.
I was going to say, there's one thing to have the salesman who has your best interests, right? They know you're a musician. They know you had a need. They get a hold of you and they say, hey, I've got this. I know you've been looking for it. And there's the next one that says, I need to make $100 today. I know this person's a sucker, right? I'm going to kind of use them. And I do think there, as someone who's been a salesperson in my life, there's a big difference between selling a need and just selling shit to people, because I need to make a paycheck. And some people don't believe that. I know the difference because I've sold a lot of different things in my life. And that's why I got into things. I only deal with people who have to have this for a transaction.
Yeah. I don't know if I got the point across because my camera froze, but I was just trying to say that the environment can absolutely affect you without you knowing it. And so just to say, don't blame other people, it makes it sound like it's a black and white situation when it's not. It's a very grey area, where it becomes a codependency almost, where one affects the other. Because if you're not part of the group, the clan, adding to these things, then those things don't get added either. It becomes this perpetual thing where it's like addicts helping out addicts, and it becomes harder to make that distinction. Now, for me personally, yes, I have made that kind of distinction, and I have realized, okay, that step is bad for me. I'm not going to do that. And that is a personal thing that I've got to. Fine. But anybody else who's out there who is in the same situation, I would not say to them, well, it's your own fault, just stop doing it, because I know how bad the environment is. And I think the environment is toxic. It's as simple as that. But when you're in the environment, you can't see that. You can't see the wood for the trees because you just see everybody else is doing the same thing. Oh, it's fine. Everybody's doing it. Oh, it's fine then. It's no problem. Just keep buying shit that you never use and then sell it on in a couple of weeks. That's fine. How the fuck is that normal? It's just not normal.
But I don't think it's not just down to being synthesizers though. The social media platform puts it across it all. So whether you're into synthesizers, as I say, synthesizers, watches, any of it, you will get pushed. Yeah, you will get pushed all of that stuff. So it's the social media platform that's pushing it. It's not, and whatever your addiction is, whether it's synthesizers, smoking, Pepsi Max, you will get pushed it if you are on that platform.
It's dogs, not the social media pushing
Yeah,
anything.
It's very much dogs and cats. Yeah.
It's not the social media pushing anything. It's you joining groups because you have an interest in something, and the people within that group. It's about the people. The people within that group will enable you in the same way as the people on YouTube videos that you watch will enable you. They will make it say that it's okay. They will make it say to you, oh, what's this? There's a new hydrosynth out, a new one, a fantastic one, whatever. I'm just saying. Yeah. It's fine to get that. I've ordered one. I've just got one. Yeah, I'm getting one. I'm getting one. Pub. Yeah, I'm getting one.
There's this new real ale. Have you tried this one?
I might get it. Are you going to get one, Jim? Are you getting one? Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Robbie's feeling really bad now.
I might need to get
one. I want one.
But when I say social media, I mean the people in social. The platform is just the platform. What you do with it is entirely up to you. So I do mean the people in there, but you choose to join those groups, and you join to, you choose of what elements you want to be with.
Of course, yeah. But you don't.
It's funny, Sass.
With your eyes wide open.
It's funny that Sass mentioned the whole hydrosynth thing because. Yeah, I really want a hydrosynth, and I'm literally surrounded by people with hydrosynths, all telling me how wonderful the hydrosynth is every fucking day almost, and yet I can't afford to buy a hydrosynth, so I'm not going to buy one. It's as simple as that. I understand that,
Which
I
brings
really
across
want it, but
that interesting point that when I said to you yesterday, I can give you a long-term loan of my 49.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if I can give you a long-term loan of my 49, what's that say about me?
got the deluxe.
You're an enabler.
Yeah, you're a pusher.
I've got the deluxe, but I have the 49 as well.
Yeah, but at the same time, you've said very graciously, and if I can take you up on that, I will. But the first thing that passed through my head then was not, oh my god, brilliant! I'm going to get a chance to spend some time with the hydrogen. My first thought was, where the fuck am I going to put it? Because I don't have space for stuff.
Ah, you sussed me out because I wanted to put something there.
But what I'm trying to say is that that element of restraint is there. I can, I am able to. I mean, seriously, I can look around here, and I have spent some money over the years, but I spread it out. I don't overstretch myself. In fact, there's only one thing that I've bought in here in the last, 20 years that I've done on finance, and that was because it was a special thing, and it was a little bit more than I had, but I covered it, and I've not paid any interest on it, and I've it's fine, it's all done, but I don't go out and buy stuff willy-nilly.
But I think Mark's point is it's not necessarily about the money, it's about the people and the attitude that people have towards other people, and it's almost like correct me if I'm wrong, Mark, but it's almost like being the only kid at school who doesn't have XYZ, the HP calculator or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's almost
keeping up with the Joneses.
There's peer pressure.
Yeah.
There's a bit of the sort of Steve Jobs reality distortion field about new gear, and this is it. It's kind of like
absolutely.
I don't think it's Steve Jobs, really, Jim. I mean, it's old.
No. The whole concept of there being this distorted view of reality by a group of people, that sort of creates like a sort of buzz about something that isn't actually it's just a thing,
pressure.
Exactly. But it's this whole like, this thing's amazing kind of thing. That's what I mean by the Steve Jobs reality distortion field. It was very much in relation to earlier Apple products.
I think the reason that my
don't get me wrong,
my
I love
gas
Apple
is,
products.
I think the reason my gas is so bad, and I admit this, hand on heart, I've had it really bad in the last few years. Really, really bad. Which you can see, like, for instance, with that modular that I've never turned on, and now I'm donating to Andy's school. Right? That's only because I hate selling things. The kid, when I was a kid, kids had bikes. I didn't have a bike. We could not afford to get me a bike. So they've got bikes and I'm running. And so I was always the kid that didn't have it. Whatever it was, I was the kid that never had it because it was just my mum's widow's pension. Because she had to give up work and everything like that. So we were, desperately poor. Now I'm at a point in my life now where suddenly there's money around. And it's literally like, right, I'm going to catch up now with all those things that, I was always the kid that never had it. Now I'm going to be the bloke who does, right? And for a while, it was satisfying.
Yeah.
But for the last 6 months, it's been absolutely... Ugh.
Yeah, you've hit upon the fact that, most consumerism is a displacement for another emotional need.
Yeah.
And,
But I agree with Saf, where he says, talks about that, that toxic environment. Because I think any environment where you can be influenced out of where you would normally be or feel comfortable is a toxic environment.
Yeah.
So when you've got lots of people go, no, you've got to get one of them, they're brilliant and all this, and they're quite cheap. Yeah, they're quite cheap to you, but you go, well, if it's quite cheap to you, then it has to be quite cheap to me as well, even if it costs more than I can actually afford. To be,
I think that's very right. In your
being in your
case, in your case, Kent, yes, because the
You need to not
people
be
that
friends
you
with Ty.
yeah, exactly. The people you know are
summon
on
him.
so much like Ty, and whether it be Hans or whoever else it is, yeah, they are massive influencers, and obviously they do get the kit. So yeah. Kent, you are very much a disadvantage there because they are going to say, yes, get this for the creative reason. They're saying get it, but because they don't have to worry about the financial side as much as the normal people do.
Yeah.
So,
On the upside, Kent doesn't have a bad back. Thanks
This
to
is
that.
That's true.
chair.
And the other good reason
beautiful
is
lighting.
because of working with vintage analog, for instance, for the last 25 years. I mean, I wanted to own, 80s mini moogs, this, that, and I just wanted to have them all, because I'd spent so much of my childhood going want. But working with them, they are the shit. They are. People are spending like massive amounts of money for what is technically a liability. They might as well go to the guy on Reverb and go, look, here's £10. Now kick me in the bollocks.
It's literally sort of technological debt in a way, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sort of
But also
carrying
there's-
this expensive thing that needs maintaining.
Yeah.
But there's also things like, I mean, growing up, something like the ARC 2600, that was like, wow to me. And I always wanted to get my hands on one.
Yeah.
And then, the Korg one came out and everyone was, falling over themselves to buy it. And then Behringer released it. And I actually ordered one. And then I stopped myself and I cancelled the order because I thought, yeah, it does sound good, but that it doesn't fit with what I do. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'd still love to play with one. So if anyone wants to lend me one, that's fine.
Yeah.
But it's not me, and it's the same. We've had this discussion about Eurorack. I'm fascinated by the technology, but in terms of actually making something that sounds good, it's probably not the right way for me to go. Because it's easier using one finger on a keyboard and fiddling around making a patch than it is spending a month's mortgage just to buy the cables to plug a bloody modular system together.
I think you probably nearly bought that 2600 to fill that psychological gap from the past.
Yes, yeah,
To feel like
absolutely.
I got to level 10. Yeah.
Yeah,
I get
but
the gold bar.
I think I actually sated my desire for it by paying for it and then going, you know what, I can spend that 500 quid on something else, like me.
I want it.
Yeah, I mean, now, although because I do like to play, like to have lots of keyboards right by me, so I can go, oh yeah, go to this keyboard and play that bit and everything, because I do that live thing. But I don't need all of it. I don't need all of it. I know I don't need all of it.
To your point, Kent, about your gas of recent years because you had nothing when you were younger and all that kind of stuff. Well, the old saying, keeping up with the Joneses, we all knew a family when we were growing up that had everything and seemingly no money problems, but they had everything, and you were always envious. And so when the child came into school, great trainers. Then you go to your mum, oh, can I have some? No, can't afford those trainers. Oh, okay. Yeah. So you couldn't afford to keep up with the Joneses. The trouble is, the analogy I think today is that every person in the group is the Joneses. So, it's not one family. It's every single person who's bought one of those things and they're posting pictures, posting things, whatever. You feel like an even more minority person if you don't have it. It's keeping up with the Joneses times 1,000. That's the toxic environment I'm on about. Everybody just wants to show a picture of this thing and give joy. Look at this thing I got, without realizing it's going to cause an avalanche of other people to do the same thing, and then in perpetuity, that's just going to happen forever.
I think I'm immune to that. I mean, I don't really post anything on Facebook, but it's a great way for people for messaging between us. But I wouldn't dream of sort of posting pictures.
I just make people jealous about my nice food. That's all.
Well, yeah, and you know what's worse about social media is when your girlfriend's friends do something and now you have to do it. Why aren't we doing what they're doing? Why don't we do this? Why don't we go here? Why don't we do that? It's like, that's worse than any of the gas shit.
Yeah, so the only solution for all of this is the one I did, which is just sign out of it.
Well, I do,
in which case you don't see the post, you don't post. It's very easy.
No, then she comes and tells you what she saw, and that's it.
Yeah.
You don't have to be on there. Yeah.
Right. I'm gonna have to cut and run, guys.
Can I just, before you go, Jim?
Yeah.
Jim, before you go, can I just say it's nice to speak to you. This is the first time we spoke. Obviously, we're going to be going to Gearfest together, so I shall be in contact. But yeah, thank you for.
We're not going to buy anything.
No, definitely not. And then we'll post.
Don't trust him. He sits in a £10 chair.
and
I can see him.
And then we'll post all the pictures of the stuff we didn't buy to Zap.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool. Awesome.
Listen, I've got to go.
I've got to be up in
4 hours. I've got to be up in 4 hours time. So I'm going to.
All right, bud. Take care.
Cool. Take care.
Nice talking.
Good to see you.
Right.
Bye.
Take care.
Bye.
So a quick thing about hydrogen gas to make Robbie maybe feel better a little bit. I got the 49 like a year ago. I haven't had any time to play with it. It's a great synth and amazing stuff, but I play like 20 times ever. So if you don't have the money and you don't have the space, don't feel bad about it.
No, look, seriously, I don't feel bad about not having a hydrogen. I'd love one. I'd love to have the space to have one. I'd love to be able to buy myself the deluxe version because I've listened to it. I've heard people like Kent wax lyrical
it makes it
about
worse with all the CS80 stuff.
But yeah, no, but I mean, I've heard it. I speak to people about it. You know, having interviewed Glenn Darcy, spoke to Ken Pierce a lot about it. I know that I would enjoy that synth a lot.
It's well built. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, but I don't have the money. I don't have the space, and I'm able to say, fine, that's it. Okay, I don't need to come up with some cockamamie plan to try and figure out how I'm going to get it in here. I can't afford it. Can't do it. I won't buy it. I'm not. I mean, I'm fully immersed in social media for personal reasons and for the reasons of PSN. Yeah, and I've often thought, well, should I come off because maybe it's not healthy or whatever, but I don't know whether it's because I started partaking in all of that from the absolute outset before it became a massive commercial thing.
Exactly, yeah.
And yeah. I believe I know how to navigate it and use it for my benefit. I'm not. So you can't sell me anything through adverts, whether it's on television or here. I will only buy stuff that I have gone out to to buy. I'm not going. If somebody comes up with a flashy new thing, I'll go, ooh, yeah. But do I actually need it? No. When I want it for a specific reason, I'll go out and buy it. So I don't. And I think I'm hoping I've done the same with my kids because they've got access to social media. They've had it all of most of their lives. My wife, we all sort of mess around on it, but we never have that issue where we see somebody else with it, or my kids aren't like that, and I'm hoping that's the way I've brought them up, and they're fairly intelligent kids, and they don't say, can I have these, because I've seen them on this or that or the other. They follow people. They spend their own pocket money on stuff, but it's not that. I don't know whether it's just. I know that's probably a very personal thing, but I will say this because I'm going to have to go now because it is 20-3 and I've got to be up.
Jesus, yes.
So,
yeah,
but I will
noticed that.
I will leave on this note. When I couldn't afford to buy proper synthesizers, until I was in my 20s. Up until then, it had just been VSS thing or a Commodore 64. Yeah, I know. And when I could afford to buy them, all I could afford was the first thing was a Roland sound canvas and an MK49 Evolution controller keyboard, and I had that with a crappy piece of software that was a bit of a knockoff of Cubase and kept crashing all the time. That's all I had. I was more productive with that than I have ever been ever since, and I own all this shit. I will leave you with that.
I think the thing is, Rob, we need you to get one of the Hydrasynths because we're sick of hearing about the Hydrasynth. So we definitely need you to get one. Yeah.
Failing that, if you can negotiate a good discount with ASM, I'll buy it.
Well, do you know, the funny thing is, I was speaking to the guys at Sequential, and they said, "Oh yeah, we can do you a deal." You know what they call artist considerations, I think they call it. It's like a category that they sell under to artists, and they said, we can chuck you in that
preferred
bucket.
Customers,
that sort of thing. And I said, oh, thank you. Send some figures through, and they sent the figures through, and they were very generous. Still not generous enough for me to be able to afford to buy one, but they were very generous. And I just thought, okay, well, I'm not getting the Profit 5 anytime soon because I just can't justify the expense.
It's a big chunk of change.
It is a big chunk, and it's a beautiful, beautiful thing.
Oh, I know. It's the one I want, man.
Yeah, but I accept the fact that can't have it. I've got nowhere to put it. I can't afford to pay for it with a discount or not. So, that's it.
Is it that? And I know we've really got to go because it is getting late. But we are all of an age where we remember times before the internet existed, and parents having the ability to say no and not just put something on a credit card, and perhaps the way that we were brought up is reflected in the way that we behave now.
Yeah,
there is that self-control. There is that exercise.
My SIP addiction was my own problem. I didn't grow up with privilege. I mean, my dad did a good job with stuff, but all my friends were spoiled. They had all the Star Wars figures and all the action, this and that, all the toys, and I go over there and play with the stuff at their house. I didn't have all this stuff. So, but I wasn't also neglected. I had plenty of good stuff, but I just like buying stuff for myself. That was always felt good.
Another thing that works in my favour is that when I got divorced, I was 31, and I got married at 21, and which is pretty early, I think. I mean, I should have hung around a bit longer and played the field, but I didn't. I threw myself into that, and it was a big mistake. And 10 years later, we divorced, and I went stupid. I sold the marital home. I got half the profits in my bank account. I got laid off from a job. I thought I could, take a few months out and just enjoy life, and I overspent massively and got myself into a huge amount of debt, to the point where I was literally shitting myself every time I heard the letterbox go, because I knew there would be a final demand and what were they going to take or what was going to be shut off. And I eventually bit the bullet and did something about it, and I didn't finish paying off my debts until about 10 years ago, or about 9-10 years ago. And I am now petrified of spending money. I really am. But it scares me. Like, when I bought this car a couple of weeks ago, I did all the sums. I could see that I could afford it. I got the money already there. I wasn't, yes, I'm doing it on a contract plan, so I'm technically, borrowing money and paying interest, but it's all serviceable. But it scared the fucking shit out of me. I remember when Peter Vogel recruited me to do work on his iOS app, he said, we need to get you an iPad and an iPhone, because I didn't have any of that stuff. So he wired me the money to get it. I went into the Apple store and I bought this. I'd never bought anything for, I think, what was it? The iPad was about $699 at the time. And I handed over the money, and my hand was trembling. It wasn't even my bloody money. It was, yeah, but my hand was trembling for buying something so expensive because of everything that had happened before. So I've now obviously learnt the hard way, and I'm trying to teach my children the same sort of discipline that I now have, so that they never get into that position. But that's a big factor for me, is that you can try and sell me all the stuff you like, but I'm not buying it unless I feel absolutely comfortable in buying it. So, but yeah, we're all different.
And of course, we can all just wait a couple of years and buy it second hand.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look at all this stuff. I wanted DX7s, Fairlights, all this kind of stuff. I mean, I don't technically own. I didn't buy the Fairlight. That's part and parcel of the deal that I have with Peter in Australia. But all this other stuff, I've bought it decades after I wanted it for a fraction of what it actually cost. And yes, there is this. One of the reasons I bought most of this stuff is that I wanted it as a kid. It's like lots of young men lusted after their father's car or the cars of that era, and now when they're in their 40s and they've got a decent job and a bit of disposable income, what do? They go out and buy the Cortina Mark III GXL that their father had, because that's the car. So it's not just synthesizers.
Muscle
lots
car,
of other
yeah.
things. Yeah, it's just that. Yeah. But you find yourself in that position if you are lucky enough, and it is you have to be lucky to be able to do that. But some people aren't, but yeah, everyone's different.
Anyway,
different. Yes.
I gotta say, Ken, that was great. The missing theme for the missing money. That was great.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting because, funny enough, the reason you were able to buy all that stuff nice and cheap, Robbie, was because of other people's gas.
Yeah.
More than likely. More than likely.
Anyway, I've got to go, folks.
Yeah.
All right, mate.
Just before you all go, can I just say one thing, and that is thank you very much, Kent, for doing this. I know it's more often than you expected to, but thank you very much for it.
I'm not even sure what this is, mate.
Well, I'm not.
I'm
not
amongst
either.
Friends.
This is the first time I've come on it. I've watched it since you started it, and I'd just like to thank you very much for doing it, because it does make me part of a group I feel very much part of. So thank you. That's all.
Very welcome. Very welcome. And come on again.
Robbie, I look forward to seeing you. I am coming down to Gearfest. I'm bringing Andy and Jim with me, and I will come and say hello to you, Robbie, when
look forward to it. Look forward to it.
Thank you.
Hey, look me up on Facebook. We'll talk astronomy.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you.
You do know that the more,
Facebook.
even though you have, even if you do end up having like 20 telescopes, you still can't see any further.
No.
You can't see bigger.
Depends on the size of the telescope.
Well, you can talk about gas. My friend just sold his $20,000 telescope a couple years ago. He was on a 7-year wait list for it.
I didn't buy it. I can assure you, honest.
No, it's
Anyway, I'm off. I'll catch you all next week sometime, or tomorrow, or whenever it is.
Yeah, whenever. Yeah.
Cheers, everyone. Good night.
Take care.
Cheers.
Ta-da.
Good night.
Right. Have a good one, everyone. I will speak to you soon, whenever that might be.
I didn't know you worked on that Fairlight app. That's cool.
Sorry, say that again?
The Fairlight app. I didn't know you worked on that. That's cool.
Yeah. It wasn't the coding part. It was more marketing and QA marketing, education. But yeah,
Closest I'll ever get to it, other than the Arturia thing. So
yeah, it was just like Peter. I got an email from Peter Vogel, which was like it's like Kent getting an email from Bob Moog or something. You just what the hell? And he said, "I've read your blog. You seem to know your onions, sort of thing. And do you fancy helping me out doing this?" And I'm going, let me think. Yeah. But that was good fun. And that then got me the gig with Peter Wilk doing the restoration stuff.
And so the rock gathered its moss.
Indeed. I've just know I got retweeted by Richard James Burgess today because of the Sound on Sound article that went in last week. He's a bit of a hero, isn't he?
Wow. It's all happening, isn't it?
He can give me a job. Right, I'm going to
I
bed.
love those Sound on Sound reviews and stuff. I still go back to the old ones.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Great resource.
New podcast coming out on Tuesday.
I got to start listening to that. I keep forgetting to check those out.
Come on.
I know I'm a bad guy. So.
There's loads.
I have too many goddamn podcasts. So I don't have time for the hydrostints. I'm doing too much other shit. So.
Yeah. Indeed. Right.
Take care.
Well, yeah.
Good
See you soon.
Candle.
Sleep well.
Good playing candles. It sounded wonderful.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, it's hydrogen.
night.
You should get one.
Right, fuck it. I'm off.
Fuck it.